All right,
Come back in.
starting it. We are live right now. Yeah, so everything looks good. I'm hearing you. You're hearing me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Loud and clear.
well, welcome, Tom, to the show. And yeah, man, this is a conversation with Tom. Is evolution a fact? So, what would your first instinct be if somebody asked you that question?
Well, I would tend to revert back to what I was taught in school that you're crammed with evolution. Um, a lot of holes in what they're teaching the children, but some people just eat that up. I tend to question. I question damn near everything.
Hmm.
Um, So the missing evidence of evolution that we're taught is even taught as what is it called? The missing link. And
Hmm.
everybody just brushes past that. And I don't see how people just go past the lack of evidence.
Yeah. And did you have to write on the test that evolution is a fact in order to pass any classes that you remember?
I do not remember, but if you didn't put the answer that they want, I would say correct answer, but it's not actual correct answer. The answer that they want you to put, they just want you to regurgitate what they say. You gotta go by what we say, or else you fail. That's a terrible way to teach.
Yeah, it's more like forcing indoctrination.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow. So missing link was one of your first things that raised your red flag about
yeah.
evolution not being a fact. Was there anything else?
Well, I grew up in Catholic church. I went to Catholic school every weekend till about 10th grade. So I was perfect putty for the zombie molding machine. You know,
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
just I always had that doubt. I always had that wonder. I even asked priests, "What about dinosaurs? What about you know the pyramids? Just all the things, all the evidence that we're finding today of our ancient past that just contradicts what I was taught." I always had that question. And going through school, I just put down the right answer. I wouldn't even read my textbooks. I would do the work, every question. The answer to the question is usually in bold print, and I just do that, do the motions, and I got good grades by doing that.
Hmm. So following what they tell you to do, and that led you to get the grades so you can graduate.
I didn't even graduate. I left school
Okay, so
very
you
early,
left. All
very
right.
early. Yeah,
Basically, most people
working.
leave school to save themselves.
I needed money, so I went to work.
Same here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, similar to me, you went in the military. You happened to get in on a program where you could study, and they would let you do the National Guard as well.
Yeah, I got in through the National Guard, and on the ASVAB, I
Hmm.
scored very high. So they put me in a program. It was sanctioned by Barack Obama. It's called Learning for Life. It was in Madison, Wisconsin. It
Hmm.
was like a 6 month GED, high school equivalency. It wasn't a GED, they specified that. It was a high school equivalency and aptitude and just training and seeing what college, what progress in the future.
Hmm. Do you think that the pushing of evolution had some type of impact on your learning, like as opposed to what you were raised in the Catholic Church?
Yeah, to be honest, if I if I didn't if I didn't learn about the pyramids, I was 12 years old, and I remember learning about the pyramids in South America and in Egypt, how they mirror each other. You know the whole spiel,
Hmm. Yeah.
how they're exact. So once I learned that, I couldn't believe anything else I was told because the evidence doesn't add up to what you're told.
So the mystery of ancient civilizations kind of started to awaken you.
Absolutely. It was the exact moment that I realized. And once that happened, I was always intrigued with Adam and Eve, the start of man. When I learned about evolution, I took it as a this is bullcrap because I was indoctrinated into the church. And I thought that Adam and Eve were the first man, and that's where it came from. That's what I grew up believing.
Mhm. And you're seeing
So,
now that even the story with the church goes a lot further than what you were told there as well, right?
absolutely, it's so misleading and just like cherry picked
Hmm.
information that we're told. Yeah, it's totally unbelievable to a rational mind. A lot of people just believe. And, you can't help those people.
Yeah. Well, those are what we would call the zombies, right? Those people are
Abs-
zombified.
Absolutely.
So, what about the ancient civilizations fascinated you the most, beside the pyramids, to make you want to learn more?
Well, the things they found, um, just the metals that they found, um, just I wouldn't say ancient alien technology, but there was definitely higher technology than we are aware of,
Hmm.
and it's, been brushed under the rug.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and they were so right about that, why wouldn't they be right about um, the creation of man, ancient times, the actual ancient times that happened, the wars in heaven, the works? You know, we we are told a portion, a fraction of what they were doing and what they were into and the technologies that they have, when 98% of people know that that's bullcrap. That's why Ancient Aliens is so popular now because everybody knows that they've been told a big lie.
Is there any
And that
particular researchers that stand out, like when you think about conspiracy or alternative theories? Are there any?
there are a few. The alternative theories, the Graham Hancock, of course. Um, I don't go with the researchers. I research myself. I look up stuff myself. I'm very interested in learning, and I'd rather learn for myself instead of listening to somebody else tell me their opinion of it.
Yeah. We have
Yo,
we have a guest,
MD.
BP Drake. Drake.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Good, thanks, man. How are you?
This is
Very
Tom.
good. Thanks.
Yo,
Um,
MD, how are you, man?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Good to see you here. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Just it's been chaotic, but just trying to, make something out of myself. So
Yeah, yeah. Do you have any questions for Tom about uh the topic? A conversation with Tom is evolution of fact.
it's I mean, do you want my opinion or
Yeah, sure.
uh
You can put your opinion. He put his if you want to put yours.
uh I think it's complete bullshit, man. If you not to be offensive, but like I think it's complete bullshit. Like,
Yeah, yeah. We're trying not to curse, so bull
oh
crap.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's a lie. I think it's a lie. Because it's like if you look at biology, it's completely impossible for a species to jump into another species. So that just doesn't. It's impossible. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like for a fish to turn into a monkey,
Mhm.
or yeah, no, it's just not possible, man. It's a complete deception. It really is a lie. I don't think it's no. It's not real. No.
Were you, like I asked Tom in school, were you forced to to say like evolution is a fact in order to pass a test at any time, or like did they push it really hard when you were going through school to where you had to act like it was a fact?
I never did biology, so well, like I never did like any of those sciences when I was in school. So I never had to do any tests in regards to that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, okay. So that
So
where I don't know if you want to keep it secret, it's all right, but what country would that be?
this was when I was in Australia. So we got to choose like what we wanted to do. I stuck mainly to the finance and like economic side of things. So I never
Well,
actually got a chance to do science or anything like that, really. So
okay. And when
yeah,
you did you finish schooling in Australia or no?
yeah. I finished schooling here in Australia.
Wow,
Um,
wow. Because they say they teach evolution over there a lot. Like, so I guess you managed to just get a curriculum where you didn't have to go through that.
yeah, no, they teach it here, but it's mostly in science classes,
Mhm.
chemistry, the hard sciences, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, it's yeah,
They
no,
don't
it's completely. Oh yeah, sorry, you go. My bad.
they don't force you. They don't force you to learn. You get to choose. Is that what you said? You get to choose. Like if you don't want to do
Yeah,
science, you don't have to look at science at all.
pretty much. Yeah, you got to
Wow.
choose in high school, anyways. We got to choose what we wanted to do. So
Hmm.
That's
Now,
I'm
pretty
sure.
cool.
in younger
Oh no,
schools,
sorry, my bad.
did you get to choose in the younger schools or no?
In the younger schools, we did. I did do science and chemistry, but they didn't really go over evolution. Like it was more just like with chemistry, it was more or less just like different elements and how they what the combinations, the periodic table,
Hmm.
that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
um
periodic table of elements and stuff. And Tom, in your younger years in school, was that evolution or like was it a little more freer?
You were taught what they taught you, buddy. Yeah, we were taught evolution that the shrew became something else, that became something else, that became something else.
Wow. Wow.
So like
So
he said, yeah, jumping complete species is
yeah, yeah.
yeah. I,
That's
now through modern science, they have broken down DNA. So a single strand of DNA holds, I think, 15 feet of information.
well,
A
that's what
billion.
they know now, right? So
Yes,
so
yeah.
do you think that, do you honestly think they're telling us everything about DNA?
No, well, I'm going to get to this because there was a recent paper published. I don't know the things, I don't know the names, but you could look it up that there are genetic markers on our DNA that is not in any other living creature on the planet.
Hmm.
The activated amino acids in our DNA are, I think, smaller than a tomato's. So we are stunted creatures, and it's clearly evident in our DNA.
So you're
There are
saying that
things,
there's markers that inhibit us from being able to do certain things? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
There are two sequences of DNA that are attached by the telomere, which cannot happen except in the lab,
Hmm.
and that's in every single person.
So you're saying that it points back towards some type of lab creation or something that's not natural on how they.
Well, yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
absolutely. Well, due to catastrophes
Hmm.
or maybe in a controlled environment,
Like the
we all
genetic.
have a common ancestor. We all have a common ancestor
And
in
which
our DNA.
ancestor would that be?
It would be a male ancestor.
What about a female ancestor? Would it be both? Like,
You know what? I'm delving too much into this. I'm not a scientist,
okay, okay.
but I've listened to hundreds of. I listen to science videos just for fun. That's what I'm into. I
Yeah.
like to enrich my mind and not, destroy it.
Okay. No, that's fair. And when
But
we were
yeah,
talking about the
okay.
conspiracy stuff, you were saying, are there any names or any books or anything that you might, that influenced you?
Um, So I know a long time ago you gave me a book when I was first delving into this, The Biggest Secret, the David
Mhm.
Icke book,
Yeah.
and reading into it and just the connection of the families. Uh, these are the people who've ran the world since Alexander the Great. You know, they are the same family. They marry each other off to another family in the same clique. And these
Hmm.
are the people who write our books. These are the people who control our medication. These are the people who basically run the world. You know, I'm not getting too much into it, but it is actual a thing. Like
Hmm.
there are a few companies. There are a few companies who control all the media. There are a
According
few
to the book.
companies.
According to the book. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to stay within YouTube guidelines. You already see that censorship is just on another level. We have to like speak in a certain way. I think it
Okay.
speak,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll be getting code or just attribute it to say, okay, this is what I read in the book. They might say, we're not saying that something is a fact or, with a conspiracy, but we are entertaining the theory of the
Yeah.
conspiracy.
To me, conspiracy theories are a dead issue. I have family and I don't look into them. I'm more into the actual evidence of life. I explained to you about that laser code, that repeatable laser code. That if you take
Yes.
DMT
Oh, the one you were
and look,
saying about the
yeah,
DMT.
and you look into the laser, you can see through the wall. There's a code in it, a
Mhm.
writing, and I think there's more to be found into that. You know, I don't know if you ever read that book that I was telling you about the other day, the Fibonacci,
The Fibonacci
The golden
sequence.
ratio.
Yeah, the golden.
Yeah,
I didn't read the book, but I've studied the theory. Well, not the theory, but the fact that things grow. What I noticed is that Fibonacci, it actually goes way before him. There was,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I had like a thing that, and I would say it goes before these other people too, but let me see, the Fibonacci.
The book is God's fingerprint. You
Okay.
know, and I'm not. You know, my whole view on God is this. I'm not a religious person, but I know that something out there exists, and it's bigger than we could wrap our heads around. And the
Mhm.
whole thing with religion is they cram God into the form of a man. And in every instance in the Bible that they talk to God, see God, they fall down to their feet as if they were dead. Uh,
So it's
he's
like
an
somebody
immense presence. He's an immense presence that you cannot even comprehend or be around. And that's just a little portion of him that he sends here, supposedly. Whatever. But if you take away the shell of a man, then you take away the container of what God can truly be. And I like to say the creator, the infinity, eternity.
do you
You know,
think
it's way bigger than our minds can wrap around. Go ahead.
Do you think there's a difference between what you view as the creator as apart from something that's spiritual? So like a creator instead of a great spirit or versus a great spirit or as opposed to one, like saying, okay, there's two different things, or is it just one thing in your view?
I think it's one thing, but we cannot understand what it is. We have
Okay.
no idea. We have no grasp of what it can be
But
because it talks to you. It
yeah,
talks to you. It answers your questions. But
I'd like
life
to
is very, very, very weird like that.
yeah, I'd like to add in when you talked about the Fibonacci sequence that they have something in Sanskrit that goes back to the second to third century BC. And it actually, other Indian mathematicians from Sanskrit lineage, such as Virahanka, 700 AD, and Hemet Chandra, Hemachandra, 1150 AD, which were before Fibonacci, expanded
Oh
and
yeah.
popularized, the sequence. So Fibonacci introduced it in 1202. So maybe Hemachandra in 1150, maybe they might have got word of it that way. But funny enough that Fibonacci gets credited with it. I don't even think it should be put to somebody's name because the scientific name of that would be the natural sequence, right? The way things
Yeah.
grow naturally. Yeah.
The golden ratio.
The
Yeah.
golden ratio, exactly.
Yeah,
So the fact that it's been known for over 2,000 years, and we start to see that, so why would they reintroduce it as something that was created or noticed by this one guy? Is that like again, the shrinking of our the shrinking of our understanding of the world?
absolutely. My question would be, why would they not teach it? You have to find it. You have to look for it. It's not taught in any school. Nobody talks about it, and it's everywhere.
Yeah, we see it in biology everywhere. Yeah, we do.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, man. This is it's glad to know your position on that, because then in future podcasts we can go forward from there, saying, okay, so the Roman Catholic Church, the schooling getting to a point to where you left, basically, to was it to save your mind? Because I mean, the way I felt on leaving was to basically get away from something that was indoctrinating me without really knowing at the time I was being indoctrinated, because you're so young, you're saying, you know what, you're 15, 16 years old. And it's like, why am I forced to sit you know, behind a desk in a classroom with people that don't want to learn, that distract, teachers that basically push a curriculum. And like you said, you're not learning about natural stuff. Drake, did you have some?
Oh yeah, I wanted to say, in terms of the actual school system, well, the school system was actually, it was actually designed after the Prussian school model. I think in the earlier days of America, there was a an oil tycoon or an oil baron known as something. I think his name was John Rockefeller, and him and his his gang of his gang of thugs, you know what I'm saying, him, because basically that's what they were, but him and his crew, his monopolist crew, they decided that they needed more workers for their factory and less thinkers. So they
Mhm.
pretty much copied the Prussian school model, which is designed to create workers that know just enough to complete the tasks on the factory floor, but not enough to question the actual the reason why they're doing such a task. So he actually funded a lot of the schools in America, or the beginnings of the school system.
Mhm.
And yeah, so it's basically designed, because one of his famous quotes is that he says that he wants a nation of workers, not thinkers. So it's
Yeah.
basically just designed to teach people enough to where they can, function within a factory or function in the market, but not enough to question the actual system. So enough to function in the system, but not enough to question the actual system itself. So
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, as someone that's gone through schooling and then university as well, I can definitely tell you that it is definitely a place to indoctrinate. It also becomes political as well. It's designed to, they've also, like with university, it was more or less like, because they needed more advanced like levels of, like, to build rockets and science and all this stuff. So that's like a one step forward, but it's like it's enough to build the rockets, to do the science, but not enough to actually question the system itself. And also as well, university is highly political, so it politicizes people, churns out, political pundits and political political operatives.
Mhm.
So it's really diabolical, man, when if you look at it, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, like it's really diabolical. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think that personally, it's it's yeah, it's diabolical, man.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I got
What
kicked out of every school I was in.
what
Every
are your
single school.
thoughts about schooling, Tom?
I got kicked out of every school I was in. I never conformed. I would get the worksheet and do it in 5 minutes and throw it back in their face and say, "Leave me alone. I'm not doing anything." Literally.
So, what year did you just say, that's it?
I will. 1996.
Are there?
1996.
Okay. No, I mean, what year of schooling? Is it ninth grade?
Uh, 16 to 10th grade.
Okay. Okay. It's 10th grade. And now, what do you feel about how kids should be taught? Like, so if they're not going to go to school, do you favor homeschooling, or do you still think that sending them to school, but talking to them when they get home is the solution? Like, what do you think about that?
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but in terms of how, sorry, I just want to get this off my chest. But in terms of how kids should be taught, I think that kids should learn, STEM. You know what I'm saying? Like the only time school is of use is like if you do a STEM degree, if you go to college and do a STEM degree.
Mhm,
But I think, yeah, kids should learn science, technology, engineering, mathematics. They should learn those things,
mhm,
because that is useful as a man. You know what I'm saying? Like you that teaches you how to build, how to
mhm.
make things.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, I think back in the 50s and 60s when people got out of high school, they already knew how to do electric and plumbing and carpentry
yeah.
and yeah, that type of stuff. Yeah, it dissipated. But Tom, so what do you think about that? Do you think that homeschooling is better than the formal schooling? I know that not everybody has the luxury of homeschooling their children. So would it be sending the child to the institution and then trying to deprogram the child when they come home? Tom, if you're there, uh, okay. I guess maybe I know Tom only had about 30 minutes, so it's cool. He might have to hop off. But
Okay.
yeah, no, it's cool. So with you, Drake, was
Yeah.
there any religious influence or was it just regular schooling?
There was religious influence, definitely. Definitely a strong Catholic influence.
Okay.
Um, and I see religion is politicized. So with you, if you see the Charlie Kirks and the whole GOP situation, religion is more become more of a political weapon versus an actual lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
um,
So
yeah,
basically, it's used as a tool for politics, basically, instead of a spiritual experience.
exactly. That's spot on correct. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I see that myself. Tom, and he also has a Catholic background. My sister's Roman Catholic. I was fortunate enough to be the youngest, so by the time it got to me, it was kind of watered down. I didn't have, I remember going to church a few times, but then I didn't have to, you know, just it wasn't really a big thing. And then I have people in other sections, different religions within my immediate family as well, too. She just chose that, I think, according to marriage. Tom, did you have something? Uh, I saw you
Think
on
his
mute. Yeah,
must be his mic or something. Probably his
yeah.
mic.
I think maybe. Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah. All
Oh,
right. You
yeah,
can't
his mic.
hear.
He
Okay.
can't hear us.
Uh,
Okay.
I think it's yeah. I think it's something with your mic. I think it's something with your mic. Yeah. All right. It's no biggie, man. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we'll definitely set something up, man. Yeah, Tom, has some really deep thoughts, and you yourself too, Drake. You have a lot of thoughts for you know, like what's been going on, the politics, you see it already, religion pushes it. Also, now we're seeing like a new type of religion of, they call it what, a religion of AI or
Oh yeah.
an electronic religion or something like that. Maybe we could,
Technocracy.
yeah, technocracy.
Yeah.
And I could only imagine somebody that's grown up in the last 10 years on the amount of electronic devices, the inundation of the internet. And, you know, like it's just, what do you like say? Like, I know you're younger. Uh, how
Yeah,
do
I'm 25.
okay, so when you were 15, was technology just very widespread, almost like it is now? Or do you remember it being like less? Do you see, like, when did you see a difference from technology being like kind of not as advanced to like getting much more advanced? Like, what year was that? 10 years old, 15 years old?
When I was 20, actually, um, maybe in 2020 and moving forward, that's when the whole dystopia set in. Because the last five years, man, it's been a very weird experience. Like with the whole technology thing and how rapidly it's been growing. But when I was, because I was born in 2000, so when I was growing up, it was there, but it wasn't invasive. There wasn't that many cameras. There wasn't that many, like, it wasn't just, it was like you could put your phone down and kind of like separate yourself from it. But
Uh-huh.
now, ever since 2020 and forwards, it's like now it's all around you. There's cameras everywhere. You're constantly being watched. Your phone is constantly recording you. Because if you look at the Apple terms and conditions, it's if you look on the final page, I think it's one of the pages, sorry, but they actually say that they have the legal right to record all the
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Um,
Aren't they going
Spooky
forward with
stuff.
digital ID or something? I think Brandon, man, good to see you, brother. Always. Right. So you're saying that you saw from when you were 20 to 25 an increase in the addiction to the device. So you were able to put it down a lot easier in 2020, and now it's harder to do that. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a multi-layered issue because it's like a multiple things at once that are coming together to create this effect to keep people addicted to their phones, like especially after 2020 COVID shut down. Everyone is shut in their houses. We see the rise of you see the rise of YouTube, the rise of people going on the internet, the rise of conspiracy theories, the rise of hypergamy shot through the roof as well, because dating apps were the only way, really. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
multiple things came together just to like kind of fuck with our minds. And also as well, just the massive wealth transfer as well. A lot of top 3,000 people in the world managed to take, I think it was like something like $2 trillion, and then the bottom 100 million people
Mhm.
lost a lot of money. So it's like there was a massive wealth transfer. The world was locked down. A lot of small businesses were going under. A lot of big businesses were buying up multiple businesses. So it was just like this whole dystopian feel. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a dystopian energy there. Something that it's quite spooky. And with a digital ID, that just ramps it up to another level, because now, you know what I'm saying? If that links to all your social media, now that's the ultimate censorship, right? I mean, you have to keep your digital ID, you have to, stay within the guidelines, and the guidelines are so vague. It's like they could just get you for anything. Like I've had two of my videos taken down so far, and all I
Wow.
did was tell the truth. Yeah, two videos. The first one, a bit of criticism, got taken down. The second one, I was talking about some real shit and got taken down as well. So yeah, and the thing is, they don't explain to you why they take down your videos. But nevertheless, I still think that it's definitely becoming dystopian, man. You're lucky I'm not too sure how old you are, but definitely you're lucky you had the 80s, the 90s. You know what I'm saying? That whole era of fun, where things were still relatively normal. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. Yeah. It
you
was
could, you
a
could.
great time. I see where the censorship, it's kind of like you touched upon that, like, so now that they're having the digital ID, they're forcing people, it creates like a type of social credit system like China has, to where if you say the wrong thing, if you say something that they don't agree with, because the wrong thing isn't as explanative. Somebody might say, well, what's the wrong thing? Well, according to the people that are controlling these devices, it's what they are told we're allowed to talk about. Because I've had videos a couple of years ago taken down, and they were saying now it was taken down. Like Facebook talked about a lot of accounts they deleted them wrongly, but that doesn't bring back the accounts. It furthered the agenda by silencing these people, removing their accounts on Facebook. I think it was up to 200,000 or more. It was ridiculous. And then
Oh,
now they're saying, oh, well, the fact checkers aren't, really fact that they work for us. So they're using the word fact checkers. Meanwhile, these people are regular people that are employed, that would basically not really have the mental discernment to say, okay, is this breaking, like, is this endangering somebody by somebody saying this or not? And now we've seen it on YouTube too. YouTube is much stricter. They won't even give you a solid reason. Sometimes you have to read in between the line, basically, and say, okay, what are they saying here, here, and here? I understand they say it's to keep the community safe, and it's even touchy even talking about this on YouTube. This is just a speculative view of it, so it stays within the parameters of their guidelines, just to say, okay, yeah, we want to be able to talk about it, but how do we talk about it when we're right? We're always afraid of being, I mean, Plague Doctor, his name for his channel too, it's great. 21st Century is a dystopia, I think it's called. And why those channel, you guys, it's good that to hear that you're even concerned about issues like this, because this is very important for the future. And picture, you saw the difference from 2020 to 2025, where you saw the addiction getting, stronger with the phone, not being able to put it down as easy. Imagine just 5 more years, because we're already at 2026. So to 2030, all of these agendas they talk about putting in and installing, I could imagine with the 5 year jump you saw just previously, what would your prediction be? Like, what do you think, or like, what would it go from 2020 to 2025? What will it go from 2025 to 2030 with the phone?
It's gonna skyrocket. I think we're gonna be in my generation is gonna be in one of the most unusual times, because the AI is gonna become more of a thing. So, and loneliness is also like the male loneliness epidemic, which is surprising because you never see a man talk about it. You only see women talking about the male loneliness epidemic. But it's like, I think there's gonna be a lot of AI, AI bots, AI friends. The 2030 agenda, World Economic Forum. I think, with Elon Musk, he's building the whole Neuralink, the brain chip.
Mhm.
I think that in the next couple of years, maybe decade or not, there's going to be a complete rehaul. So it's going to be first they start off with a digital ID, see how
Mhm.
that works, and then it's going to move on to like the government will issue like a chip where it's like, if you want to be able to, make purchases or sell goods and services, you have to take this chip. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think the future is going. So then that's going to be the ultimate control, right? They'll be able to, because if
Mhm.
some people, if they have this chip out, which controls how people buy and sell, they're going to be able to control what they say, what they think, complete control. So yeah, I think we're heading for a very dystopian like future, a very dystopian future. My generation is going to be there's going to be a lot of cybernetics as well. So people will be fusing with like there's going to be a lot of robotic advancements. People will be able to and modify their babies. So like if they wanted to have a kid, they could spend a certain amount to choose certain traits. There's going to be cybernetic enhancements, people fusing with machines. It's going to be robots. Yeah, it's going to be like a whole dystopia pretty much. And I don't think that the people that are pushing this, I don't think they fully understand what the dangers are. I don't think they fully understand how this could turn very bad very quickly.
Mhm.
I don't think they're fully aware. I think they're just driven by their ambition, which is fine. Ambition is great, but they're driven by some other force or ambition to create these technologies, unbeknownst to knowing how severe the consequences are going to be for humans.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's my opinion. I know that sounds very doomerish, but based on the way things are trajectorying, the way technology is advancing, the Elon Musks, the Sam Altmans, seeing what they're building, that's what I think is going to happen. So
And
if you've
what
ever played, oh,
generation?
sorry, my bad.
What generation are you?
I'm 25. So is that Gen Z, millennial, or Gen Z? I don't know.
Um, I wonder. I wonder if that's Gen Z or because they say that, well, 25, so that means you were born right at the turn of right at the millennia. Um, I think that is considered. It's like borderline Gen Z. What is Gen Alpha, right? Like, don't they have something? Is that
Yeah, there's actually Gen Alpha, and then there's after them is Gen Beta. There's Gen
yeah?
Beta as
Kuro
well.
says it's Gen Z.
Yeah, yeah. So Gen Alpha is after the one that the generation that will come after my generation, and then there's Gen Beta, which would be the generation that comes
Yeah.
after the generation. hmm So yeah, yeah, man, it's gonna be a wild ride. Yeah, but yeah, I think you know.
hmm
What are your thoughts on like like on like all these plans? Do you think that these people are aware, like the whoever's running the ship of the world, of the governments? Do you think these people are aware of what they're doing? Do you think they're
Oh,
conscious of what they're
some.
doing?
I would say some are
Or
aware. Uh,
yeah.
it's sad because some of them even think that they're doing the right thing. So, Kuro, thank you for that,
Mm.
Kuro. He says Gen Z. I guess you would be classified maybe as a late Gen Zer because we have the early, middle, late, just like Generation X and Y. And he says 2010 plus. So I think that would be. I guess you're saying 2010 is the Gen Alpha or Gen Plus. If you could just let us know.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah. Because Kuro put that in the chat. I was just highlighting it. And I appreciate that. I I would say, and I also, really I was asking too, is that with the phone. So the way you saw the phone go from being not that addictive to very addictive, even though a lot of people were very addicted before 2020 or at 2020 with their phones. I see people can't put it down. I mean, I would I would have my phone on me when I go into a store. When I think about it, I should be able to leave it in the car, but I understand why somebody wouldn't because you want to, make sure it doesn't get stolen.
Mhm.
Um, but also, it's like, yeah, they're saying they're going to have the first implantable iPhone in 2030. They talked about this a few years ago openly on YouTube. Yeah, I'm glad, man. I'm glad ESP reevaluation, man. 348 in the UK. So yeah, at least you guys get to hear the show at a normal time because usually when we stream at night, I know it's hard, man. Yeah, the phone. Yeah, the addiction to the phone, man. Super Sidewinder, good to see you, bro. Yeah, it's information overload. It really is. It's. I think it's at a point where because I'm not as connected, like I do have internet access on the phone. I pay a very low price. The basic. I tell them, look, if I could get a phone with buttons, I would get that. The only problem is that now you can't get pictured text and stuff like that, which I don't really need. It does make it a little easier, but I rather the button phone. And the button phone, I think, is cheap if it's still $25 a month. Um, it when I look at the phone, it is one, a surveillance device. So definitely a convenient technology or a surveillance device disguised as convenient technology. So that's what it would be. Um, Now in Sweden, they have, I think it was 6,000, it's probably 10,000 or more by now, with people with already implanted chips in their forearm and their hand, so where they can open doors. So instead of just using a scanner like a supermarket when you step on it or a footpad that opens the door, now that's not good enough. Not a key or a code to get into their place is not, it's too cumbersome for some reason, and they want it in their hand, which is just, I don't even, it's sad. That's dystopian right there. Like right in the face. The implantable iPhone to me is a horrific thing. When I looked at when we did the stream last night about Elon and the eugenics and evolution and the comments his father made, I mean, they're acting like, he had a way of saying it, like trying to shame, like, oh, don't you like technology? Electric cars? No. No, the gas powered or the less electronics a car use, it's easier to service and it's harder for somebody to control with an electronic device that, helicopters and stuff they said could be affected by um, microwave devices if it's made in a certain way, like, not a microwave oven per se, but like a microwave, something that would emit the waves to affect the electronics that the helicopter needs to maintain control, therefore disabling it. Same thing with the cars. Now with an electric car, they don't even need to play that. They just press the button and it disables the car. Um, I think a guy did a video on that where they said, I don't know if it's true, but he did the video and in the car stopped on the highway because he was filming. It said that you weren't allowed to film or something in the car a certain way. So I guess a camera on the dashboard is one thing, but if it knows you have the camera in your hand, it's going to stop the car with, for safety reasons, which it's understandable, but it doesn't change the fact that, wow, they have the power to stop the electric car. What happens if they lock you in the car? Like I've had people say that people could hack into that and try to drive it off of a precipice or something, like blackmail or extort a person into paying money, or they will do that. Now, this is speculative that people are saying, but when you look at the control they have over the car, it's a reality actually, because they can stop the car. They can unlock the doors if you lose your keys or you lock them in the car. They've had that technology since the 90s, where Lexus, I remember, if you locked your keys in the car, they would need a helicopter if you were out of range that would come. It was part of a service that would unlock the doors. Which was convenient, but for a thinker, it's like, something. One, it lessens my ability to be responsible, because if you lock your key in your cars, and you need somebody to press the button, you don't have to be responsible. You become irresponsible. So it kind of does things like this without us even knowing what it's doing. I don't know if you see that yourself.
Oh yeah, yeah. That I heard that it's to like sort of dumb people, not necessarily dumb people down, but like to like to
Makes them
slower
lazy.
their.
I see it with the
Yeah.
phone. When we had regular phones, not cell phones, because cell phones, even the cell phones with the buttons, it started conditioning people with this thing I'm about to say, that when there were house phones, you would remember people's number. I would remember, I would have like 20 people's number. Okay, this person, this is their number. I still remember some of my old numbers that I had on the push button phone. Um, the cell phone, I cannot remember anybody's number other than mine. So I know my number because sometimes you have to tell somebody your number. But do you offhand know anybody's number that you have in your cell phone? Do you remember their number, or is it just you push the name and that's it? It calls them.
I remember the my family members' numbers.
Okay.
But that's about it, I would say. The rest of it's just the call book, and then they have like your contacts list. You can save their number on your phone.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much that's I only remember my family's member because I call them often. So
Yeah. So
um,
when you call your family, do you press dial a number in, or do you press just the name and it auto dials?
I actually auto dial. I mean, oh, I no, sorry. I actually, I just put the because I remember the number, so I just type it in.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
and then
good,
just call
actually.
them.
That's good. It's
Yeah.
rare to know people that do that by heart, remembering the number, because that's what we used to do with the push button corded phones, or even the cordless push buttons at the house phone. We just pick it up, remember the number, dial it. So the fact that you do that with the cell phone is really good, because it's like training your memory, keeping it kind of active to say, okay, at least these few numbers you remember, and more than just remembering them, you dial them in. Now, if you weren't to dial in the number like you do now, you open the keypad, the virtual keypad on the screen, and you dial it in and it calls them. If you were to say, okay, you remember their number, but you don't use that feature, every time you go to call them, you just press the name and it dials them. Do you think that that would lessen your, like, over, say, the span of a month or a couple of months or a year, that even though you remember their number now, that it would slowly, like, you might say, you know what, I don't fully remember the number anymore because I'm only pressing the button instead of training myself all the time, dialing it over and over. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
see how that could lessen the memory of the number, like, because you're not using it as much. Kind of like the way a muscle might, when you work out constantly, you see how your muscles are like up to par, but when you stop, you'll still maintain some of the muscularity, but sometimes the muscle mass might just, not much, but it might lighten a little. um we see that happening with the memory, like, with these phones, like pressing the button is sort of like not exercising the mind by dialing in the number. Thank you, Seven Psychopaths. Good to see you, man. He says, great point. I used to remember more numbers with the house phone. Yes, yes. I clearly see how this is so, like, incrementally unseen almost. Like, and you're a good example because you're saying you're dialing it in, which I haven't heard anybody say that. The only time I dial a number in the cell phone is to, if I'm getting the number new, if it's from somewhere else and I'm saying, okay, I want to call this business or put somebody's number in my phone, I'll dial the number in. Or if I'm calling a business, I'll dial the number, call the business. I won't save it to the phone unless it's a business that I need to call more than once. Or even then, I still, there's a few businesses I do have saved, but when other ones, I'm just like, all right, I'll just dial it up, call it, see, okay, is this whatever? And then that's it. Do you think, like the way the phone is limiting the memory, like kind of evaporating it? Do you have any other things like that can relate to that, like stuff we do that it's become easier to where now we don't need to remember the phone numbers? And I have to say, in defense of the phone numbers, the quickness of it, because it takes time to dial a 10-digit number. It takes 10 seconds maybe, as opposed to just pressing the button and it's already connecting.
Mm. Yeah, that's true. So like things like you know, um I would say like, TV, you know what I'm saying? Watching the TV, things that, iPads for kids on iPads, the calculator, um,
Yeah.
you
Do you,
know,
do you know how to write cursive?
yeah, that's how I usually write. Yeah.
Okay, so because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
heard that younger kids, about 10 years younger than you, like, younger people, they a lot of them cannot write cursive. Like, they're not taught cursive writing in school now. And
Oh yeah, that's
yeah,
sorry. My bad, sorry.
and the keyboard, like when you were in school, did you use the keyboard a lot, like in classes, computer or something like that?
Yeah, yeah, we used keyboards a lot. We used iPads a lot as well.
So how much
Um,
writing did you actually do on paper in school?
there was a fair amount. Like a lot
50%?
of our, um, maybe, yeah, maybe around 50%.
Okay.
But a lot of our like tests and stuff were written in on paper. So,
Wow.
um, but
Wow.
yeah, we did do a lot of writing. The reason why they don't want people to write in cursive anymore is because the Constitution was written in cursive. So they don't want people to be able to read the Constitution.
Really? Could it, I
Yeah.
think, that seems like a plausible, one reason, but also they say that cursive, it has something to do with, I think, I forgot his name, Trudell, Kevin Trudell, I think his name is, the guy that, used to do the infomercials, had the book of natural cures they don't want people to know. And then he
Okay.
eventually, I think, got sentenced to about 10 years for tax evasion. I think it was like $30 million.
Oh,
He made a lot of money, but
yeah.
he must be out now, because the videos look like, he did his time and he's out. He looks older, not much, but now he's back on the, talking about stuff that that people need to really, think about. Where he said that writing cursive has something to do with connecting you more to what you're writing as opposed to writing print. Now, I noticed when I wrote in print, it takes a little longer when you write in print. Um, Writing in cursive is a little quicker, but it could be that there's something that when you flow with the cursive writing, I forgot exactly what he said per se in the video, but it alluded to something like that, to where you flow with it and there's like there's something that happens in you when you write cursive, like some type of hormones or chemicals are created as opposed to when you write in print. And probably I would say it makes more sense that even typing on the keyboard distances you more. So it's like you write something down, because I noticed this too. When I write something down, I remember it also easier as opposed to, I think, from typing it.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, so okay, yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Like when you type something, it's like you don't really feel connected to it. You barely even remember it, to be fair. But
Hmm.
if you write a book, like if you write it down, or even let's say you get a piece of paper and you write something down, you can sort of remember it more because it's like the kinetic movement. Also with cursive, everything is like connected, like it's like an art form. I think it's easier to remember like image like art than it is just straight up words.
Hmm.
So I think yeah, there's a whole slew of things. But yeah, no, you're right on that one. That's true. That is very true.
Thank you. Seven Psychopath says he's seen Gen Z having to Google the simplest of tasks or questions. Do you notice that with other Gen Zers? That what are you saying?
Oh yeah, they're like Chat GPT pretty much. Like they everything they want to use Chat GPT for. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So they don't
um,
even try; they just immediate chat.
yep, pretty much. People have relationships with the Chat GPT. I
Wow.
know some Zoomer girls, some Zoomer guys that have full on AI boyfriends and girlfriends. Which is pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, actually, it is kind of. I mean, years ago, I didn't know how bad the addiction to World of Warcraft was until people spoke to me about it that used to play it. And I asked a friend, a person I know, that he had broken up with his girlfriend and they got back together. And I remember asking him, this was before I met him. So when I met him, they were already back together. And I said, why did you guys break up to begin with? And he said he was playing World of Warcraft too much. He said, and I said, so what happened? He said he didn't want to go out with her, like to eat dinner or whatever, or stuff like that, even though they were still in a sexual relationship. But he said that he goes, it came to a pat. Really, he didn't really care if she came over or not. He just wanted to play the game, and she saw that, and over time, it was like, okay, this is it. I'm not going to put up with this anymore. I'm going to go and find somebody else. And then eventually he somehow got off of it and they got back together. So I've seen video games do that to people. Like people get lost in it. Myself, I used to love to play video games when I was younger. I played them up until I was, in my 20s easily. And they yeah, they have a way of just the way the and this is like, I'm kind of relating this, just the way not typing a number in lessens the memory for a number or needing to know the number, and the way writing, when you use the keyboard, it lessens the 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 need to write anymore, to a point where if somebody grew up and didn't know how to write but only know how to use the keyboard, they wouldn't know how to write. And if they didn't know how to write, not saying they wouldn't know how to read, but because they type and they see the text, but certain things like cursive, like you said, they would say they might even look at that as a different language. Um, and then now when we apply that to relationships, the fact that somebody would be having a relationship with something to supplant the physical sexual relationship, or the physical relationship where people just hang out together, it lessens the need or even the want for that, to where people won't even want to have a physical relationship with the opposite or the complementary sex, the man and woman, to where they're like, no, they'd rather talk to somebody through the computer. I've seen this happen with people sitting close to each other, that they're not talking, but they're texting to each other when they can just look at each other. Now, in a sense, I can understand that if you're in a crowded area and you don't want people to know what you're saying. So now that's an ingenious way to communicate without the people around you knowing what you're saying. But if you're just hanging out and talking with somebody, and you have the text, and it's like something is very, it's like, it's very, I don't want to use the word unnatural, because what is really natural? Even when we look at the natural world, when I come out with the human origins thing, I talk about that in the book, about I'm not sure if the environment we see itself it's a natural environment. It's like how we could create what looks like a natural environment in a biodome. This is what it might be like. And when we see all of the stuff we go through in nature, in the dangers, and all of this thing, it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't even seem like it's why would that even exist? This is like a struggle almost. I don't know if you notice anything with that, or you have anything to add in to that,
Oh
but
yeah. I feel like, when it comes to like, it's pretty much, there isn't anything new under the sun, you know. What's been done will be done again, and so on and so forth. So like, even let's say you sit down and you watch a movie that's pretty much like that's very similar to a person sitting staring at sitting at a campfire, staring at a fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very similar, but like, that's pretty much
I've
the same
heard.
effect.
There's a
Yeah.
guy, he's a doctor. He says that when you stare at fire, a campfire, a flame, like a burning flame, it has something to do with the creation of stem cells in the body. So sort of
Okay.
like, yeah, staring at the sun, where the sun, not in the way where it's blinding, but there's times when the sun is at a position low in the sky where you can look at it, and lithium, they say, goes through the eye and it feeds the brain. So there's certain things, like how some people might say, yeah, they love to sit back and watch a sunset. And now,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so
Okay.
even before they're showing that this actually is a way, it's a type of, you're gaining nutrients for the body, which lithium and other things, and also a feeling, kind of like staring at the campfire or a flame or a candle, can generate, or spark the body to generate the creation of new stem cells and stuff like that. I have to look into the study a lot more, but I remember seeing a clip of the doctor talking about that. He is a naturalist type of doctor. He believes in the fairy tale of evolution, which is sad. It just shows me that the laws of stupidity are so true. The second law, stating that stupidity is independent of any other characteristic a person has. So they can be a doctor, a politician, they can be an engineer, and still in another field of their life be extremely ignorant to facts that normally they would be, oh no, that's not factual. Like if him saying, okay, staring at a campfire does nothing for you, and he would say, no, well, this is this study that shows that it creates stem cells or something like that. So evolution, people don't put evolution through that method. It's as if any type of lie that's proposed to say, you see, that shows evolution, that proves evolution is true, they just accept it. And that's the sad thing about it. That's like when Tom and I were speaking about that. It's like it's Zombieville. It's Zombieville to the next level when you think about it. It's like, wait a second. So you're telling me that evolution is a fact when it's not, and now there's cults of people in these universities that believe this without, like, you ask them a simple question and they're like, well, I don't know, and this is the same thing I see with a lot of religions, but at least the buffer I give religious people is they admit it's a belief that doesn't require proof. So hey, great, that's cool. But because they at least admit it. The evolutionists are saying, no, no, this is a scientific fact. So now we go into a type of cognitive dissonance where I think we spoke earlier on the stream, like, do these people do it knowingly or do they do it unknowingly? And I think a paycheck is really used. It can be used to dumb a person down, because it's saying, look, if you want to keep working at the university as a teacher that pollutes the minds of the children with this unscientific theory, you have to promote it. You can't question it at all, no matter what comes up. And it seems that this is what has been going on for over 100 years with the Scopes trial. I don't know if you're familiar with that, when they had a trial to teach evolution in a school, which previously they didn't, but they did teach religion, which was just another form of mental control. Because if you cannot question outside of the religion, ESP says people just want to go to sleep at night thinking they have all the answers. Yeah, man. Yeah. Some people will say that there are things that they think about will keep them up at night. And that's when you question things. That might be something telling us, like, hey, you need to think about this. The fact that a person might not be able to sleep because of certain thoughts is showing that sleep needs to be postponed for a couple of minutes or an hour or whatever to investigate those thoughts and see why the mind is thinking that way instead of just resting. You're tired. It's, person's been up for 16, 18 hours or whatever, and they naturally would want to lay down and go to sleep. When we look at like labor work, when I worked, a lot of labor as a kid in the military, you didn't have to, their thoughts didn't keep you awake. You lay down, there's an old saying, there's nothing sweeter than a sleeping man slumber, a working man slumber. The machine lies. What's up, man? I think you've been on here before, right?
Yeah, greetings.
Yeah.
No, but you appeared on my show one day, so yeah, blessings.
Yeah. Did you have anything to add into this, or?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the evolutionary topic is pretty interesting. You could see the historical development. I think it comes from the idea of transmigration of souls. Right, there's a lot of the pre-Socratic philosophers that borrowed this concept, maybe from the Vedic philosophy, right? The idea that Pythagoras and many other people had was that animals and humans share the same kind of like soul, right? So basically, they said that like Pythagoras, he said that somebody was beating a dog, and he like said he got sad because he said it used to be one of his friends in a previous life. So he thought like dogs and humans can share the same type of sort of soul. So there they developed this idea of the archetypal man, and that really came out of like it really came out of Zoroastrianism and Gnosticism, right, where they developed this idea of like Adam Kadmon, right, or like this universal concept of man. So it was like an archetype that embodied all of mankind, right? And then they sort of put that in terms of the hierarchy of being, in the Kabbalistic tree of life, right? It represents human beings turning into gods, right? So it's kind of like this evolution, through the spiritual phases, right? The hierarchy of being represents like the animal soul, right? It's actually based on Aristotle, right? In his De Anima, he says that there's first the plant soul, then the animal soul, and then the rational soul, which is the soul of the human, So as the soul like goes up different levels, right, until it reaches like the human and then the supernatural phase, right? So in terms of spiritual alchemy, they said you could go beyond human and reach like a godly stage, and that's where the notion of transhumanism and evolution sort of become linked, right? And sort of going beyond the human and becoming this cosmic being. Obviously Pythagoras is a guy who sort of coined the term cosmos, right? And it was the Socratic philosophers who said man is sort of the measure of all things, that man could be like one in one with nature and even go beyond nature, right? So they kind of had this concept, and of course it's sometimes put in terms of religion, sometimes put in terms of science, right? Depending on who you talk to, right? So
yeah, no, I definitely there's a lot of stuff that these pre-Socratic philosophers and other people, mystics and stuff like that, have proposed that is very interesting. I'm surprised that when you think of younger children going to school, if say kids that were adolescents, where there was a teacher that made a good point. He said adolescence, there's no such thing. He said you go from child to young adult, and adolescence is the extension of childhood. And when we look at like just stuff that happened a few centuries ago, or even a century ago, children would be working on their family's farm at an extremely young age, but it's work, but it's also play, because it's sort of like saying, okay, you understand how life works to an extent of we grow food, we pick it, we eat it. And there's a few things that we have to trade with other farmers or go to the general store about. And in the 40s, when supermarkets came on the scene, it changed dramatically, and slowly but surely with the supermarket and then the television advertising what is sold in the supermarket and influencing people with that, we have over decades from the 40s to now, which is almost 100 years ago. It's just shocking that 15 more years, will be a 100-year anniversary of the supermarket. This is like it's like slowly but surely going into an electronic, I guess, like, for lack of a better word, like an electronic prison in a way, to where it's a prison without walls, to where when I try to keep my cell phone away from me, unless I have to keep it close to me, I keep it about a good 10 feet away, because I have meters from about 15 years ago that I had bought that can detect the radiation coming off of a cell phone, coming off of an electrical socket. I used to do readings and stuff like that. I had my own company where there's a thing called dirty electricity. So when electricity goes from a circuit box to the plug back and forth, electricity is similar as water. Like it has a, it flows, like, it has a current, just the way water in running water will have a current as well. And the cell phone, when I use the meter, definitely, I would say a foot to a foot and a half is emitting radiation, and it goes from the yellow to the green to the red. It has about 12 increments on the meter. I have other meters that are more accurate, but the fact that it's letting off that type of radiation from it, and no one cares, this radiation could be altering the way we think and act without us knowing it. I think somebody in the UK, it might have been Black Circle, that talked about if you read a part in the phone, you go into the settings, I forgot where exactly it was, it says that you need to keep this phone 5 millimeters, the minimum of 5 millimeters away from the body. So in the pocket, it's usually not 5 millimeters. It's usually, especially if a person is wearing pants that are tight. I wear more loose fitting clothing, but even then, it's still sometimes in the pocket. It's touching the material that is touching the skin. So it's, I'd say, a millimeter at best, maybe 2 at most. So it's still too close. And if they say 5 millimeters, I know with the meters that I have, you need to keep that thing off your body. You don't want to have that on your body. But we carry it. I go to the store, something, I'll carry it sometimes. I'll have it in my pocket. And who knows what's that doing? What is that doing to us? This is like, I don't even know what to put it as, man. I mean, I like the name, The Machine Lies, Robo Opticals or Metacraft. Would you like to explain what the name, like why you chose that name?
Yeah, well, I'm a critic of the technological system, right? So my show focuses on a critique of the problem of technology, right? So we don't take technology for granted. We treat it as a world system, and we say that the technological system, actually, as it functions today, has an intent, right? And that collective intent is based on the establishment of a monoculture, the establishment of a world system, right? Through international trade and other means, right? So I mean that that the system functions
Oh,
as if it's a conscious entity. For example, right, a city can manipulate and control humans to an extent that everything that is meant for the human survival is furnished by the tertiary forms of communication, and trade that is established by the city itself, right? So the economic and technological means, right, of survival, they've replaced the natural means, right? So they decide and they, control the human aspect.
Hmm.
So that's like more what I'm saying is that, it's like it's sort of a redundant phrase. The machine lies
oh,
because artifice is a lie itself, right? So
sorry to interrupt, but when you said that you're critical of the actual system itself, that's something I've always, had in the back of my mind. I've always been, sort of thinking about as well. I've always
awesome.
seen it. Uh, I've always seen it as like this is like, I mean, technology is a form of it's. I know this might sound a bit woohoo, but it's really just a form of magic. Like if you think about the way transistors work, the way signals are work.
But what is magic? Define magic so people will know what you mean by that.
Well, magic is basically like it's manipulation.
Right.
So manipulate using elements to manipulate the reality.
Right,
Okay.
Um,
concealing the means that you use to do it as well, right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
so
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
like both,
exactly.
yeah.
The machine lies. If you want to put your channel in the private chat, I'll throw it into the main chat because I don't think you can post it directly into the main chat. I'm on StreamYard, so if you want to, maybe we can do a formal interview because Drake has a channel too, and
Yeah, of course, anytime. Yeah, I'll come by
yeah. So if
anytime.
you
Yeah.
want to throw it in whenever you want, but yeah. So that's actually a good way. Using elements, using being able to manipulate something and not letting people know how you're doing it. I've heard somebody said that anything that is looked at as magic can be it can be said to be undiscovered science. So like anything that we think is magical is basically like we see something like a lighter, you press it and it's like, oh, or a flashlight. It's like, that's magic to somebody who doesn't know. Um, but then you start to say, oh no, this is a scientific item that I just didn't know, like you said, how it works. And yeah, so what are your thoughts on that? I'm just typing
Oh,
your
oh,
channel.
so you see with like like the crystals in like a transistor, for example, or like a motherboard, how it's like different crystals, different quartz crystals that are crushed in a certain way that allow, and then like connected through, wires to like create to send signals, through ones and zeros, zeros and ones, to to create a certain output.
Hmm.
That's it's similar to like crystal magic. So like crystal, like magicians would use certain crystals to display images. They'll use crystals like to what do you call it? To show to like to that ball. It's like a, what do they call those balls? Like it's like a ball and you can see into it.
The crystal ball.
Yeah, crystal ball. So like they'll use crystals to like activate a crystal ball, which is similar to like how a television works.
Have you
Right.
ever heard of
Um,
scrying?
yeah, scrying, which is basically ChatGPT, right? Like it's
Well,
the
no.
new.
Scrying is when, and this is fascinating. I wanted to try it. You set up a camera, maybe a cell phone can do it too, camera, and you take a pan. I think the pan has to be metal, or it has to be like metal, or like have a metal thing underneath it, and you use like a stirrer or a spoon to spin the water around. So like you're mixing the water up, and they take pictures of the water. And in the water, like as when you look back at the film and you freeze frames, you'll be able to see faces and stuff. And they said that people would do this in ancient times. They would call it scrying, like looking into, like kind of like we see with these cartoons, the queen looking into the
Like a
bird
scribe
bath.
mirror, the black
Yeah,
mirror.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So like something, it's fascinating. They have a few YouTube videos. I didn't take the time to try it, because you have to set up the apparatus and everything, but it can be done with simple tools that can be found in the kitchen and a camera. The whole thing is making sure you have the filming the whole time, or even have it to where, I know there's some settings where you can take like multiple pictures with one press of the button, like it does a spread shot of like 20 pictures over the course of like 2 seconds. But the video might be a little better. And yeah, it just it's showing me that, wait a minute, how is that possible that you can stir water up and then look back at the frames of the videotape and see that there's certain instances when you're stirring it that it actually forms a face, or you can, are you seeing into something? Because if the ancients was doing this, like they say, they might have understood a way of scrying or seeing into the future, the past, another part of the world. And ESP has a very good point that cities do look like motherboards from the bird's eye view, and microchips look like sigils. Yeah, and when you look at circuit boards too, you see, and Super Sidewinder, you're right. Water does have memory. Yeah, it definitely. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, the any magic being undiscovered science kind of goes in line with what you guys were saying
Well,
about.
it goes to the most fundamental thing, right? About the mind. Evolution has not discovered consciousness, right? So,
Yeah, or even explained life. It
right.
Yeah, exactly. And to 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 make it worse is that not only that it doesn't uh, define life, it lies. It has, it prints textbooks with inaccuracies that say, wait a minute, this thing has been disproven in science, and it still pushes it on the children. I mean, I don't know if when you went to school, did you have to like answer questions about evolution in order to pass a class?
Well, I went to school in a foreign country, and it was an Islamic country. So
Mm.
they did not teach evolution. And then when I came to this country, we went to an Islamic school. So they did not teach evolution there either. They actually taught the opposite. Um, so it's actually interesting. So as a school child, I did not encounter the theory of evolution as much as, when I grew up and I went to philosophy, classes and stuff in college, right? And there I encountered the viewpoint of naturalism, right? Which is sort of like the viewpoint that everything's based off of material, that the mind is just an epiphenomenon, that emerges from the neural functions of the brain, right? So I thought that was all kind of silly, right? Because I said, how does the mind arise from dead matter, let alone life arise from dead matter, right? It actually doesn't make any sense, right? So without either nature being intelligent or some sort of intervention, right, um, of life on a planet-wide scale, right, I don't understand how the theory could even make sense, right, just based on random mutations.
Yeah, yeah. That no, you're absolutely right, man. And I'd like to thank from last night, right when I ended the stream, T. I don't want to say his full name unless he wants me to. I'd like to thank him because I ended the stream, and 1 minute after, Scribe called me and said, "Hey, somebody had donated," and I'd like to thank. I left it pinned to the comment section in the last video. But thank you for the $15 donation. I really appreciate that. He had right when we ended the stream, because we ended it like around a little after 2, and 1 minute later, Scribe called me and was like, "Hey," so I pinned it. But thank you, T. I think we have Plague Doctor. Holy smokes! What's up, bro? It's
Hey,
good.
how's it going? I gotta support, man. I respect I
Yeah.
respect I respect the
Thank
image
Yo,
of it.
what's good, Plague? What's good?
Yo, what's good, Drake? Is
Yeah,
Lake where
we
you're
have
at?
a guest here. The Machine Lies. We got Azroon. You know, he's always been around with us. ESP reevaluation, man. You were so right. The hearts don't pump fully. It's a vortex that in the book, The Secret Teachings of Plants talks about that. Yeah.
Machine lies?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Yeah, how are you doing? It's been a long time since we met.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, blessings to you, man.
Yeah. How's difficult Denson doing?
He stopped talking to me. Yeah, he stopped talking to me. Yeah, he
okay,
stopped talking
okay.
to me. Yeah. We got into it
Oh,
because of another YouTuber, you know. So yeah,
okay,
so that's his choice, though. You know, I'm not you know, his dad, so you know, he could do whatever he wants.
okay.
But yeah, blessings to you, brother.
Yeah, same to you, man.
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. You guys can talk.
Okay.
All right. So, yo, Drake, what time is it over there? No, I see.
It's 12:33 p.m. It's pretty
Oh,
late.
wait, PM
Uh,
or AM?
AM, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, that's
AM.
what I'm saying. You saying, oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
This is about to
It's
be
late
12
as
p.m.
fuck.
over here. So I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's late
Unless,
as
and that
fuck.
man, because unless if that was true, then this must be the end of the freaking world, man. It's the same time over here.
Oh yeah, the freaking
The
2012 movie.
hell yeah, but nah, what you would call it? All right, that's what's up. What's been going on in here? Oh, what have you been talking about?
We're talking about evolution. We've got some guests. We're talking just criticizing the whole system itself, and evolution as well. The
Hmm.
machine. I think this guy said the machine thingy. Sorry, I don't know how to say his name. Is it the machine? The
Yeah, the
machine
machine
lies.
lies. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look at your channel, man, because I swear I've had those thoughts. You know, just like how the system is like, it's like a giant farm, and you know what I'm saying, and
Yeah, this is
and
you
we're
guys.
Did
Smash
you,
TV
yeah.
Live, right? Smash TV Live on Cash App,
who?
right?
So that
Is
machine,
well,
so the machine lies. Who has he ever been on female game? The machine lies. Does he know about it?
um, I think he's more. Are you more of a conspiracy guy, or are you more into like the pills, like the red pill, black pill?
I mean, it don't matter.
I do a mix of conspiracy, theology, philosophy, history. My show is more like deep into different topics. I got my own
Yo, I'm gonna
2 hour
subscribe to
shit.
your shit, bro. Not to cut you off.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
do.
for
Like,
Yeah, I
real.
do like my 2 hour like solo presentation, and then I just open it up and people just talk about whatever they want. But my show is a little bit different. It's like focused on topics of philosophy, conspiracy, theology. Like we go deep into texts and stuff like that.
yeah.
So
I've
I
got a
provide
question for
resources.
you, Machine. Do
Yeah.
you think that, um, like we were the most advanced that we've ever been, or do you think that there were civilizations in the past that were way more advanced than what we have currently right now, like Atlantis,
Um.
for example?
I think that's possible, but I also think that this is a different sort of technological like scope. So like the development of this like technological like thing that we're on, and I think it may be pretty unique because of the ideas of liberalism and secularism and stuff. So I don't think like if there was something like Atlantis, I think they had an idea of like spirituality or something like that. And it was sort of different from what we have now, right? The sort of mechanical world that we live in today is sort of a secular world. So I think it's possible that they had different iterations of this in the past. I'm more inclined to think that history is not, just a linear, development of progress, right? If you look at civilizations throughout history, right, civilization builds up and gets more advanced, and then it declines, right? So I think that it's been a cyclical thing. That civilization has progressed in a cyclical mode. But human beings have experienced a collective devolution while that's happened. I think we've, placed ourselves in a sort of evolutionary cul-de-sac where the only road out is to sort of combine humans with machines, or to reject the system and accept all the consequences of that, right? And I think that,
What's the consequences of rejecting the system?
Off grid.
yeah,
Oh,
I think
come
at the
on. Why you
very
gotta be
least,
extreme though? But why you always gotta do extreme like
It's because what's going to happen is there's going to be the merging of, like he said, merging of machine and human. When technology reaches that stage, think about how is it going to work? How is the job market and all those things going to work when you have people that have cybernetic implants? They will be able to outcompete anyone. So unless you're able to match them by becoming a cyborg as well, it's pretty much it would be very very difficult to compete with such people. You know what I'm saying? So
are you
you would
talking
have to
like
pretty
physical? Are you
much.
talking like physical feats?
Yeah, no, I'm talking even mental. Like, think about a person who's got like like cybernetics. They probably
I mean,
they probably have.
I kind of disagree a little bit, so just a little bit because I feel like that shit is very experimental. It's gonna have a very big experimental stage. So I feel like what y'all saying, it's possible, but it's gonna take time. It's gonna take a lot of trial and error. So a lot of the guys who do try it at first, they may experience this couple boosts. But I don't know if you ever watched the anime. What's his name? The Machine Line. Yeah, Machine Lies. I don't know if you ever watched the anime Cyberpunk 2077. They made an anime version of it, and
no, I haven't
they
seen
had
that
a
one. No. But yeah,
yeah, they made an anime version of the game. If you heard about the game, right? And it's literally what you said. And when you put too much gear on and shit, whatever they call that shit, when you install too much, it increases your chances of going cyber cycle, where you just
yeah,
start shooting shit up and start acting like a retard. I mean, well, you know,
right,
yeah, like you. No, it's sad. No, when you watch the movie in the anime or the game, it's sad. Really, it's fucking sad because like them trying to better themselves, you're worsening yourself
right.
too much technology. So I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
like
more of a possible thing.
that's like the movie Johnny Mnemonic. I don't know if you ever seen that. But you
Nah, that
start
sounds
getting
dope
like,
Yeah,
though.
I've seen it.
yeah,
It's about Keanu Reeves. He lives in a dystopian future where the Yakuza control the US economy, and
right,
they actually like imprint all the information in the mind actually, and how he takes on the Yakuza in a futuristic dystopian world. It was a flop, and Dolph Lundgren was the villain also in that movie. He was like a crazy priest. It flopped the movie, but it had a very realistic approach towards the future.
right, right. Especially how they show the internet. They show him
Yeah,
logging onto the internet, like in his
yeah,
mind. And also like there's viruses that could like hack his mind and steal information that he's like sort of loaded. The main thing is that it's actually written a screenplay by William Gibson, the writer of Neuromancer. So the popular science fiction novel. So it's notable for that. But yeah,
but the thing is, if we are so dependent on technology, we're deriving all our emotions from the machines. So even our love has become machine like, and in the
right,
process we've lost our humanity. It's actually horrifying.
right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Yeah, it's only, and the thing is, because technology advances like at a rapid rate. Think about maybe 50 years ago, computers were the size of whole rooms, right? Like the computers that allegedly sent the rockets to Mars, they were the size of the whole computer unit was the size of a whole room. And now we have phones, like iPhones, and it's only 50, 60 years later, we have iPhones that have more processing power than the computers that sent rockets
Yeah.
to the moon. So technology does it, especially with in combination with AI as well. Technologies, it does advance pretty quickly.
But I think we human beings actually are not that intelligent. We just make good mediums of possession. Some supernatural being controls us, possesses us, and make sure that we get
Yes,
this
yes.
knowledge.
That right. This.
Ah,
No, I'm saying
just
yes, exactly. But yeah, yeah, I agree too. I agree. Me and Drake agree on that. That like, uh, like some civilizations are very smart, but it's like I don't know. It's like, come on, man. Like we know there's extra. Come on, there's other creatures that's giving people this advanced information.
Oh yeah, man. There's definitely an agenda. You know, they want control. It's everything goes back to control.
Yeah.
Like whatever,
And then
whatever they are.
and then every civilization has these weird looking gods. Every five, say, come on, bro. Like I'm not stupid. Every civilization has. Yeah, you can say, oh well, they just have a good imagination. Nah, bro. All of them be drawing the same weird shit, the same creepy
Same
weird shit.
stories as well. Hey, the same
Yeah,
similar stories. Like
yeah, bro. And
different tribes that
I
couldn't
don't know if you
communicate
know
at the
if you
time.
join a lodge, if you join a G lodge, right?
Yeah.
The first thing they'll do, you're gonna see before you even start your initiation, you're gonna see a bunch of, and this is public information because this is like the entry level, so it ain't that much of a secret. But you'll see all five of the world's religions. You'll see Judaism, you'll see Muslim, the Quran, you'll see Christianity, the Bible. You're gonna see, I think you're gonna see the Hindu thing. You're gonna see all five
Yeah,
of the
that's
great
because
religions,
yeah, that's
and they,
because it's from the time of Jesus, right? I mean, it
yeah,
was created
so
by the Alexandrian Jews, right? Because they understood the world culture, so they combined the Bible with the world religions at the time, and they created like a sort of neo-paganism, you know.
that's crazy.
Yeah,
but the thing is, paganists also know that these gods that you see, the form actually, it you have to understand the subtle essence behind the form. These are astral forces that can assume any kind of form that we want. So the symbolic meaning behind the form of every deity is very important. They can take that form on the astral plane and come and see us over here on the physical plane. They can assume any form that they want. So to understand the gist of the meaning behind the form is the true knowledge over here.
right, right. Like going back to the idea of evolution, right? Whenever you
Mm,
Yeah,
see an angel or a god with the animal head, it usually
yeah,
represents time, right? The
yeah,
passage of time, right? Like you have
correct, correct.
Ganesha, right? You have the
Yeah,
angel with four faces in Ezekiel, right? And it
yeah.
represents different ages, right? So it's interesting how that works.
Yeah, and even those angels have a lion's head, a goat's head. I forgot which deity that is, but they had which angel that is, but they have four animal faces. To and
Right.
some angels look like Lovecraftian entities, like Yog Sothoth, where they'll have eyes everywhere. So I think that's the cherubim or something like that. I forgot which angels those were, but they look like Yog Sothoth actually.
Yeah, I think they were playing tricks with that because the eyes and the technology that they have is two different things, right?
Sorry,
So the
sorry to interrupt, but
yeah,
I'm love. Sorry, I'm loving this conversation, man. Because usually when I hop in these, like we talking about chicks, man. I'm tired of these hoes, man.
yeah,
But
bro.
I'm loving
And
this, man.
this is
Yeah.
American Zombie. This is American Zombie, bro.
Actually,
right.
American Zombie is better than the other show, like Female Game, because we've talked everything that we can about women. This is something
Yeah,
different and out of the world.
Yeah, man. I'm just straight up tired
yeah,
of these hoes, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah,
Appreciate that for calling it out. Yeah. Oh, you just started coming on live streams, Drake.
yeah. I
How
just
the hell you
hopped on a
found it?
few.
Damn, I should have told you. Damn, how you found it?
Uh, it's the Black Pill hashtag. I go with the Black Pill hashtag and I search
Ah,
out which videos come out today and the week, and then
okay.
I
Yeah, and it's
just
not. It
yeah.
is big, even though Black Pill is big. It's not that big, so it's like you'll find it
Yeah,
if you go online.
yeah, but sorry to interrupt. You guys can continue. I'll mute myself.
Yeah,
With regards to the eyes, that these entities have multiple eyes, there's a practice in Buddhism called Falun Gong. So I've read some some interesting things about that. The human being has many energy meridians, like the lung meridian, the large intestine meridian, the heart meridian, the spleen meridian, the central meridian that goes all over the body in the center. So these meridians have many pressure points. So actually, when you start doing this Falun Gong exercise, the energy meridians start becoming bigger and bigger. The pressure points actually start disappearing, and wherever the pressure points was there, the eyes start developing. Actually, you'll develop multiple vision, multi universal vision, and you'll be able to see all the way up to infinity. Actually, it's kind of crazy, but imagine having that kind of power, like seeing through walls, seeing through the entire cosmos. Actually,
Sounds like some
because
Marvel shit. No, go ahead.
yeah, yeah, but the thing is, physics is based first on measurement, right? So you observe everything with your eyes. Based on that, you create the chapter called estimation and units. So we try to measure what we see and give them units to measure. Then you get the chapter measurement of length, volume, mass, and time. Then experimentation. Then you get the chapter called motion in a single dimension, then motion in multiple dimensions. Then you get the chapter laws of motion, then upthrust in fluids and pressure dynamics, then current electricity, static electricity, magnetism. So you take all this into consideration. It's in a sequential order. So everything rests on the foundation of estimation and units and measurement of length, volume, mass, and time, because we're seeing with our eyes to measure. But having multiple vision, you won't need this. You'll go beyond physics only. There's something crazy and metaphysical, actually.
Yeah, I think that
No, that's
yeah,
interesting. I
people.
don't even know how
Oh,
to.
sorry, my bad.
Now you go. Now you can go ahead. I don't even know what the fuck to say.
Yeah, I think that like that like you said metacognition and
Yeah.
it's like altered states of consciousness. No, you're onto something because at the high, if you look at the like the science or the best scientists or even at the highest levels of scientists of even science, if you look at the scientists, a lot of them use like Albert Einstein, for example. He used to go into altered states to he would sit
Yeah.
there with a notepad and he would go into an altered state to like get ideas. A lot of high levels, like
But
a
what
lot
is
of
it?
high
But
level science.
I have a question for after you go. I have a question after you go.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say a lot of high level scientists like they're heavily involved in the occult, in occult practices and stuff like that.
That's what I was just about
Um,
to freaking ask you. I'm glad that you. I was just about to say, what is this altered state? Because everyone has a different. Oh, it's some extra beyond a mind that most unsmart people can't get to. Like, no, bro. A lot of this shit is like from higher powers, bro. From
magicians.
Yeah.
higher
These are
intelligent
they're technically
beings.
magicians,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
But
bro.
At
A
the
lot of these
highest level,
scientists,
science
bro.
becomes magic.
Hell yeah. Because
Yeah.
you're one of the most successful people, bro. Like, it's no accident, bro. Like, when they can't explain how they do certain, like, sometimes it's talent, but then sometimes, like, nah, bro. Like, even Nikola Tesla, bro. Like, he's an extremely smart guy, bro. Like, he doesn't get as much credit as he deserves. He really don't. But let's be real. You don't think he got some kind of help too before? I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, he did.
he said that he
The,
used to in his diary. He's sorry, Asvarun, but he said that he used to speak to entities. But yeah, you go. My bad.
mm, the thing is, Nikola Tesla observed celibacy for a very long time. Like the way Vivekananda observed celibacy, if you can observe celibacy for 12 years without dropping a seed of your, without dropping a single drop, without losing a single drop of semen, then there's a
Yeah,
special
that's what I be
nadi in the
doing,
brain.
Drake. So.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm back.
yeah,
I
yeah.
see Varun is on you guys with his
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I appreciate it. I
Yeah,
like it
man.
though.
I
It
like it.
pushes,
I like it. I fuck with
it
it.
pushes
Yeah.
my mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was just telling them MD like I'm enjoying this channel more because I'm just getting tired of these hoes. You know what I'm saying? Like type shit. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that's something that all men need, that knowledge. I mean, this is whenever I did, like tonight I might do the like a lot of slides that I took pictures of in museums and also stuff that on the internet about ancient civilizations. men care about this, and women as well. I mean, this is a channel that's friendly to both. Tasha, was in the chat. Always a pleasure to see her. Ashar, Rumor, when she comes on every now and then. Desi used to come on. So the fact that this is something that younger men don't have the opportunity to do sometimes, but also need to be comfortable with that, with a non sexual conversation with women. And thanks, Tasha. Appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to be able, and I don't see this in many of these spaces where it's either one or the other, But it's like I explain this to Scribe and other guys. It's like, look, if you don't have relationships where you can speak with women about just normal stuff that is
You gotta
non,
have the game. You gotta have the game. My name Enos.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I mean, you think about it, it's like that's a part of us that is missing. We need to cultivate that. We need to be able to have a conversation with people of both genders to say, look, men especially, we see that, okay, we need this. Like, this is why guys are drawn to, hey man, you know what? Yeah, we can talk about dating and stuff, but this is more important. This outlasted our hormones. Yes, you want to do that, but how long is that going to last? I mean, usually making connection, which is rare to find somebody that you have that connection with sexually and also mentally. It takes it to the next level. I mean, to where it's like you
Yeah.
can actually talk to your partner about certain things, and say, hey, you know what? That it's very hard to attain that. But the knowledge itself, to be able to say, hey, you know what? I want to know what it is. Evolution doesn't give me a full answer. It lies on top of that. And religion does something similar, but religion's a little more honest with saying, look, it's just a belief, man, so there is no evidence. You got to take it for what it is. The problem is if you can't go outside the parameters of that religion. So if you say, okay, this is what the religion is saying, now let me go outside and say, where did they like, is there other knowledge? Where did they get the knowledge to write this book? And now it starts to get interesting. Great to see you, Service. Yeah, we're on UK time, man, in the day. And I got to thank Tom, man. The conversation with Tom, man, he really that led into Drake hopping on, and then the machine lies as Rune, Plague Doctor, which shows that these conversations are needed. There's something in it that fills something that we all need to say, you know what, I needed to talk to somebody about that. And there's an old saying, sometimes only paper will listen. And I know as a writer and producer that, yeah, sometimes I'll be writing and I'll say, man, it feels so good to publish it. Like when I put out this Human Origin book, it's going to be shocking. People are going to literally be like, wait a minute. So you're saying this? And I'm responding with, I'm not saying it. I'm presenting the evidence that points toward human creation in this way. Evolutionists will try to slander and say, oh, you're a creationist. Well, like I said before, they're a creationist too. They think it was created in a different way. But the cognitive dissonance that they hold in their minds, it makes them think that they're above somebody scientifically because they believe in creation. But they believe in creation too. And they believe in creation in a much more ridiculous way, that it happened by chance. Nothing turned into something, exploded. When you really analyze it, you see that they have a mental disease. They really do. And a lot of religious people do too. What did Nietzsche say? Nobody converts to a religion. You have to be sick enough to accept it. That applies for evolution, because evolution is a religion. But yeah, Machine Lies, did you have any thoughts on like would you like to explain some of the stuff that your channel is about?
Yeah, right now we're
I'm
we're actually
curious.
talking about this idea of alchemy, right, and how it relates to the ideas of Hegel. So it just so happens that in the 1800s, right, you had a bunch of different concepts about them developing a world system, and the whole idea was about the collective consciousness of man, or the apotheosis of the state, right? And Hegel, he has a pseudo eschatology, right? That means that he has an end times sort of prophecy, right? That then Marx adopted, right? And it sort of has to do with the salvation, theology of the Jews, because they talk about this idea of national restoration, right? So it's this idea that at the end times, right, Israel will be restored as a nation, right? So this idea of the state coming to be through the idea of the collective consciousness, right, is there. And I'm in Hegel, right? Hegel has it, but Darwin also sort of has the notion of progress within his theory, because he says the gap between the monkeys and the humans is going to become larger over time,
Well, he said
right? So,
that in the Descent of Man. It was kind of like I wouldn't say a prophecy, but it was kind of like a subliminal programming to say, okay, what their real goal is eugenics, and they want to
right,
eradicate everything between what they consider to be humans, which is people from the northern part of Asia. In comparison, he said everything else from in between will be eradicated to where you have a baboon, so
right,
okay, like a baboon, and it's really horrible. It shows that the lie of evolution was pushed purposely to divide people, to get people to think that one person is better than the other, even though Darwin was inbred. He was married to his first cousin, and who knows what kind of
right.
inbreeding happened before that.
R-
And
r-
to say,
right,
yeah,
and that's where it gets to some conspiracy stuff, because his family actually produced the Huxleys, and Julian Huxley was actually the founder of UNESCO, and he actually coined the term transhumanism, right?
wow,
He was the first one to say the term itself.
wow, that is that's deep, man. Yeah. So this is the time. So you talk about stuff like that, and like what other stuff?
Right, right, right. And we break it down from the text. I'm like right now we're looking at Glenn McGee, Hegel, and the Hermetic tradition, but we're also looking at the economic and philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx, that he wrote in 1844,
Mm-hmm.
right, and
Now,
comparing and contrasting different ideas and thoughts. So we go to the texts
mhm.
themselves and expose, where these ideas come from.
Now, for people, most of them will know who Darwin is. Could you explain to them who Hegel is?
Yeah, Hegel is another writer that's writing in the 1800s, and he's sort of talking about how the state is going to become the embodiment of the collective consciousness of humanity. This notion he called the apotheosis of the state, right? You might see this notion of apotheosis is sort of like becoming like a god, right? So this notion of the state becoming like a god and becoming the collective consciousness of humanity. He thought that, the French Revolution and Napoleon was an embodiment of this progress throughout history, right? He called it the world spirit, right? So Hegel was an interesting guy that was sort of a thinker about this notion of progress, right? So I think Darwin and Blavatsky, they also talked about sort of progress, and their disciples sort of dreamed about the creation of this world system. So yeah, so
Hmm. Wow, wow, that's pretty deep. Azrun, any thoughts on that? All right.
No, I'll have to look into it. But
Okay.
MD, I need to go. It's
Okay.
very late right now.
Yeah. No, that's
Thank you for
cool,
having
man.
me on your show.
Definitely,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Thank you,
blessings,
man.
Asver.
What time is it over
yeah, yeah.
there?
It's 10:30
Okay.
in
So
the
we'll
night.
talk soon, man. We might stream tonight.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, bro. All right.
Okay. Thank you, MD. Thanks,
Yeah.
everyone. Bye.
Thank you for coming on, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate
peace.
it.
Man, have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, and Drake, your channel, and BP Drake, and Plague Doctor, what would you like to say what your channel is about? Because the name of your channel is really amazing. The 21st century is a dystopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what type of stuff do you guys usually talk about on there?
So I'll probably go first.
Yeah.
So on my channel, of course, I essentially came up with a name because I was thinking, I was like, I was just like, I used to name it a bunch of stuff before, and then I don't know, I just think to myself, I'm like, yo, this world is such a freaking dystopia, yo. Like from dating to economics, just me learning things. I'm like, yo, this is some real dystopian. Like they were not lying with the movie. So I said, the 21st century is a dystopia, and it just had a ring to it. So then I went with that, and I said, you know what, and I have all respect for the Black Pill and the BP,
Hmm.
but I'm kind of starting off going into BP adjacent things. So I'm going to go into like, but I'm not going to, but I kind of dropped the lingo, like the vocabulary, because I ain't going to lie. I feel like when you use a lingo, you kind of stick to lookism. They kind of put you in a box, and
Yep.
they ban you really quick. You have to be very creative with how you go about it. That's why when you see Face IQ and all those other guys and stuff like that, they go higher because you have to be creative with how you go about it. So you can give Black Pill information. You just have to be very, like I said, the
Hmm.
formatted and stuff.
Yeah.
So essentially, of course I kind of just react to anything that I'm usually interested in. So like similar stuff. So I'll take like economical stuff. I'll react to I'll react to dating videos or videos about women. I'll react to just lifelong stuff. I'll even make my own topic videos and stuff like that. Um, and yeah, and I just kind of give my point of view. I talk about money, how the money system is. So I kind of it's like a little all around, and then I kind of just put like a psychological BP science element to it, you know.
Hmm.
So that's kind of the gist of it, and all of it ties into how this is dystopia right now. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And have you
So that's
watched
it.
any dystopian films like 1984,
Oh
Brave? Yeah.
man, I
Okay.
watched. I didn't watch 1984. I heard about it. I watched it. I know that we have some. So I'm a little bit younger, so we have some like Divergent. We have some that's from our era. But I do know that in the 90s, y'all had the best dystopian films. Like there's some with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. Like y'all have the best dystopian film. I'm not gonna lie, the sci-fi, y'all sci-fi is the best.
Yeah.
I've watched a few, but
Well, even before us, they were better ones. There was
They Lived, I think. I don't know.
yeah, They Live was from my time, but they had Soylent Green was freaking amazing. That was before my time. I think it was published in 73. The Omega Man, Planet of the Apes actually gave some good similarities to
Yeah,
show how,
Planet Ape,
like
yeah.
it showed a lot with prejudice and stuff like that, and how, the apes think that they were better than the humans, and, kind of mocking evolution in a way. And, there was some pretty good ones. Invasion of the Body Snatchers from the 50s. That was just, way, I wasn't even born,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's just unbelievable. And then going into the 60s with I think it was Night of the Living Dead, which was shocking
The
because
zombie movie, yeah.
I mean, the
That's a
fact that,
classic.
yeah, and the big thing about that was George Romero. That was, I think, one of the first roles where you had a black male in the lead. So you had a black man that was the lead character in Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It was monumental, and it played into some racial overtones too at the end when he was shot. And the mob that he was shot by was very reminiscent of a lynch mob, even though he was the only survivor. Um, and yeah, then you go into the 70s, and of course the remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers was really good. It might have even been surpassed the original from I think it was in the 50s. And then going into the 80s, the 70s had some pretty good ones. That's, Soylent Green and a few others. 80s, now you're going into some of the 80s Videodrome and some stuff like that, showing that a television could push a person to do something. That's a very downplayed movie. It's kind of
They've
revealing.
been showing us from then, man.
Yeah, yeah. But then the 90s might have had some of the real, well, the 80s also had The Thing. The Thing is possibly one of the best horror movies of a alien life form that can mimic humans or mimic anything else, a dog, any life form. And that was done very well. It was a remake from, again, something that was published, I think, in the 50s or even the 40s. And then going forward into, well, something, They Live. I think They Live was the 80s. Yeah, They Live.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that was They Live. There was another one called The Believers with Martin Sheen, where people were sacrificing their firstborn son to gain power. And his son was of age, and they were trying to get him to join the cult. And all of the people that came out were like big corporation business owners, stuff like that. And it was kind of openly implying really that these people had sacrificed one of their offspring to gain that type of power. I mean, The Believers is a shocking, like, holy smokes, that movie is shocking. The premise on it is just like, wow.
Yeah.
And it's not well known. That's the craziest thing. And then, of course, going into the 90s was Total Recall. Um, there was a few others that I don't remember offhand. But yeah, I don't know if Drake is there, but if he wanted to explain his channel too.
Oh yeah. My channel started off as Black Pill. So it was me and Y though. I was originally decided to, like, the whole thing is like I was Drake and then he was Y though. And then it's like, Black Pill Drake, but why though? He's Black Pill. Drake is Black Pilled, but why though? Why is he black? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so originally started off as just Black Pill, the whole looks, yada yada. But now we're moving into like more of the high, like the more other levels of the Black Pill, because I think that, the looks, the women stuff, that's maybe the tip of the iceberg. But then, further down the line, there's more to uncover. And so I'm moving in more into like conspiracies, and just going further, yeah, just trying to discover what the real truth is. um, and yeah, I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing tutorials soon on how to, like, looks max, niche max, all kinds of things planned. But mainly it's Black Pill, but we're moving more into conspiracy theories. But yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, Blake, you had something?
Definitely careful when you tread those waters, though, bro. See, like, with my channel, like, I'm gonna go over just all kind of different stuff, and of course, I'm gonna break it from like a more BP lens that kind of see the cogs in the wheel, right? But I'll probably lightly touch on things that are half somewhat obviously conspiracy. I'll probably lightly touch it, but I don't know, man. You just gotta careful. I mean, there's some channels that actually can if you're gonna do that, Drake, if there's some channels like if you do grow and stuff, just you just gotta be very on eggshell with your language. But you already know that. That's what I noticed for
Oh
the
yeah,
people that kind of thrive.
I got 2 videos taken down so far. So yeah, so I'm definitely not going to be mentioning any, like I'm not going to be political. I mean, I'll mention politics, but I want to be more like, I don't want to be mentioning certain groups or stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to be careful with the way I say things. That way, it's part of terms of service, and that way I can hopefully keep not get more strikes. Because I've already had 2 videos taken down. YouTube obviously doesn't tell you why they take down the videos. They'll just say something like terms of service or whatever, hate speech, whatever. Which is, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really the reason why they make it so vague is so that if you say something that is maybe like maybe you get too close to the truth, or like you say something that is a bit, you know, a bit, maybe just a bit real. Um, they can just take down your channel or take down your video and just give you not give you a reason why. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm definitely going to be careful. Yeah, definitely, I'll heed your advice and just make sure that I
Yeah, and there's trigger words.
I'm
There's
cautious.
trigger words that trigger the Wikipedia under your video. When you put the Wikipedia stuff under your video, there's trigger words for that on Big Brother.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome Professor Meeks, man. What's up, bro? Is this you? Uh, Professor Meeks, you're on mute. If you just unmute yourself. Hmm. I don't know if Professor Meeks is there. Are there? Professor Meeks? Prof Meeks? You're unmuted. I don't know. I can't hear you. Maybe it's something with your mic. I don't think if anybody else can hear him.
No, I
Yeah.
can't hear him.
Yeah, it might be something with his mic.
No.
Yeah, I think it's something with the connection of the mic, Professor Meeks. Yeah, he hopped off. Yeah, what were you saying? You plague doctor? You were saying something? Or? I didn't know.
No, I was just telling them you know how you look at certain people's stuff and you'll see like the G Lodge under their Wikipedia, under their video, or you'll see self deletion under the video. That's because they're saying certain trigger words. That essentially means you're saying too many keywords now.
Can you
Now they're watching you more.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I interrupted, but yeah, I'll just stay in the background until you guys finish talking, then I'll hop in.
Now you can go on. You can go on now.
Yeah, I was trying to get my thing together, so I kind of missed what was you guys talking about. I heard about the just all the general stuff, the movies and stuff like that. Then it kind of cut off while I was trying to get my stuff together.
If you know about any good dystopian movies, or because Plague Doctor's channel is 21st Centuries of Dystopia. Um, any movies that kind of wake people up, like Gattaca and other movies, great.
The Matrix,
Literally
1984.
Matrix. Yeah.
Also a game. If you, I'm not, oh yeah, you're not into gaming. I was gonna say Cyberpunk 2070. I think it's 2077. 2070. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cyberpunk
77.
something. Yeah. So that one, and also there's one called In Time, and there's one more. Oh yeah, Altered Carbon. That one is pretty fucking nuts. But yeah, 1984
I
is
think
probably
there's
the
a
most useful one. Yeah.
I think it's a PlayStation 2 game. It's called Deuce X: The Conspiracy. I downloaded it on an emulator and I played some, but the
Oh
emulator kept
yeah,
acting up because I
Deus
don't want to buy
Ex.
another.
Yeah, I know that.
Now
That
that,
I
shit.
know
That
that.
was a minute ago.
yeah,
Yeah, that one
yeah, and
is
then I was gonna go
that
into
one's some real shit.
the series Outer Limits. To me, is the most for me, easily the most BP everything. It goes into literally everything. It goes into the SEX robots. They have multiple episodes on that. They have one with the microchip implant. They have one where there's a global collapse and nuclear stuff going on, and the economy collapses in real time. And a guy's scanning his wrist with a microchip in it. They have one where aliens are invading, and then and the aliens are actually here to save humanity, but the humans go and destroy the aliens. And it was trying to leave a message like, we're actually trying to save you, punk ass bitches, but you guys are too retarded to get it. I mean, it was one of them. They literally every facet of this. They have one with an incel who like gets back into school and he does the pew pew thing and he's trying to stop, but he has the science to create a bomb with cold fusion. They literally touch every single topic that's happening in modern society. I've never seen a more BP show than that. It's almost this lets me know that it's literally programmed. They know what they're doing. Whoever's in control has some superhuman strength and ability where they're purposely creating the perfect system and a petri dish so you can get a outcome that's already predetermined. And this is why I spiritually do believe there's a God, because to me there's clearly a Satan or a force with godlike abilities
Yeah.
that can create the technology, knows.
Oh, sorry, man. You go, man. I just wanted to say what you were saying about how like there's TV shows and like they'll sort of pre-program people with even with the whole like Charlie Kirk thing. There was a movie called Snake Eyes. In and if you watch the movie, there was a politician by the name of Charlie Kirk who gets quick scoped by a guy called an assassin called Tyler the Great. So it was pretty the movie happened
Yeah, in a
years before
car,
the actual uh
and
oh
then the
sorry,
car had
you go.
47 on it or something like that. It was a
Yeah,
number
some
47 on
yeah,
somewhere.
and it's just like that was spooky, man.
Yeah,
Very spooky.
And Charlie Kirk's father helped build the Trump Tower. And his wife, Charlie Kirk's wife, who clearly was never attracted to him, you could just tell by the body language and everything. I mean, anybody with
Oh
common
yeah,
sense can see
brutal
this.
BP right there.
But she was involved in Romania. She was involved in human trafficking, like a lot of these elites are. And the whole Trump, and she knew Trump prior to she knew knowing Charlie Kirk. And so yeah, she was actually a part of Trump's beauty pageant in Romania. She started an organization, and a lot of kids in Romania was going up missing. And so that's like her whole connection to the whole thing going on. Um, I mean,
What do you
all
think
this
about the
stuff is
Andrew
very
Tate thing?
you can predict. I mean, Trump would never be in power unless he was a part of. I think to me, Andrew Tate. I mean, he's there to fill a void. I mean, they always have people to fill in voids because they already know that there's going to be a rebellious side. So they bring in people and they inject them to reprogram them so you can have a leader. This is what was done with even with like the Black Power movement, with like guys like
Yeah,
all
Martin
the
Luther King.
leaders of those times.
Yeah,
Dr. King was a black boule. They
yeah.
insert people to fill a void that's going to be empty because everybody's looking for a hero,
Controlled
and so
opposition
all people do is look for people who meet their primary who meet their
interest.
primary focus. And so let's say I'm a slave and I'm looking to be free. As long as a guy comes, oh, I'm gonna give you freedom and stuff, he meets your bare necessities, then the rest you'll ignore. In the event somebody calls you out, everybody's gonna look at that person like the enemy. And usually those people are slaughtered quick. So and they just die as martyrs. They're like, oh, he was right all along, but it's too late by then.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
how I look at Tate. Tate, he's clearly bought out, especially you look at this guy's morals. He's admitted to himself he likes to scam, man. He literally brags about it. Says, "Oh yeah, I took
Let's.
these guys for all the work. I don't give a f about them. They deserve it." But
Yeah,
yet, this is the
yeah.
same guy saying he's
Oh man, you went out.
Yeah, he was spitting,
But
bro. What
no, he was
happened?
spitting. But you know what? I do
oh
gotta
no, oh no,
be
I
that.
mean
Oh, you muted yourself? Wait, what the? Wait, fix your thing first. We want to hear what you say.
no, I was wondering if these guys are gonna cut in. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, one thing I realized is that what led me to the truth in general. Before I found the BP, I was already kind of BP looking how society was going out and it was declining. Like I used to get picked on a lot for not getting girls, even by my brother. And I would always address it from a societal standpoint, like this isn't good for society, what's going on. But what led me to the truth though was a documentary called Money as Debt. It's an animated documentary. It's the documentary I recommend today because you throw out words like conspiracy theory and stuff like that. These are
Money's
very
debt.
antisocial connotations that are connected with it. So people are gonna look at you
Yeah,
like weird and stuff
yeah.
like that.
Money is
It's gonna
debt.
turn them off.
It's
Yeah,
called.
it's an animated cartoon and it teaches you how money. It gives you through the whole history. Yeah, it's called Money as Debt. It's an animated documentary. It has a series, but all you need to do is
So
watch the first one,
so money.
and it
So
will.
fiat currency is like all about debt or something like.
Well, yeah,
I
no,
think
well, that's the doc. Yeah, well, of course, fiat currency is debt in itself. If there were no debt, there would be no currency. And you can watch the documentary; it'll explain it better than I can, more efficiently.
Okay, okay,
But that
okay,
was the
okay.
documentary really woke me up. And then another one called All Wars Are Bankers' Wars. That's another good documentary. Then of course I saw the 9/11 documentaries, which they speak for themselves. The evidence is just overwhelming. I mean, the guy he had an insurance claim for the towers and stuff like that, and warning. I mean,
Right.
just look at what happened with Building 7, and people are still idiots. They want to believe that your vote counts, and even in the doctrine of the American Constitution, it tells you your vote don't count. The people, the electoral college decide. So they even tell you up front. And I mean, it's so weird how people. Then, of course, you go into Black's Law Dictionary. It says human. Human, I think, means monster. And you start going into these things. You like, wow, I'm not taught the things that I need to survive in society. But
Exactly.
I'm given. I think most people are given enough where you can see the symptoms or the hint, and some people just close their eyes because they want to believe in the society. But you see the dysfunction. The dysfunction is really the end all be all. You
The
see
corks and
dysfunction,
Yeah,
something's
screws. The
wrong with
corks
it.
and screws behind the machines. You know. Sorry, go.
yeah,
what do you
you're
think?
right. Oh, sorry, my bad.
I wanted no. Go ahead, Jake. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, even your language sets you up for it's a trick as well. Like it's a
Yep.
trap. Like think about like the English language is encoded in magic. Like
Hmm.
spelling. You know what I'm saying? Spelling. When you spelling, you're spelling like casting a spell. Grammar is similar to grimoire. It's a grimoire is basically a magical book that magicians use to cast spells. When you say bless, be less. When you say pray, like a prey, like an animal, you know what I'm saying? So it's like even the language that we use on a daily, like the weekday, weakness day, weekend, weakness, and like it's like even the language that we've been taught, it's
Yeah.
used against us type shit. But yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wrote a book about that
Morning,
actually called
morning.
Spellcaster. Yeah. Go ahead. Who was that? Machine? Or I don't know. Meeks? Was that you?
Yeah, I think it was Meeks.
Yeah, go ahead, man. What do you think about evolution? Them pushing it on people in schools and stuff?
No, I was just saying a quick like good like what you say. Good morning.
Oh yeah, good morning. I actually
Well, it's
wrote in
filled
the
the void
book.
of a new.
Yeah, I actually and thank you, Cerberus, man. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I wrote two books actually. One called Secret Words by Sidney Prince and Spellcaster by Sidney Prince. And Spellcaster actually talks about just what you're saying. Good morning. Morning is for a funeral. And what you do before the funeral is you have a wake. So people say they wake in the morning. So right there, you have two funerary terms. And then they say they go to their job, which is, I think it's the Hebrew word for persecution, the Job, the persecuted. Uh, then during, like you said, the weekday. So not the strong day, during the weekday. And then you get the weekend of the deal. This is in our language, and most most people um most people will not know what they're doing. They'll say good morning. Well, what's good about the morning? Why not good day? If you look at other languages, it's good day. In Spanish, it's bueno dias, right? Good day. In Portuguese, bom dia, good day. In French, bonjour. In Italian, buongiorno. So we see that it's good day. German, guten Tag. You know, now in some of the Germanic languages, it does go to morning. Guten Morgen, um, uh, God morgon in Swedish, and God morgen in Norwegian. But I would have to look deeper into those languages to see, okay, what is the word? Uh, what is the word for mourning itself compared, like how we can compare it? Say, okay, mourning is a funerary term, and and in another language, is it that? Gift in German, right? I think that means poison. So how does that come into English as a present, as something that is a surprise, or would be a good surprise, right? Why would they call it a gift when that means poison? And English is very similar to German. We have about 50% is German, 40% Latin, another 10% is sprinkles of other languages. So I wrote these two books basically on Amazon to show, and I write these in a different genre under a different author name, because the other books about dating and relationships, were just different. So this is why I separate, the different author names. Altogether, I've written about 6 books, co-authored a 7th one, but really myself, there's 6 books written. And well, I've worked on other projects too, but I don't know if the machine lies is still there, but
Yeah,
yeah. If
yeah.
anything, if you have anything you want to comment on this, because you really expounded very well on a lot of stuff too about evolution and stuff. How it's basically used to control people. I mean, it's such a blatant lie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, we've been talking about it a lot actually. One of the people on our show actually brought up the hard problem of symbols, right? Just as there's a hard problem of consciousness, there's a hard problem of symbols, right? So symbolic intelligence is actually a layer above language, right? So symbols are not they're different from iconicity, right? Which is sort of mimicking sound and speech, and it's different from language, right? Because language, right, it requires meaning, but symbols, you could sort of overlayer contextualization and meaning, right? So that you don't really so it goes beyond the process of language, right? So I think like information, right, is like on the level of communication, whereas you don't need language, for the purpose of communication, right? Because two machines can just send information to each other, and that's communication, right? Language requires an interpreter, right? So language requires meaning. Symbols don't need language, right? They could go beyond language, where you could have layered meaning, right, way beyond language. So I think that it's interesting in terms of how the whole magic world and the symbolic world is sort of the pretext for language, right? So it's just obvious that symbols are more powerful than language. But yeah, so so yeah, that's a little bit of what I'll
That's
say about it.
sigils. That's the word sigils and shit like that. Game imagery.
Right. Right. So if you look at like Edward Bernays, right, when he was trying to like get the women to smoke, right? He had the women smoking, and then he had a banner called Torches of Freedom. So people would relate it to the Statue of Liberty, right? So if you could layer meaning, and sort of implode meaning through layered contextualization, right? Then you can overload symbols and you could reprogram meaning, right? This is how they create memes and stuff, right? So
And if you look at and when you see those smart scientist people and stuff like that, like you'll see them write all kind of weird. Now that I think about it, bro, like you'll see them write all kind of weird. I mean, sometimes it's obviously math, but sometimes it's weird gibberish and stuff like that. Or when you see someone possessed in like a possessed movie, you'll see them write all. They don't write words. They write like hieroglyphic, symbols and stuff like that more so that people can't understand it. What the fuck is this? But it's powerful though, because it ends up doing some significant thing when you see them do that. So I could definitely agree with that.
yeah, it's an interesting connection. Yeah, I've seen that myself. People, they
Professor
start
Meeks, if you have
speaking in
anything,
tongues.
or Machine Lies, continue if you want. Yeah, Meeks, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, play. Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I definitely agree. I definitely agree with that kind of stuff. What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about? When it comes to are we all on the same side with politics and stuff like that, like voted in politics and stuff like where we're kind of like in the middle, like it really doesn't matter which way you do it, which way you don't do it.
It's a puppet show. I think it's a puppet show.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I think Meeks just said his mic. He's gonna jump back on like something.
and
That's
fix
what
it.
he thought.
Yeah,
Yeah, Machine Man. That was some deep stuff. I think this is Meeks again. Is your
yeah,
mic working a
Yeah,
little bit?
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I don't know why it keeps doing it. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Want
yeah,
to respond or anything? Yeah.
yeah,
Play.
yeah,
Well,
yeah. I was saying in the middle. I was saying for Beaks, if you didn't hear, I was saying like I assume that all of us are like we're not really like. Of course, we agree with some interest, I guess, some publicized alleged interest of each party, I guess. But I'm saying totally like I'm pretty sure we're all on the same page that like we're kind of in the middle. Like voting doesn't really matter, right?
yeah. I'm 33 years old. I've never voted, and I used to try to encourage my family not to vote. And of course, just like anybody else, it would just lead to arguments. So eventually, they learned on their own, and actually now all of them don't vote either. Thankfully, but
Wow.
it took them a while. But one thing about me is that I've always been able to tell what was going to happen 3 steps beyond. So, like for example, the
Okay.
BLM movement.
Okay.
The anti-police. Now there was police brutality going on. There was a lot actually during like 2008. There was a lot of like who would modern today would be called like right wingers who would like do these channels say I don't answer questions. There was a guy who he was big. He went viral during that time. He was like, oh, I don't answer questions every time he's on cops. But what happened is that they extremed the movement and took it, and so people who were be like right wingers would see people who anti-cop as like they're anti-freedom, and this was done on purpose so that you could bring in a police state because of course you would radicalize people. You can't bring in a police state with people who are pro Second Amendment and stuff like that because these people would naturally be against tyranny. But if you make one side to who's anti-cop and they equivalent to like anti-American and they hate freedom, well, they're naturally going to be pro Blue Lives Matter, and then you can incorporate any type of laws because police don't enforce. I mean, excuse me, police don't protect society. If they did, there would be a correlation
What?
between more police and more
Yeah.
and less danger, right? If
So they
there's more
don't
police,
protect
there should naturally be
society.
less danger.
Mm.
No, they
Yeah.
protect the government and they protect whatever laws the government enforce. That this is how
Oh, that's
policing
true.
has
That's
always
true.
worked. Whatever law that occurs, it doesn't matter if it's just or unjust, they're going to enforce it, and that's what's going to happen
Yeah,
in
you're
society.
right. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, they
but this
enforce
is what these
policy, right? That's why they're called policy enforcers, police enforcers.
Yeah, but
They,
I honestly think there's going to be a draft in America. I've been watching this one channel. This guy's talking about a draft is coming to
No
America, which
draft,
I
no
do believe.
draft, please.
Well, I think it, and that's what and it says the visual aspect is so they can warp up these illegal immigrants. So you're neutralized to it. You're desensitized to the fact that you just pick up people and grab them. It's that simple. And I honestly think that's true. I think there will be a draft coming up soon.
For a war or something? You trying to say for war?
Well, of course. I mean, of course. Look what Trump's doing. He's starting wars on
Oh,
every. I mean, he's going to Venezuela to get that oil. I mean,
bro, I'm not
did,
gonna
in case
lie,
you didn't know,
bro. Like all
in case you
respect to
didn't
the
know,
military, yeah, all respect to the military and everything like that. Shout out to MD, but and I was in ROTC and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna lie, bro. I didn't go through everything I go through just to go in a meaningless war, bro. And like you don't get wrecked, bro. I'm not gonna lie, especially
well,
after everything I found out.
America's wanted Venezuela for a long time since Hugo Chavez, which, according there's
Yeah,
documents linking him to CIA that they deleted Hugo Chavez. He didn't die by, he didn't get deleted by cancer because he wanted to make a connection with Gaddafi in Libya, and they were going to trade exclusively oil for gold, which would have collapsed the petrodollar and sent the United States currency down the drainage. So this has been an issue for them all along, and this is why you have the current conflict in Venezuela. Pretty much any global of this crisis of refugee crisis can be traced back to all of CIA your meddling in these countries, which is why I mean that goes to a whole nother thing. And I'm not saying that refugees should be coming here, I'm simply saying that's where it can be traced, which is a
yeah.
fact. Every country globally right now, and of course, Trump is going to get that oil. He's got to save the U.S. currency.
I mean,
It's in dire
Alex,
straits.
he's got a good question. He says, "How Black Pill is the Forrest Gump movie?"
oh man, brutal NT pill, brutal neurotypicality pill, man.
Yeah, yeah, that's yeah. I mean, my thoughts on what they would call illegals coming in is it's like you can't say much to the person. It's the laws that lawmakers are making, and that is you have some people that come to the country and benefit the country dramatically, working in fields of medicine and science. The H-1 immigration clause, shows that there's a lot of Americans that don't meet the standard. But I would think that you're talking about the immigrants that come in on the lower level. Any problems that happen in the country due to somebody emigrating here is totally reflective of the government in our country. So when somebody blames the immigrant, that's like blaming the drug dealer, and they never want to catch the big people that are bringing in ship tankers of drugs. You ever notice they don't capture, like when do you hear that? And even if they do capture, they can't stop these super tankers of drugs, but they can find a boatload of Haitians on a raft or something like that, right? It's like, how does that work? Everything that happens in the country is definitely orchestrated by the government. And they play people to say, well, look at what the immigrants are doing. Now, I'm not saying what they're doing is right. There's some horrific stuff going on. But that is because when they do things like allow people to come in, yeah, and the UK is, yeah, straight criminals coming. Yeah, it just the thing is that who's letting them in? It's like, and that's the thing. They got to say, wait a second, to blame the person coming in. I'm not saying they're right for what they're doing, but it's like they wouldn't get to come in. They can stop you from breaking a law, but they can't stop somebody that they let into the country from breaking a law. It's crazy. And I heard France is off the Richter scale. It's just sad, man. It's really messed up. If anybody else, Machine, do you have views on that or that you like to share?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a pretense, created in terms of international law, and 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 yeah, it's mainly to crack down on the citizens, right?
Hmm.
So you could have ICE invading, a bunch of facilities in the middle of the country, right? Where
Hmm.
they're not even on the border,
Yeah.
right? And none of the and then the American citizens will actually support that type of behavior, right? Because they've
Not knowing
created a
it's going to come for them eventually.
right. So I
Yeah.
think it's being set up to just to have people invade the public centers, right, in the middle of the country. Obviously the pretense for that is looking pretty grim, And they kept saying like, oh yeah, Agenda 20, whatever, and they're going to start invading, different
Mhm.
parts of the country, and it's actually happening now. So
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
they say that they were saying there's a. I'll look for the clip that there's a. I don't think he's a general, but he's like a politician or he's up there in politics, like Congress. I don't know if directly, but he's in one of those positions, and he says that there is. I think it was like 20,000 Chinese immigrants that are undocumented, that are like military type stuff, that it's here already, but nobody talks about that immigration wave. Um, Alexis, you have a good question. I don't think United States is a Christian country. I think United States is a country. This entity was started by using people, by pushing, using Christianity as a form of mind control,
right,
having them come over here, set up the structure. Because again, the railroads were built by the Chinese. The bridges were built by the Native Americans. The infrastructure was built by black and white slaves. So we see that this country, I mean, I forgot what Barron was it. He said, if the railways are what's buried under the rail system in America are Chinese bones, basically, he was saying. The amount of people, just like, I guess, if they did build the Great Wall of so-called China, they're trying to say that the wall was meant to it was facing China. So we've even been taught lies about that, possibly. Um,
yeah.
and this is what the channel is about. Americans, we're looking for survivors in the zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead. It's so I would say not just even a nation. It's not a nation of Christians. I'm not even sure if it's a nation of immigrants. I'm saying that immigrants and Christians were brought here to build something that wasn't meant for them.
Well,
Something
this much
behind,
is,
right?
like what's actually clear is that Christianity is a greater moral philosophy than liberalism is. So I think Americans should consider that, right? But they also should consider how the founding fathers were not Christians. They were sort of Freemasons, right? Like Benjamin Franklin, who used Christianity as a psyop, right? Like he wrote like Poor Richard's Almanac, like pretending that he was like some sort of poor Christian farmer to sort of
Hmm.
psyop people into going to work, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is Tom. Tom, what's up, man? We're still live.
Okay, sorry.
If you want to hop on, you want to hop on?
I'm watching the baby. My wife left.
Okay, so I'll talk to you in a little bit. Yeah, we're still live. Yeah. All right, bro. All right. Yeah. What were you saying? Machine lies?
Just saying about Benjamin Franklin, like
You
like
know,
how he wrote. Yeah,
didn't they find bodies in his house like after he passed or something like that?
yeah. I mean, it's crazy if you just read his autobiography, right? You kind of see how he was actively concerned in creating like psyops. You know what I mean? Like he was like a sort of social and cultural engineer. I mean, he even worked on the religious level to sort of re-engineer people's religious expectations. You know, he wrote to his parents how he was, a part of the Freemasons, and he said they're not doing anything wrong. Because his parents were sort of concerned about him, right, joining
Yeah.
this cult or whatever. So yeah.
Well, it wasn't. He was a lawyer at like 16 or something, right?
Yeah.
I think it was saying. So I think they're all, like I was saying, these are people, even Franklin and, the so-called, I don't call them founding fathers, but, because, who's related to these people? When I see Americans that say, oh, they built this country, I'm like, well, who is your great grandfather? And usually it's lower class people that are saying this. Even if it's middle or even upper, who are your ancestors? They don't even know their ancestors. They don't know who their great grandfather was. And they're not sure if they're even a descendant of that person. What senator was it
Yeah,
that
I was
said,
gonna say that.
yeah,
I was about to say that. If you know the BP and the 40% thing of people who
yeah,
are actually not really the father, it's probably a lot. What the
exactly.
document says is probably not true. Let's put it that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like there was a Roman senator or a Greek senator that said, who here really knows who their father is? And we see this when people take DNA tests. Right now, they did genealogy studies in, elementary schools and found out that 1 out of 3 children were not the product of their parents, of their married parents, that the mother had that child with somebody else under the disguise of the father thinking that that's his child. And this was shocking. They have a lot of people that left DNA clinics because they were depressed to a point to see how many people were having children, and the DNA tests were coming back that this was not the father. Germany was giving, for a time, I think 20% off on Father's Day for DNA testing. Now, the law, I think in Germany, France, and there's another country that somebody had came on and said that
Is it Sweden? Is it Sweden? I think.
it might be Sweden. Yeah, it might be Sweden, where you cannot get a DNA test for your child without the woman's consent. It's actually punishable, where, you can get in trouble for doing that. And I'm like, wait, so that's crazy. That is crazy. The fact that they're saying this girl is saying that that's your kid and you can't get a DNA test to prove that's your kid. This is just, I mean, it's madness on another level. It's asylum. It's straitjacket. It's, and this is in Oklahoma. It used to be like that, where if you signed a birth certificate and you took a DNA test, you still had to pay the child support. And a guy did that and eventually got the law changed after a decade. But he ended up paying a decade of child support for a kid that wasn't his. And yeah, yeah, Cerberus, that is the forced cuck. Exactly. That's a perfect term. Forced cucking. And that's what they, yeah. And yeah, Alexis says, don't talk about the founding fathers talking about separation of church and state were the fathers black pill. I don't think, first of all, I don't think they were the fathers. So that's the first thing that I just wanted to clarify. I mean, I don't think I'm related to them. And honestly, I don't think there's any really Americans, what considered white Americans, that are related to these guys. George Washington didn't have any children. So the one that they would say is the founding father, if somebody had to say, okay, what would they say is the one? They would say Washington, who didn't have any kids. So now what does that tell you about the people that say they built the nation? Meanwhile, we know that there were a lot of black Americans that helped build the industry, were forced to build the infrastructure. That, I mean, you just look at that, and everybody knows I'm not a liberal, I'm not a leftist, I'm not a rightist, I'm not none of this. I'm not political. I mean, politics, the word politician, it means the art of being shrewd. It means the art of deception, basically. That's what a politician means. And yeah, America it's England extended. Exactly. And that's something Americans don't like to admit. I've noticed that. Either they don't like to admit it or they're actually ignorant of the fact that that's what it is. We speak English, and we don't speak proper English. The slur, what they would want to call Ebonics and stuff from South, is actually from, they say, Southwest England. That's that slur. Confederate generals would speak like people in ghettos, basically, today, with the I be doing this, instead of I am doing this. And it comes from England, which people don't. Wow, thank you, Cerberus. Yorkshire. Yes. Yeah, this is great, man. So we get to learn more about each other, and saying that, the separation of church and state, when I look into that, it seems that church formed the state. So we have to say, okay, what came before what, church or state? It seems that church came first, created state, and acted like it was different from it, and said, hey, we're going to separate church and state. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're already cleaning everybody's clock. And then they got people screaming, oh, we built this country. No, you were forced to build this structure that you have no power within, and you were lied to, saying that your vote matters. Voting is the thermometer that tells them how many people still believe believe in the illusion. The illusion of what? The illusion that you have the ability to vote people in and out. What if you didn't want to give money to another country with foreign aid? Can you vote against that? No, no. This is straight dictatorship. It seems to be, to stay within YouTube guidelines, dictatorship under the disguise of democracy. And then when you look into democracy, right, when they say, well, everybody deserves the right to vote. When you look at the ignorance and stupidity throughout the country, do you really think that these people, if the majority voted and it was majority rule, that would be a smart thing? No. I mean, that means mob rules, basically. And people, I mean, they push this on us. Now, I'm not saying communism is worse, of course, and Marxism and stuff like that. They talk about that. The Communist Manifesto, right? Machine Lies, that was Karl Marx, right? And I
Yeah.
think at the end of that book, he said, you know, the only thing you have to lose is your chains, right? But when we look at him, didn't two of his children starve to death or something? Like he didn't feed his kids or something like that?
Yeah, yeah, because he actually worked for the British government as an infiltrator into the French Commune, and they didn't pay him money, right? So so he wrote a book about Lord Palmerston, and he didn't pay him, so his children starved. And and yeah, even though he was sort of related to the Rothschilds, right? But yeah, if you go back to how the system was established, right, the separation of church and state actually comes from, Cromwell, and all these guys during the Protestant Reformation, right? Where they wanted to sort of take the property, that belonged to the church, right? So it was the state taking back the property. Now, Martin Luther, he opposed the church, right? So he naturally started to collude with the stately people, right? People like Calvin, they started to, become sort of proponents of democracy and parliamentary, of parliamentarianism and all these different forms of government, right? So actually, they espouse the philosophy. Now, what we have today is sort of liberalism that's being imposed on us through the technology, right? So it's forced cuckery, as the gentleman said, right? It's the liberalism is forced, right? So it's like so it's not liberalism, right? It's as Alexis de Tocqueville said, right? He said that in America everyone's free, but they also have equality, so everybody has to be free the same way, right? So it's a
So
sort
it's
of
not really
forced,
freedom.
yeah, it's forced freedom. Yeah.
So what would be a better word to describe it? Because forced freedom, I don't think explains it well enough.
I call it techno liberalism, right? So to summarize it in a single sentence, right, from Jacques Ellul, he said liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is the technological state, right? So liberalism created the technological state, and even though it functions on liberal principles that it's going to free everybody, it actually enslaves everybody, right?
Or how about autonomous human farming? So like if you have
Right,
like a fish
exactly.
farm or something, so you're overseeing them and you're farming them in this petri dish, and they're quote unquote free and autonomous, but within in the confinements and how you know did the experiment.
Right, exactly, right. A sandbox video game sort of situation.
Well, I
Wow.
wanted to make
Well,
a quick point regarding the whole marriage thing and the men not being the fathers now, and which was normal like during like the 1700s and stuff in America. You would often have like shotgun marriages, and so essentially, if you got the girl pregnant, you automatically had to marry her. This was forced, like even socially. I'm not sure if it was a law. Perhaps there was in certain regions and stuff, but socially, you were forced to do it. Your father was going to tell you. Now, why wouldn't a man want to marry a lady he got pregnant? Most men naturally, especially during those times, were very possessive over women they slept with, unless she was seen as very promiscuous. So there was a good likelihood if he was forced into a shotgun marriage, that child probably wasn't his. Yet he still had to take on the duty because they couldn't allow, a childless children to come in, into the state. That would be very dangerous. Nobody's going to take care of them. It's a burden on the state and such. So that also goes into men who are in shotgun marriages. Probably that wasn't their child. Yet they had to take care of them.
there's a strong possibility of that. I mean, some might have been caught in the barn with the farmer's daughter. So it's like, okay, if you're just the guy that's unlucky enough to be caught with her, you're going to be held by shotgun to marry her. Um, and then, yeah, who really knows? It is something to ponder. just having a man present, whether he's the father or not, it makes the child act different, as if as you know, if the guy's not present. So I've seen this in families. You know, you watch, you say, oh, okay, maybe he's not the best father, whatever, but still there is a difference. Not to say it's always good, but also the way you talk to children, the way you talk to each other. When a child sees adults arguing, that affects them dramatically. I mean, it causes problems with them when they grow up. Yeah, Cerberus says it right. We are free. We're free to do exactly as we're told. It's kind of like freedom of speech. Just watch what you say, basically. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah, you know.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. To quote Plato, he says, "An excess of freedom, amounts to nothing more than an excess of slavery." Right, because people can't control their desires. Right, people who can't think for themselves, you let them do whatever they want, they become enslaved by their own desires.
yeah. Too many choices actually can mess stuff up. Like if you have 50 choices as opposed to five, the 50 choices will confuse a person almost.
Oh
As
yeah,
yeah, opposed to five, and they do that. It's like I think George Carlin said, you know, the illusion of freedom, the illusion of control. You have 36 flavors of ice cream, but only two political candidates. And even with two political candidates, say you had 50 political candidates, the problem is you, we, I, all of us have to police our own freedom. We have to maintain it. Freedom is taken by vigilance and maintained. And there is no, if you let somebody else police your community, well, then you're allowing this enslavement. And we've moved into these systems. So it's not to say that, you know, we had a choice really, but we can look into how to start a town. And that's what the internet could allow us to say, hey, people finally got together, started a town of people that actually think and made a better life for themselves. And if they have children, but I don't think, I think children honestly are going to be something of the past within 50 years. Machine, do you have any thoughts on that, or anybody?
oh yeah, yeah. Choice is not freedom. The more choices you have, the less free you are. So that's pretty clear.
Yeah, but I think
And
there's
for
an
example,
equal opposite to that. I want to say I think there's an equal opposite to that. That when you
Yes.
force
Sorry,
certain
man. Sorry. My bad.
when you force ideologies on other people and say, well, I don't want you to have too much freedom, but you're going to do this certain set of things on a large set of the population, you're going to get
right,
things done inefficiently because their brain is not psychologically hardwired to do that. So people still, yes, you need limitations, but they still have to be able to do what they're naturally set to do. You can't have people who were designed to like do artwork or be an athlete fixing the roads. And that's what society is trying to do to people. They're forcing people to be confined into this a set of rules to say, okay, you got to go to work, you got to do this, where their brain architecture is not built for that. And they've never reached their fullest potential. It's turning them psychologically crazy, depressed. People, they feel unfulfilled at life. They feel like they were tricked at the end, and then people are just they become a loose cannons. This is why people are going out doing crazy stuff because society's cultivating people to do things they were not built to do, and you're going to see a bad consequence in society manifested in real life through decaying of artwork, music, roads, the infrastructure, everything, government, children, parental guidance, everything. So yes, you shouldn't allow people to have ultimate freedom, but you also shouldn't force them to be a set way that they're simply not built to do. Because you need diversity in society. People are naturally built to do certain things. You can't have people
And I
doing the
was
same thing or doing the wrong thing they're unfit for.
right.
And I was going to say that's the with the choices thing. I mean, essentially, like you were talking about slavery. Essentially, slavery is the limitation of choices, right? So it's like you only do this, right? That's so actually the more choices you have, the more like there's a saying they say the more money you have, the more options you have, right? The more things you can do. So it's like, and the more free you become, right? So it's like, in a sense, the more they limit you, the more of a slave system it becomes. You know what I'm saying? And also as well, I was gonna say, in terms of the whole, like in terms of the whole society as well, like the whoever is running the ship, they predict that 45% of women are going to be single by the year 2040. They have like a depopulation agenda. That's why they kind of gave money gave women the ability to earn their own money, because they knew that if they knew about women's hypergamy, they knew that if these women could work for
Yeah.
themselves, they wouldn't need men, and it benefits them, because now those women are going to chase men who are the ones running the ship, the elite, right? Because they're the ones with so much resource that satisfies their hypergamy, right? And then because the women are not wanting to settle down, have families, what's going to happen is inkies rise. You know what I'm saying? And also as well, if you double the labor pool, you devalue it, because which means they can pay people less. So people are getting paid less. They're working harder, working, and they're getting paid less. They're also getting taxed while getting paid
Oh,
less as
it's
well.
brutal. If you make $1
Um,
million, Scribe sent me a video the other day. In New
they
York
take
City, if you work for
500K.
a firm and you make $1 million, you get less than half. You get
Oh yeah.
747,000. So you don't even get 750,000 for the million and a half. You get it's horrible. But I'd like to welcome Black Pill royalty here, Jamal Green. If whenever you want to jump in, just let us know.
Thank you, MD, and thank you for the rest of the panel for having this in-depth conversation. These are my men where we can actually talk about hardcore black topics that society doesn't like to mention. No, and one thing that they want to mention as well, earlier I believe, like Professor Meeks mentioned, is because how America, like we can't get full freedom, and I do agree to a certain extent, but like the issue I have is that America is a nation that pretends like it gives us full like freedoms, right? Like when you think of America, the propaganda hits in your face. It's they say it's a free like country. We fight for liberty and justice for all, right? But it doesn't make any sense because I mean, freedom of speech is complete BS, right? Because the minute you start threatening like the government or you start saying that the government isn't good, they start putting on watch. You're technically breaking the law when you like threaten like the government, and it's just like it's not actual freedom. Like there's no freedom of speech actually. And the Second Amendment, complete BS, right? They sit there and say, oh, like you have the right to bear arms, but you can't own any full auto weapon past 1986 though. That's actually illegal. I'm sorry, right? But everything prior to 1986 that's full auto, you can own all those outdated stuff. But everything afterwards, so you can't own that. Your magazines can't, you can't have more than like a certain amount of mags and whatnot. Like there's all these gun laws and whatnot that restricts your freedom to own a firearm in the United States. But apparently we have the the freedom to actually bear arms, right? It's just, I mean, it's all BS. It's all BS. It's all crap, right? The same thing with the whole, oh, you have the right to, like before to refuse any unwarranted searches or seizures, right? But if the police officer finds any BS type of, like probable cause, or for example, if they bring in a dog that can that sniffs at your car, that could just be a dog that always does that. That always alerts because they're trained to literally have the dogs always alert on every single vehicle, right? If they do that, they can just, they can still search your car. Even if you have no drugs, no nothing, they had no proper cause, they can just bring a dog and sniff your car and do a fake alert. Like this is what I'm talking about. They try to lie to its own citizens, saying that we give you these freedoms, and the brainwashed people buy into it. They say, "I'm in the freest country in the world," yet they don't actually realize that we don't have any freedoms. And that's
I think.
I want to
Oh,
get
sorry, you go. My
Uh,
bad.
uh, to-
Sorry.
well, I just wanted to respond to Jamal. Just to be clear, I was responding to Machine Lies when the quote he said, "If you give people too much freedom, they'll be slaves to themselves." I was just giving the opposite perspective on there's a negative equal consequence if you try to take over control of a person, you're going to get the same result. I wasn't saying I was against freedom or nothing. I was saying because Machine made the mention that people will become slaves to themselves if you just allow them to do whatever they want.
no,
Yeah.
I know, like I do agree. I do agree.
Yeah, it's more in the in the modern sense, because you have the coupling of individualism and collectivism, right? So the system pushes both, right? So the end result is that it makes people extremely alienated, but it makes them interconnected in a lot of ways. Right? So the modern man is interconnected but extremely isolated, right? And they want to force that type of person to emerge, right? So it's the psychology of leftism, right? I mean, you have on the one hand, feelings of inferiority, and on the other hand, over socialization, right? So that creates psychological traits of somebody that you know is extremely collectivized, but extremely atomized at the same time, right? So the atomization of man, the depersonalization of man, and so that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, I hear what Professor Meeks was saying. He was just showing the other side of the coin. Um, it is
Oh
a
yeah,
fine line. I mean, Jailhouse Max, so good to see you, man. Yeah, he's right. A plant. People that want to do something, it's not allowed in certain states. It wasn't allowed in any states. They were just straight persecuting people. It's ridiculous. You look at the insanity of that, and yeah, we don't have freedoms. Yeah, it's what did Carlin put it as? Privileges, right? That
It's the
they
privileges
that
that the
Yeah.
they
government gives you, man. But
And I
the
think,
government in general would never ever allow you to have real freedoms because the government is there to control you. That's the point of the government is to govern its own people, right? And I mean, we didn't choose to be in this government. We were forced to because we were born here, and it is what it is.
Well,
and the
well,
government is.
well.
Oh, sorry, my bad. You go.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt you, Drake. Hold your thought real quick.
Oh,
Magna,
okay.
we technically did give our rights, or well, not we, but like I mean, my people were slaves, but like I'll say the more Caucasian ancestors that went here, they technically gave their rights to the government through the Magna Carta system and 13 colonies. Like that was the rights to have a
you're coming in
government.
a little muffled, a little muffled.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Yeah, so yeah, they had it.
What
Thank
I
you.
was going to
So
say too, what they teach us to think, like you said, when you said your people were slaves, but before that they weren't. So you see how they try to stop it at the part that would least benefit you, because a lot
yeah,
of people's ancestors, white and black and everything in between, did have a lineage of slavery. That maybe a few might have escaped it, but I don't think there's anybody can say that what their ancestors were 15,000 years ago, much less 1,000 years ago.
yeah.
So, yeah, but I hear what you're saying. No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I appreciate and I appreciate that. But yeah, so yeah, I was saying that he said that like we didn't give our right, to the government. We were just born like technically the first Americans here. They gave their rights through the Magna Carta. At least that's what was taught in the book. That's what pretty much led to like, hey, it's okay to have a government. It's okay to that was like the technically when the government was always smaller. But you know what I'm saying. So technically, I guess according to the book, Machine or Meeks, we did give it. Americans did give it, I guess. But you could go, Drake.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, well, the government is a puppet shield, which is actually used as like a bludgeoning to bludgeon the population into like think of the society as like a farm, and the government is the maybe the farm worker, right? Leading the sheep to the slaughterhouse, and then the owner of the farm, that's a secret society. So there are secret societies, Masons, Skull and Bones, that operate behind that.
Try not to
Oh,
say
oh
those
yeah,
things
not to say the
directly,
names. Oh
please.
yeah, yeah, okay,
Please,
okay,
yeah. For
yeah,
these
okay,
channels, don't say those names directly because they will.
okay.
Big Brother does pick up on that.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, the secret societies, they are the ones that are behind the government. It's a very ancient group of individuals. Very, very. They have control over all the banks. They're the majority shareholder because they're the central banking system. The central bank is actually a separate entity, and it controls all the money supply. And the central bank is actually owned by all the other banks, which are owned by these group of
Star and
secret
Reverend,
societies.
or Star and
We
Reverend
know I'm
too.
not going to say no names,
Yeah,
yeah, but if you know a certain
yeah.
star of ref from you know what we're talking
Well,
about.
that's the thing. It even goes beyond that. Like I noticed they try to always get us to stop at a place. And again, it wouldn't be all the people in that religion. It wouldn't be all the people in any religion. The people in the majority of people in any religion are usually controlled, right? By a small amount, a hierarchy of that. And we see this in everything when we look around, even in the religion of evolution. The cardinals for that religion is Neil deGrasse Tyson, Richard Dawkins, Michio Kaku. The Pope, of course, is Charles Darwin, like we said before. The Messiah is the missing link. It's always coming, but you never know when. And so when I look at it, yes, there are certain instances where you can say, yeah, this particular group or this thing, but what caused that group to act in that manner? You see, it's like if we look at it like, oh, well, they just have that, belief or whatever. That belief had to come from somewhere. We see that beliefs are extremely dangerous. They mask the face of reality. To think suspends that belief, and to believe suspends any thinking. And I think this is why they try to get people to believe, because it suspends your thinking. You see, we'll say, oh, well, we believe this, especially even with us, when we say we believe that it is, maybe a certain set of families, a certain, group, they try to say the aristocracy of many countries and stuff like that. But again, not saying that it's false, but at this moment, it is a belief. And it's not saying that these people aren't doing this, but why wouldn't it be something that's giving them technology from behind the scenes, allowing them to control people? And now it's gotten to a point to where the electronic slave bracelet is just on a level of frightening, uh, frightening. Just I don't even know what to really how to word it in a way. Everything is under surveillance. Everything. And I wonder, maybe it wasn't as under surveillance as before, but I would say it was pretty much more than what we thought it was. Kind of like the Twilight Zone episodes where you have the monsters are on Maple Street, right? I think that was the name of it. And they started realizing that it was the neighbors, each other were the monsters. So you wonder about that. It's like when you look at the zombie next to you, that's the first line of defense that they use. They use it next to you.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. I tell you, the monsters are on Maple Street. And yeah, it really that the Twilight Zone had some great episodes that I think really Jamal, you had some?
Yeah, yes. I just really want to talk about the how much actual like surveillance we are under. I saw
Oh
this
yeah.
interview. I'm not sure if you guys have seen this interview as well, but it was a Kamala Harris interview, right? I think she was on a like talk show, and she made a joke. She was like, I've always listened to my computers with wired headphones because if you think that the Bluetooth ones can't be heard, I got something to tell you. And she started laughing, and then like the crew started laughing. I don't know if you guys saw the interview, but
Yeah.
everyone started laughing. Like the audience started laughing, the crew started laughing, right? And then I'm sitting, I'm like, is this shit a joke? She openly, a government official openly admitted saying that you should list like that if you're wearing Bluetooth headphones, any type of Bluetooth software, that it's not as secretive as you think, that they can hear your conversation. She openly admits that as a joke.
More than that, it affects you mentally. The signals. I'd like to thank MHK, man. Thank you, brother, for supporting the
Yeah,
show.
that's
Uh,
me. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but yeah,
oh, thank you, man.
yeah,
I
blessings, man.
appreciate that, man. Machine, thank you for the $5 cash app. I appreciate it, man. Supporting the show. I think it was like I was about $18 away because StreamYard went up to $45. It's just ridiculous,
God damn.
So I'm
Why
gonna
do
get
they?
it.
Everything's just putting up. That's just pissing me off.
It
Sorry,
used to
go
be
ahead.
it used to be 25 a month, and I understand, okay, yeah, whatever, but I really, I mean, yeah, maybe they have to pay servers, so I figure
No, it's just it's the inflation right now, and
Has to be,
all the
bro.
companies are just
yeah,
like, it's not just the inflation, but the companies are using it as an excuse to overcharge as well,
AI.
way
yeah,
more
Oh
than they should
yeah.
be.
And they're
yeah.
having, guess what?
Well,
They're having
while
record profits. Record profits. Remember that.
Yep.
Yes, record
while
Like
they
the
fire
profits,
inflation
people,
isn't that.
and
Keep in
it's
mind
while they
that
fucking
fire people
people
for
off.
artificial intelligence.
Yeah,
the inflation isn't as bad as the media and these companies keep on telling you it is. It's not nearly as bad. It's gotten worse, right? I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, right? But it's not as bad as the companies are trying to tell you. They're trying to over exaggerate it so they can keep excusing overcharging the prices constantly. And the American public just keeps buying into it. but it's not as bad as they keep saying it is. I promise you that. I promise you that inflation has not resulted in it going from 25 to 45 within like what? Within like a year or two?
Oh,
Like
it's
that's just
crazy.
ridiculous. That's
Service is
ridiculous.
right. Artificial price hikes, and Machine is right too when he's saying that record profits, but yet they're charging us more. I mean, it's horrible to that point, man. They're trying to
Exactly.
collect as much data, feeding into the AI. I really don't know what to say about the people that are born today, because you look at somebody that's born today, right? By the time they're 15, in 15 years or 20 years from now, it is going to be brutal, man. I don't even
It's
think
it's
they're.
it's screwed. It's screwed because it's even the jobs that AI isn't taking in the tech industry. Companies are just importing Indian, Arab immigrants from other countries
Yeah,
into this
yeah.
country to take
Yeah,
For
those
and
cheap, for
lower,
cheap.
yeah,
yeah,
I'm
for
not trying to be
wages.
a Bible thumper, but I'm just saying this is revelations, man. Like what's happening now, this is
Yeah,
fucking
yeah. I
revelations,
gotta
man. You
agree
know what
with
I'm
the way
saying?
he
Like,
said. Yes.
I
Yep.
Well,
wonder.
one thing I would encourage.
Yeah, go ahead. Meeks, was that you, or was
Oh,
that?
I was going to say quickly, one thing I would encourage the younger generation, which I've tried to tell my little cousin this, but a lot of them won't listen because they don't have the same significance to the things we value in this generation because everything is online, is to make a hard copy of everything. So if you're in video games, any books of significance, have a DVD or a hard copy because eventually, coming soon when they start doing the digital ID thing, anything that's controversial from the previous generation, they're going to sweep it all off the internet. It's going to be gone.
Mhm.
Conversations like this, it's all going to be gone, and they're going to do a hard reset, and you're not going to be able to find movies, certain books. So I would try to keep a hard copy or something on an SD file or something, so you can have a backup. And when that happens, and it will happen.
Well,
It's
that.
already it's already screwed. It's I mean like you can't even use like Google. Like if you go on Google right now and you type in the black pill, the first results that come up is why the black pill is misogynistic,
A
why the black pill
terrorist,
leads
a
to
terrorist
toxic youth
organization.
wealth. It doesn't show you. It doesn't pull up any black pill books. It doesn't pull up any black pill channels. It doesn't even pull up
Bro,
channels that are talking about the black
exactly.
pill. It just
Bro,
pulls up
well,
all the anti-black pill forums and websites.
yes, control, bro. I had put up, bro, my second video. The reason why I had to chime in, bro, my second video. Drake knows about this, and Drake don't laugh, bro.
oh
So,
yeah,
but
Play got hit for
go
criminal
ahead, go ahead, go
conspiracy.
ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead, go ahead,
Play
tell him.
made a black pill video, and
Oh, the future
they
of the
hit him
black
with
pill
on the future of the black pill, and they hit him with criminal conspiracy. Can you believe how
organization. That's what they
What?
ridiculous
said
that
about. That's what
is?
they said about description.
What?
That is
Wait. They took the video
so.
down and said it was criminal conspiracy.
They said I was promoting criminal organ like like the ice and like the or
Holy
mafias or crime
Yeah,
shit!
syndicates. Yeah, they said I
yeah,
was
I got
supporting
that on
some
a
kind of.
bunch of my videos.
What?
Yeah,
And wait,
That's what they're saying. The black
wait,
pill's considered now. That's what they're saying. The black pill's considered now.
wait.
yeah,
Just to
it's for
be
talking
clear,
about the Unabomber manifesto, right? So we gotta take it down
Bro,
a bunch
I
of
so
times.
so did they take the video down or they just put the disclaimer on it?
They take the
man,
video down and they put that it's linked to criminal organizations.
yeah, they took my
So
shit down too. Yeah, I tried to put it back up. I put it back
yeah,
up, and they allowed mine to go back up because I was just talking about how dating grifters and all that stuff, and looks maxes were hijacking the stuff like how you said before, right? Like how they hijacked the red pill. That's essentially what I was saying, and
Did
it
you
was
mention
repeated with the black
ER?
pill. And,
But
Did you?
guys,
bro, I didn't even say his name, bro. I didn't even
here's the
say the dude
thing.
name.
Here's the
Okay,
thing,
okay.
but the black pill channels like Wheat Waffles, which isn't black pill, but they claim they are.
It isn't.
They
It
never get
isn't
strike, but they never get strike. They never get those videos taken down. They never have anything happen to like their channels at all, right?
because it's
But
looks
the actual
maxing. It's
black pill
considered
ones,
look because it's looks
mhm.
maxing. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to work with
It's
a
all
book.
BS.
I was gonna say I used to work with a baby boomer who knew that guy, the guy that at a
We
factory
waffles.
when I used to. No, the guy you just mentioned,
Oh,
the Zensky,
right.
yeah, that topic with his manifesto. I knew a guy who had known that person before,
Yeah,
and yeah, but we
yeah.
used
The
to talk about
guy,
this stuff too. Yeah,
yeah. The guy I learned under. He wrote an entire book with him called Technological Slavery. It was like the pen pal of the dude. But yeah, so he knew him too.
I'll look up that book. I'm gonna look it up. I gotta see that.
Yeah, yeah. Technological Slavery. Yeah, it's a great book. Yeah, most of it is
Technological
It
yo,
is
yeah,
slavery,
what the
though.
technological
fuck?
Yeah,
slavery. Yeah,
it's
I read most of
you
it
know,
on my show. Yeah.
this stuff straight up controls you, right? So we know that like the TikTok, the YouTube Shorts, these are programmed to make you more short attention span, right? And they do this on purpose, right? Because think about it, right? The younger generation has been barely reading books. Why is that? The number one reason is because their attention spans are complete garbage, right? To read a book, you have to sit there, read a whole paragraph, read paragraphs. It takes hours, takes minutes for you to even get through maybe like a quarter of a book right now, right? But these TikToks, these shorts, the short term brain rot content that they call it now, they it's just garbage content to make your attention span garbage. So now you can't research, you can't read, and makes you just dumber, right? We know that technology is making the human race dumber, right? Because technology in general. So when technology was new, humans had to figure out how to do a lot more things, right? Nowadays, with technology, you only go to like what three like places: Google, YouTube, and then what maybe Instagram, something like that. Like you don't go on any other websites, right?
Right.
It's but back then though, you had to literally find like multiple websites. You had to figure out which website you had to go to. You had to figure out how to like there was in-depth stuff about how to actually update your PC, fix your PC, program issues. Nowadays the computer does all that for yourself. It figures out everything for yourself, right? And this results in you just following what the computer tells you to actually do. It's Technology has been used as a weapon, as a tool against us, which we know about this, and we know that it's making us dumber because it also puts out incorrect information constantly to our brains. It pushes out bullshit politics into your brain constantly. Like I don't involve myself in politics at all. Yet on my YouTube feed, I'm always seeing crap about Trump, crap about stupid politics stuff, about MAGA, trans people. I'm like, I don't care about any of this crap, but it's
Yeah,
being
they
pushed
keep forcing
constantly
it.
to you.
Yeah, that's true. It's so annoying. I agree. And literally, you can be on neutral sites which have nothing to do with politics, and they keep forcing it down your throat. It's exhausting. And it
And,
destroys.
and,
It's trying to
and the
destroy your
Republicans,
creative mind. Yeah,
and here's the thing, man. And I'm not Democrat. I'm not Republican. I think they're both the same. We know this, but like people voted for, right, which we know we didn't vote for anything, but the people were deluded into voting for the Republicans to come into office and to fix the economy under what Biden did and whatnot, right? Which of course we know it's delusion that they're not voting for anything and they're not going to fix anything. But like, look at what the Republicans, right, which they own the House, they own the Senate, all that crap right now, right? Even though we know that they're not doing anything on purpose, they actually have no power. But look at what they're constantly talking about. Do you see them talking about fixing the economy, reducing inflation? No, right? The crap that gets pushed to me is them talking about how they're gonna is them talking about how they're gonna unwoke the military, how they're gonna stop having trans and sports. I'm like, listen, they don't care about any of this stuff, right? The general public shouldn't care about any of this stuff, right? The only thing their job should do is to focus on the economy. Yet what are they constantly talking about? Just bullshit social crap. And I'm just like, people are so brainwashed to think that the government actually is going to come here and fix the damn economy. They're not going to do anything. They're going to keep trying to distract you with a bunch of BS about fixing crap that we don't care about. And they're not going to do anything because that's their job. All politics is a distraction. That's all
And I
it
think
is.
I think they're purposely trying to crash the economy so that they could set up their new system, like their new technocratic system, you know? Uh,
correct.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
guys
That name
got
is fun.
me.
That name was funny earlier. That technological slavery. It makes me want to make like an
It's
article
real.
called. I want to make a something couple with that called "Virgin Captivity" or something, just to sum up Gen Z's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of like concerned, man. You guys got me a little nervous, Machine and Plague, about the videos being deleted, and then them sending you that letter's kind of creepy, man. I just saw a video the other day on ChatGPT called the FBI, I think, or AI. I don't know if it was Chat, but AI called the FBI on one of the users because of something he asked. That's crazy, bro. That's
I mean,
straight,
like, I mean, exactly. I
right?
mean, all. all that the AI is, it's just it's a part of the FBI. You know, I mean, it's the same thing with the Tor browser. By the way, I don't know why people even trust the damn like Tor browser. The Tor browser was literally created by the U.S. like government. It's not even hidden. They
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
created the U.S.
But
the Tor browser. So if you think and you wonder why all these all these I think they call them like the dark host people that go on there. How do they all get caught? I mean, come on now. Like we
yeah.
know that the Tor browser has been compromised since the very beginning. It's been used, yet it's the most common use to go into the dark web, which
Hmm.
I think the dark web is complete BS. I think it's just another huge,
It's just another
honeypot.
part of the web, right? It tells us that
Yeah, but
what
people
we
act like
use
it's
is
like it's like a
yeah.
dark, hard to get to thing. It's like, dude, like it's more delusions and distractions from the government. They made the Tor browser on purpose. The internet was made by the U.S. government once again, which is why I don't trust the U.S. internet and why anyone else should not trust the damn goddamn internet because that was also made by the U.S. government,
Yeah.
right? And we
Yeah.
know that they have a bunch of like backdoors within like the system. They can get your IP, your
Hmm.
computer, everything like that, which is why you gotta be careful. But I mean, this is a stuff why I'm saying this is technology enslavement, as the other person said,
Hmm.
because this was literally made by the U.S. government to spy and to enslave us, and
Yeah.
and we're at that stage right now.
Well, yeah, and it was created from the beginning. So when people say, "Oh, their ancestors built the country and all," they just the ancestors they don't even know who their ancestors are. So that's the first cognitive dissonance. Who, even if you have a lineage like written down, we were saying earlier, who knows the great grandfather? Possibly. The great great grandfather, there's a slim chance. The great 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 grandfather, most people don't have a clue. And if it's written down, if you go back a few more greats, let's just say every 100 years, there's four grandfathers, right? Maybe even three to make it easy. So we go back 400 years. Now you're dealing with 12 grandfather increments. So I mean, one, who knows what their lineage is that far back? And two, how do we know the female that that person was with didn't cheat and we're the product of somebody else that we don't even know that wouldn't be recorded, you know? So just see, this is the scientific way of just looking at it and seeing just how zombified the majority of people are.
And
It's just
speak. Oh,
yeah.
sorry, my bad. I was
Mhm.
gonna say you when you're onto something when you're saying the zombified part because it's like those individuals. I'm not gonna say who, but those individuals who claim, oh, my ancestors built the country, yada yada. They have this zombified, like this illusion that the elite, that they have some kind of proximity to the elite, or that the
Mhm.
elite actually care about them when in
Well, get
reality
this, Trey.
they
You're gonna like this, right? When
oh
I
yeah, I was
talk
just
about the
oh sorry.
zombie, right, an American zombie, you're gonna love this, and Plague and Jamal and them too. This is funny because even the zombies, something deep within them still wants to know. When we have a cold approach zombie over here asking about, I mean, just even asking this question, it's okay. It's nothing wrong with the question, but the fact that he's asking something other than his normal zombification that we've seen how deep he's gone in there, it makes me wonder like how much people are really, how much we all are starved for knowledge and wanting to know, one, I don't know if this zombie is trying to bait us into I don't have the full version of StreamYard, True Prodigy. So if you want to donate another, I think it's $13, we can get the full version and we can pull you on, because right now we can have 6 people. But if you're really serious, or is he a zombie trying to bait us into thinking he's starting to think a little, and then he comes on and then he tries to zombify us, because we know zombies do that, right? They'll come on, hey guys, how you doing, and next thing you know, they start talking about their zombie topics to try to mentally infect us,
Grab the game, man. My name
right?
Enos.
Yeah, everything is game, it's shocking.
Fucking clown, man.
I mean, I don't even know if that's really him. I mean, that is amazing to see somebody that I thought was almost incapable of critical thought to, yeah, and he might be derailing. He might be derailing if it's really him. I think there's a way, yeah, there's a way to know if it's his channel. So I mean the trolls, but I think it's him. People are drawn to wanting to know. I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just wanted to finish off before I
Yeah, yeah.
forgot my point. So yeah, so the people that, like I was saying, the people that claim that ancestors built the country, yada yada, they believe that the elites, like they have a proxy, like the elites actually have their best interests and yada yada. But it's like in reality, whoever's running the ship, whoever, they don't give a fuck about anyone. They literally view people. I think the term is as goyim. So.
Well, how I respond to those people,
The
I would
term is-
say this: if your
yeah.
ancestors could have, they would have used you as a slave to build the country too, if they could, in a modern context. So they don't give a
Well,
crap about you. They built it, and that was the end of it, and you have nothing to do with it.
you know what the crazy thing is? I think what's making people build these things is is basically something that might be non-human, different from human, a different type of human. You know, it
Ooh,
like
ooh, MT, ooh.
yeah, I mean, well, looking at it like scientifically. So if somebody says, "Oh, well, aliens," because a lot of evolution zombies will try to say, "Oh, so you're telling me aliens?" And I'm like, "No, I'm telling you that we don't know what started life. We don't even know what we're in right now. We're trying to figure this out." And evolution zombies, religious zombies, and not to say all people that believe in evolution are zombies, because the guy the other day, even though Brad was zombified, he was kind of shifting back to agnosticism, saying, basically he doesn't know. And yeah, the machine too. He's religious, but he's not a zombie. He's very aware. IA, thank you, brother, for the $13 donation, man. I appreciate that. We'll be getting the full version of StreamYard. Yeah, today, basically. I really appreciate that. Scribe is back sending me all the stuff, but thank you, man. So now, yeah, we'll continue streaming with able to have 10 people on the panel. And Scribe was letting me know that I need to start doing this a lot more. That's why when Tom said that he wanted to do a little 30-minute stream this morning, he had free time, and I said, you know what, sure. And then it was a pleasure to see BP Drake jump on, and then the machine jumps on, Plague Doctor, Professor Meeks, amazing debut, because we've seen him in the chat many times, and of course Jamal is an OG Black Pill royalty here from years, so it's just, and then the people in the chat, all the people in the chat just here. So I will be streaming more often. I'm working on the book every day, and it's going to shock me. I think it's going to bring up like a lot of conversation, because the genetics that I present, I go into like different types of humans. A lot of religion or evolution doesn't really explain that. Evolution tries to explain it, but we see it explains it in a very bigot type of unscientific, basically racist way. It creates the pseudo category of race instead of scientifically what it should be, the phenotypes, and different phenotypes. And like Bama, even though Bama asked a Bama question, that's the only way I can say it, when he came on, Dave Bama, that he made a point when he said he tried to, he's always trying to debunk. For some reason, it's like kind of like Prodigy and stuff. I just, I just wonder. But again, a broken clock is right twice a day. So when we were talking about race, saying that it was that thinner, yeah, like it was. We were talking about it's not a real scientific category. It's phenotypes and stuff. I don't think we said phenotypes, but then he comes on and he starts to say, you know, he starts to say, well, you guys said Chad is his own race, trying to say, if we say again, race doesn't exist, but it's not a proper classification, more likely. And I'm thinking he has a point. Okay, if we're saying Chad is his own race, but if he is listening, that the proper way to say that would be Chad is and Tyrone and Chad Roan and all of that are their own phenotypes. So that certain length of the bone, the golden ratio, the the zygomatic angle of the face, the degree of it, all of that stuff. And thank you, Professor Meeks, man. I really appreciate you coming on, brother. Always, man. Always, bro.
Yo, he was an interesting character. I'll say that. Have a
He's
good night, brother.
he was in the chat many times on the other channel, so he's been around. Meeks is Professor, just the name. It's like so It is great, man. And so with the book, and I'm not revealing the title, I'm trying to keep it together. And I was gonna change the name of the channel actually to match it. And then Scribe was saying, that's a very it's a dilemma or something. It's like we got to think about that because American Zombie is a pretty good name, and like how you said, it relates to the zombification of people we see. Like if Enos or whatever, True Enos, whatever his name is, I think he was trying to derail probably, or it was a troll. Bama tried to do that the other day, but again, like a broken clock is right twice a day. It brought in to say, okay, I should have termed that when he said that. I should have responded with, okay, you're saying that to say we said race, and now we're saying race is not the right classification. So the right classification is phenotype. And Dave seems to be educated. Surprisingly enough, I think Dave went to college, which is, I mean, I don't know where he gets the the money for it, but who knows? I mean, the guy, yeah, and yeah, man, Nightmare on Sperm Street. Thanks, man. It is a shocking book. One guy said it scared him. He backed up off of having sex, and thanks, man. Yeah, A to Z is perfect, MD. Yeah, American Zombie. It has like a good thing, that A to Z thing that it really, and then once I publish the book and I start doing streams on that, because then it would be a lot on human origins. Like it's not, some channels that I might get on are going to be things that are a little out there. Like, you look at guys that they say, okay, they say some stuff that you just know isn't true, or they've been caught out there lying. And, I wouldn't say just maybe blatantly lying, but maybe that knowledge, sometimes it gives people this thing where they'll just repeat stuff. Oh, well, this thing or these 13 families or this and that. And it might not be accurate. Somebody might come out and say, well, no, right here it doesn't say that. Now, I'm not saying that about what I just said. I'm saying other examples. And I think some of these guys fell into that. So it's not to discredit the other work. And they have bigger channels, like talk to them, maybe get them to come over here and talk with us. And yeah, have like that, and kind of course, stream more often, hopefully on a daily. If it goes well, maybe even bi-daily, like Scribe can stream at night, stuff like that. But yeah, man, yeah, it's definitely been if anybody else got something to add in, or we'll end the stream or something, it's been great.
No, like this is an amazing stream, and I can't wait till we do this more because these topics are not discussed anywhere else. This is the only place where we can discuss these topics openly with other open-minded men, and that's just not something that you see nowadays. So please, man, like keep on doing these, and as long as you keep doing them, I'll keep like supporting them.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, if anybody else, we got the PayPal Cash App links in the description if anybody wants to support. Mike Temper, man, is an OG. Salute, brother. He got the picture of Jada Meeks. That is hilarious, man. I remember when he first put that up there. But yeah, we'll continue. And we put Machine Lies channel in the chat. If Plague Doctor, BP Drake, I know they got channels, let me know. I mean, you guys got me really thinking about that censorship on the channel, man. This is like, it's kind of frightening, man.
Yeah, man. I think you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You're not really like, because with me, how they got me was I was talking about yeah, no, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You'll
Yeah.
be fine. Yeah, I went pretty in detail.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll kind of back.
as long
Yeah.
as you're cool. No, but the way you're going right now is good. Like
Yeah.
you'll be
And
fine. You
I
don't worry
figured,
about it.
yeah, the
Yeah.
human origin topic seems to be safe. It seems to be semi-safe right now. I would like to talk about the moon landings and stuff, because I mean, it's just, we already know how ridiculous some of the stuff
Oh
they expect.
yeah, you seen the video?
Huh?
MD,
Yeah.
MD, like before we even get into like the moon landings, we first have to just like actually talk about if the moon is even real, right? That's the first question that needs to even be asked, right?
Interesting.
I think
That's the
Scribe,
question I'll have to ask about.
you might be summoning Scribe to come on, man. I mean, he's listening. And yeah, I mean, he is on that. I wouldn't say, like, like if somebody said, okay, you have to say, you have to choose a position. I would say, I think it's an object in the sky. Possibly, like they have that thing in the blue skies. I've seen it where it looks almost translucent. What if the moon has like a type of a cloaking device, or maybe it gives an illusion that gives it that, or like you said, it could be holographic, but the facing the same side. If it was holographic, because I'm just looking at it scientifically, then how does the solar eclipse happen? Is it the moon? I think Scribe even went as far as to saying he believes that there's more than one moon that take the place. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like,
It's very specific how without the moon, human life and just life on Earth would not exist. Is what people are saying. So it's like even if it is real, right? It's
well,
like
again,
how
you notice how they
specific
say that,
does it have to
Jamal?
be?
Yeah,
Hmm?
it's always that they try to scare us. Oh, life wouldn't exist. It's like, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, it just
Yeah, exactly, right. But even if we buy into like the theories and whatnot, right? What I'm saying is that how specific does that have to be that like
oh,
without
it's
the
not
moon
by
it wouldn't be
chance.
exist. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
it's
as if
not
it
by
was put
chance.
there on purpose. But they're saying that the moon existed because like a huge like I think like a meteorite came on Earth and like it broke like a part of the Earth away, and that's how the moon came. Because I'm like, this is like super specific, super weird how it only how it happened with our Earth, and then that's how life came to exist. It's like this is like the whole like evolution, Big Bang theories. Like these are very specific things that
Yeah,
even if they are real, there's no way that they happen naturally. It's as if something caused it to happen, some type of being, someone made it
yeah,
happen, right?
yeah.
It's
It's
just,
definitely
but
not.
that's if you even like believe it, which I don't believe him at all. I think it's complete BS. But it's like
And,
there's something very specific about that. There's no way that we just came from evolution and that
Oh,
somehow
definitely.
our Earth's the
Yeah,
only planet that got affected by this moon. It's like
yeah.
there's just no freaking way, man.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, you might summon Scribe. I mean, Jose did last night. I think he's saying, the flat, the curvature can't be seen and all of that. And I don't know. Are you on that? Like, are you thinking that the shape of the Earth and stuff is and we shouldn't even have to say it this way. We should be able to say,
Yeah.
speak about it speculative. But if we're speaking about it speculative, that stays within YouTube's guidelines, so we
Here's the
can't
thing,
say
MD.
flat, yeah, and stuff
Here's
like
the
that.
thing, MD.
Yeah.
I'm just open minded about it. I'm really open minded about it. I think that it could be either way because
So
I think that
okay.
all the
Okay.
information that we are told is it's just I think that we have a lot of
yeah,
convoluted
the whole
lies and
Big Bang
propaganda.
theory is just preposterous as well.
Yeah, see now that part I don't
Hold
believe.
on,
The
I
Big
can't
Bang
hear
I don't
you
believe at
guys.
all.
1 second.
Yeah, yeah.
You get
That,
you,
that's
but
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
but
totally.
yeah. I
I
mean,
think me,
an
MD, Scribe, we all agree
So
on that.
so these people think that an explosion just randomly happened and that's how the universe is formed, and then they'll call us crazy. Like that's fucking ridiculous, don't you think? Like,
Yeah,
Drake,
it's
Drake,
totally
but
ridiculous.
Drake. Here's the thing that makes it even more ridiculous: is the
you
fact
know,
that they're saying that
yeah,
it
we
happened
you know this is
naturally.
good. This is good. We need to debunk the whole evolution lie and all this crap because it really is a huge deception, and it's like you said, this is the foundation of the whole
Yeah, the whole racial
racial
thing was
Yeah,
crap.
created
You know
by
what I'm saying?
evolution, man. It's the eugenics. It's and Jamal's right. I mean, we have to question. I mean, the Big Bang is
hmm
just ridiculous. I think
yeah.
evolution presents
That
it.
part. I mean, even if we play into that through, the part that makes it the most ridiculous for me, as I stated,
Yeah, no,
is the fact that they're saying
this
that
has
it
been
happened
awesome, man. I'm
Yeah.
naturally.
loving this channel.
And I
This has
kind of
been
agree
great.
with more with Jailhouse Max, and good to see you. Yeah, I would need more explanation. Scribe needs to come on and explain. I mean, I would say he knows a lot about this. He's not in the factions. There's so many different factions of the FEs. You would think by now, yeah. And the fact that that guy took
Yep.
Juranism to Antarctica to show him, okay, we're on Antarctica, one, so you can come here. And then it changes into, well, you can't go to certain sections of Antarctica. Well, you can't go to certain sections of Nevada either because of Area 51. So, but you can
Which
go
is
there
just a
though.
distraction, by the way. We know Area
Yeah,
51 is a
yeah,
distraction. Then nothing actually happens there.
yeah. I think a lot of it is because again, with the thing that I have with Scribe about the and other guys about the whole flat Earth thing is that it's saying, wait a second, we don't know. So if you say, well, okay, what they're saying here, I think is incorrect, and that this is flat or whatever, and there's a dome, but then magically it turns into a cult. I told him that, okay, so now you know everything. There's no questions now. Again, you
Yeah.
fall right into that thing of, okay, there's
Yep.
a dome and then God and all of this stuff. So it's just that, right? Not plural gods, not this, not, it's like, so aliens don't exist. They really have a good way with eliminating stuff for the I know everything. And I told them, you got to be careful of the AWMs, the agree with me zombies. So the
Yeah.
So
AWM, yeah.
Yeah, I actually saw a lot of people that are connected to Jainism, and they're all into theosophy. So I kind of think it's like a psyop to connect Bible to science. So it
Wow.
seemed
Wow.
like
I didn't
some,
know that. I didn't
you know,
know
it
that.
seemed
what
like that.
yeah. What I think, so what it is for me, right? The correct answer for whether or not the moon is flat or not, the always correct answer is going to be we don't know. Right? That's really my opinion, is that we actually don't know. I think that's the smartest answer we can give. That's the most objectively correct answer, because we really don't know. Yeah, sure. If we can say that there's more evidence of it being round because we can't see anything than ice sheets, which, yeah, I do agree with that. But at the same time, every information we get fed from online from the government, we can't trust. We really don't know. We have to do our own research into the actual topic and whatnot. And I think that's the most correct answer. Is just that we really don't know whether or not the space even exists, or that the Earth is really actually rounded, or if it's flat. We kind of don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would go on the premise that I think it's, round for sake of like saying, okay, I think Mr. X or somebody last night we were talking about it, and it was like, okay, travel wise. Now, you used to be a pilot, or you're still a pilot, and I say, and I told Scribe this, I said, why don't we have a fundraiser and we charter a plane and we do the simple routes first? Like on a flat map, they're saying that you can't on the globe, they're saying you can't fly from Argentina, right, over to Australia across what would be the lower Atlantic Ocean and past the Indian Ocean, right, underneath Africa. So is that possible? Like, can you fly? Because they're saying on a flat map, like the flight pattern goes from, I think, Argentina up to either Johannesburg, South Africa, or even more north, like where Egypt is,
Mm-hmm.
and then back down on an angle to Australia. Now, on a flat map, they're saying that's a one continuous line. On a globe, the one continuous line would be from Argentina straight across the water under the Atlantic,
Yeah.
lower Atlantic and lower Indian Ocean until you hit Australia. So that right there
Mm-hmm.
is
I
an
mean, I mean,
experiment, right? What were we gonna say?
my bad, Andy. My
Yeah,
bad, my bad. But I do want to mention with my expertise, and this is why I've always leaned on the Earth obviously being round, because even up there though, you could see the actual, like above, like I'll say about like 30,000 feet typically is when I would start seeing like the actual curvature of the Earth. So
okay.
I see that now. Once again, that could be it could be like some type of BS. What's it called?
Maybe an illusion,
Illusion that
but
they put. Yeah,
you've
something like
flown.
that.
So
But
at
but
what
the way that we
altitude?
plan. So
What
normally
altitude?
we fly around like 32 to I think max about like 36,000
Okay. What? Because I
feet.
remember as a kid, didn't they go as high as 40,000 feet or no?
Yes, but I mean normally though cruising altitude is about like is about like 34, like 36, because that's when the air is just like thin enough that the
Yeah.
plane doesn't have to use as much fuel as it
Yeah.
normally has
Now
to.
at that altitude, you can see the curvature. So you're saying.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so and because I've flown in many commercial planes, and I said, well, I think I saw it. I remember not seeing a massive curve, but not, sometimes you would see what appears to be a straight line, but then other
But
times, yeah. Mhm.
even the way that we plan our flight plans, right, is if you look at a flight map of a plane, it does curve. It never goes, like a plane never goes straight to like the destination on a map. It always curves. If you look at the actual line, the actual
Mhm.
route of the plane, it's
Yeah.
always curving as well.
Okay,
So, and we
so
do like take that into account as well.
so then it shows more that the globe model makes it's giving more evidence pointing toward the globe, right?
Yes.
Okay,
But
yeah, because
when it comes to flying, I will say that the globe theory, and I'll be honest, it's not it's I didn't start questioning the like globe theory till about like I think like 5 years ago when I started
yeah,
looking back
or
into
maybe
it.
not
Like,
even a theory, maybe the model, because it could still be
yeah,
globe, but just the model they're telling us might be a little
yeah,
different. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. But yes, but we do take into account the actual curvature of the Earth when it comes to our actual like flight plans. We are like taught that and all that, and so
yeah,
and you can go and type in plane routes, and you can see that it's always curving. The line is never straight. It's never going
yeah.
from one destination to another in a direct straight line. It's
Uh-huh.
always a curve. So
Okay, now the curve. All right, so we have that with the curve. There's also something spherical trigonometry. So like when you're measuring, say, a triangle on the globe, you have to take into account for that curvature because the distance will be a little longer than just a flat triangle. And they use
yeah.
what's called spherical trigonometry. So if you know the circumference or the curvature, you have to add that in when doing it probably is added in computation wise with the modern stuff for plane flights. But the route itself is what I'd like to go into next to say, okay, there might be a reason why they might not fly directly from one point on the globe to another point. It seems like they fly out of the way and then go back down to the area that they're at, or maybe not directly. Some, yes, are probably direct, but I'd have to look into this because again, they could be lying just to push the agenda to say,
I
oh, yeah.
I can show you one real quick on the
Hmm.
stream real quick
Hmm.
of a like flight path that's
Hmm.
that's going on right now that you can just blatantly see is a curve as well. I mean this that way
Hmm.
you can at least
AMD,
actually
thanks for
see
having
what I'm
me
talking
on,
about.
but it's getting late here. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
definitely,
get
man.
to catch
Thank
some
you, man.
Z's,
I
man.
appreciate it, man.
Yeah, blessings.
All right, man. You have a good one. Peace.
All right, man. You too.
This
This
is
is okay.
so this is a like FedEx flight flying to like Japan right now. It's coming
Uh-huh.
from Memphis. You can see the route that the plane is taking. It doesn't go straight from Memphis right here to like
Uh-huh.
Japan right
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
right?
Why
But
not?
you see how it's curving right this, right? But
Uh-huh.
but this is still a straight line, by the way. I know it looks weird, but it's still a straight line. Or at least that's what we're taught. But it curves around and goes up into Canada and to Alaska and goes this way. But this is still the quickest route that the plane can take to go to from Memphis to like Japan. But you see
Why?
how curved it is.
So
So
why is
why
that
is
the
that the
quickest
quickest
route and
route
not
and not
going
going
straight
straight
across
across?
to
Because the Earth isn't flat, is what was over taught.
okay,
A
so
flat
we're
Earth,
looking
yeah,
all right.
So
So on a
on a
round
round
thing it
thing,
would
it
be
would be
different.
different.
yeah. If you go straight from here to here, you're really going to be going like this.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So because we have to take the like, curvature of Earth into account, we have to actually really fly like this
So
in order
on a
to be there the
globe,
quickest way.
that would be a straight path on a globe, you're saying.
Yes, on a globe, this would
Okay.
look straight, but on a map, since this map is a flat map,
It
it
looks like
looks
it's
weird.
curved.
Yes, exactly. But
Wow,
in
man. See,
reality, it's going straight.
this is the beauty of just studying in science because it shows it's nothing against people who believe in the flat earth. It's just saying, look, man, the model, because I was saying some of these things seem like psyops to get people distracted. I said, what, even if the earth was flat, right? What does it matter? We're looking for, all right, one thing, we're all going to go into something that they call death, the next. I call it the next. We don't know where that's at, and that's a very important. I would think it's important because the people
Right.
I cared about, I look at pictures, it's just me now, and I'm saying, wow, my immediate family don't live in New York, and the older people, aunts and uncles, are basically in that other place. Now, religion says it is one thing, and they say it's a belief, so of course they don't require proof. That's okay; it's a belief. I want to know for sure, which I probably won't ever get to know the sure. But the good thing is, yeah, and that's the funny thing, my friend. Yeah, Earth. You believe in Earth? Yeah, man. You know it. It
That's
just
the thing, man. It's just it's a bunch of stuff. But when I was flying and whatnot, we do see this, and what I when I do take the curvature into account, I do actually go through like the nations and the countries that I should be going through. It's not like, oh, like I'm flying from Memphis to like Japan, but all I see is just ocean. So maybe
Mhm.
like this map is wrong. Like I'm actually going through what it's telling me that I'm supposed to be going through. Like I see Canada,
Okay.
I see Alaska and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like it's really like unless it's all an illusion, like that's how
No, no.
technology advanced it is. It's
Now,
just
and this is great because see, this conversation, you actually have the credentials. You fly, you've flown commercial aircraft. You understand way more than I do about this. And most, probably, I would say, mostly all flat earthers to say, no, we're speaking with a pilot right now that actually has flown many flights and that he can give us firsthand experience. And he's not somebody who's like just with the establishment, because you got some pilots that I've had pilots that don't even want to talk about the trails. You know what I mean?
oh, I mean, you can't even. I mean, like I can't even mention this to any of my pilot friends. By the way, if I do mention this, what they will do is they will report me to the FAA for being like for having mental issues is what they will call it, and they will
Oh,
legitimately revoke my creds for me just speaking out against this because they might think that I'm mentally ill or whatnot. They don't want any mental pilots on the flight line, but yeah, like
oh
that's
my,
like I can't even speak about this in public with my pilot friends, with my coworkers, etc.
yeah,
Even with other flight attendants, it's just like this stuff is like this is
off
very
limits.
looked down
Yeah.
upon to even speak out about the flat Earth theory.
What? And now with the trails, same thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, same thing. I mean, I mentioned like before, like you could ask other like pilots too, but like there's one hose that they hook up onto the wing that puts the fuel in it. There's another hose that they hook up into the wing that I have no idea what it is. I've asked the ground workers what it is. They say, "Oh, we don't know." They told us just like just to hook this up, right? And it's like I don't even know what that is. And
Wow.
that right there is like, yo, like is this what's causing whatever this crap is going to the air, right?
Yeah,
And if I ask
exactly.
this to other coworkers, they don't know what it is, or they say, oh, it's just like another fuel hose. I'm like, why? But like normally they don't put two of those on the wing,
Yeah.
but they
Yeah.
don't. We never question it.
And we see it in the sky. I mean, UK chemtrails, they have it on, and
Hmm.
just saying that, I'll see, I guess, if they put the disclaimer. I'm not saying that it's real or whatever. Hopefully, they don't put any disclaimer. It's just speculative, but they have a good page about that and a .com with it as well. Um, I think about that. Like we see it in the sky, and everybody. I mean, now that it's open, that they talk about the geo. Modification. It's crazy, but Scribe, man, yeah, we're going. We summon Scribe.
Yeah, I
Oh
heard a
my
few
goodness.
things. Let me show a picture real quick to show Jamal. So the flight path he showed, for example, you see right there. So if you're going north from North America, it would be a straight line to go. What was it, Malaysia? You said?
No,
To like Tokyo.
Okay, okay, okay. So Japan is there as well. So technically, it's pretty much a straight line when you look at the flat Earth map on there. But when you look at the globe, yeah, you see this massive curve thing going around.
no, no, no.
So it
It's
makes
not.
no sense.
The globe is showing a straight line as well. He's saying that flat map
No,
here.
no, it's not. No, no, it's not.
If you
I just
actually
saw it.
look
On
at
his, it's a big curve. This one's straight. If you see the line right there.
Yeah, yeah. On the so on the globe, if you try to look at what Memphis is in the middle of the country, right? You see where like Japan is over there. You see how it's a straight line on the globe from Memphis to like Japan. Can you guys
Yeah,
actually see it?
yeah, because this
So
would
yeah,
be over like
exactly.
the top of the globe, like more, right?
Yes, exactly. But on
Yeah.
the flat map, it's super curved.
Yeah, the flat map where you see the continents spread out in a different orientation than this flat map, because
That's
this is
fantasy, is what we're saying. This is the real trajectory.
no, this is a flat map that's closer to the globe model, because you see how it's centered it has the center point of the Arctic circle, right? On the other map, you don't
Do you
have it
see
centered.
Antarctica? You see the ice wall? This is the flat
No,
Earth
no,
map,
no,
the
no, no.
equidistance map.
Listen, this map right here compared to the one Jamal showed, right? This one is centered on the top pole of the earth. So it's centered that way and it spans out like the spider web, therefore being more accurate to a globe, right? The other map, that's square, that has North America and South America below it is not as accurate as this. Therefore, the
This
flight.
is not a globe. I don't know if this was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see Africa or anything else. You just be
No,
see
you
the
can see
very top.
Africa. You see, all right, this is a globe, a flat map representative of a globe looking from the top. So if we're looking at the top, say the North Pole, which that appears to be, right? Now that's the middle of the map. So it's extremely accurate going outwards to the edges of the circle, right? So now this represents that top part very accurately of what it would look like if we're looking at the top of the globe. Now, from this perspective on a flat map, when you fly from Memphis to Japan, it shows it's actually a straight line over like close to the top of the earth. So the other map, which is a flat map as well, representing the earth, but it's a flat map that's very distorted. And that's why the path is looking like it's curved.
Oh, the other one's a globe, and Antarctica is an actual continent. This shows you the ice wall, the
Well,
center
Antarctica,
point,
if
and
you
how it
flipped
goes
it,
out.
Antarctica would be on the bottom, right?
No, you see the ice wall goes all the way around. See the little piece that sticks up Argentina, but it goes all the way around this whole
If
entire
I
thing.
took, all right, this is what I'm saying. If I took this, if this was made out of like a flat rubber, right, to where I could wrap it around a sphere, and I had a sphere, and I took this and I put the top of the sphere underneath where the North Pole is and wrapped it around the sphere, the bottom part of the sphere would close in with what you're calling an ice wall and form the continent on the bottom, Antarctica. So if I
That's what they
peel
want you to
back off,
believe.
because
Right.
remember, this is not a square map you're showing me. You're showing me a circular flat map. So this circular flat map, of course, wouldn't coat and cover the globe exactly. You'd have to have
We're in
slick.
the inner ring. We're in the inner ring of Antarctica. That's what holds in the water.
No. What do you mean inner ring? I mean, if you close this
Remember,
over,
there's multiple rings beyond this. This is the inner ring that we're stuck with. So you stay on your little ball, and that's where you get to go. You just go around in circles. So this is the actual view of the flat Earth map. You can say, yeah, from the top down, but it's not in any shape, way, shape, or form a ball being looked at from top down. So this is
well,
not a flat Earth map. And you see Antarctica, the ring going around.
if
This is
this is
this is the
looking from the top,
equidistant map.
if it's looking from the top down, which it appears to be, right? Jamal's a pilot, so he's telling us, I mean, he has no reason to lie.
But not on a ball. It's looking top down on a
No,
flat
it's
map
looking
within
top
a
down on a
circular.
ball. No, this is a representation looking top down on a ball. Because you know why? Look at the longitude lines. So the latitude lines will stay parallel to one another, but the longitude lines don't. Right? They seem to bow out and then they'll bow back in. So I would say that maybe even because I would think that they should be the inaccuracy comes from when you reach the equator. So the equator should be around like a little above Central Africa.
Exactly. That's when it gets totally different. Yeah, it's totally different than the other one.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So at that point, when we take this and wrap it on top of a sphere to the equator, now it wraps. Now, when you go to wrap it down, the part of the map is going to fold because it's not going to wrap perfectly to the bottom half of the globe. So what seems to be distorted is pieces of the oceans that would need to be slit out. So when you close the bottom part underneath, it matches, seamlessly. And then when that all matches underneath the globe, now you have all of that white part comes together.
Okay, well, I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm saying this is a top-down view from that. If this was a ball, you'd only see the very top part in the center ring, and it's going to go into, it'll turn into a ball.
We're seeing the top part because remember, it's distorted a little. So we're seeing the top. It would be if this was possibly like representing the northern hemisphere, the top hemisphere, say, it would be, the continents could be a little more enlarged and you wouldn't see the bottom, of South America or Africa or Australia, so this is something where
I mean, that could be argued all day. I'm saying this is the equidistance map. This is the original map that all navigators, everyone uses for all these, flight or navigation in the water, whatever it is. And it's represented. It's the UN flag uses this as well. So this is not something that's new or anything. So
And I
it's one of the older maps.
yeah, I mean, Jailhouse Massacre has a good point. Lord of the Rings, the movie referenced that, but how far does it go? Is it really? I mean,
Okay, but then let's
how
ask
old
the
is this map? Are you telling me? How are you? How old are you trying to tell me? This map cannot be that old.
you have to go back. This is before Copernicus
Wait a minute. You're telling me
it's
that
over
this map
500.
is before 1500?
I have to go back and look, but this is the original
You
before
got
they
to get
changed
the date.
everything.
I think this is a map
Yeah.
from like the 20th century, man.
No, this is like one of the original
Honestly, just the way it looks with the
maps that
blue
they
and
used.
everything and the lines of longitude. Why would it have latitude and longitude lines on it if it was an old map?
Yeah, I mean, even
Right?
the Buddhist one had it too, but it had all the extra rings around it.
No,
Remember?
no. All right. Do you have a picture of the Buddhist one?
Yeah, let me grab that one too.
Okay, yeah. So we can compare
But
it.
to answer your other thing, so who cares about the shape? Well, the reason why we care about the shape is because they're cutting us off at this point. They're not letting us go beyond these rings, and we're not going to see lands that do exist, but they want to claim that they're fake or whatever,
Okay.
or lands that they control us from, and they can keep us here, and we don't know they're controlling us from out there.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
the
and you
issue.
have a point. You have a point. I'm not going to say the fact that it shows that straight line from Memphis to Japan on this map, that is a point. But if this was put on the top of a sphere, it would also have that top curvature. And he said that they do add in for the curvature, so it's not like it's a directly straight line. It's using spherical trigonometry to say, okay, it's a little more. Yeah, if you have, I think you can.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Yeah, another
I'm
one.
just gonna take it off for a second, but there's that, and then there's a thing with the okay, if this was just a rock that just happened to blow up from the Big Bang, happened to be in the right part of the universe of the solar system and all this stuff
No, all
there
of that stuff is fairy
in the
tale.
moon.
All of that
Well, that's
Big
what I'm saying.
Bang is
That's what
fairy
they're
tale.
saying. That's what they're saying. So when you're on the globe, that's what it's feeding. It's feeding the possibility that we came from this Big
No,
Bang.
no.
That's why we're a
Well,
sphere, and that's
they
why
need.
I'm saying that's
Yeah.
what they're saying.
Now, Jailhouse
So,
Maxa has a good question. He said, once again, how come nobody has ever explored the ice world? There's only one grainy footage decades ago of someone flying over, but it's still skeptical.
So Jealous Max, yeah, go look up Admiral Byrd, the TV show he was on in the 50s before they burned the Great Treaty. You
No,
can still see it
he's saying
on
there's
YouTube
one
today.
grain. Is that the grainy footage from decades ago? Is that it?
Probably from one of those things, but he needs to look up that thing where he comes back and he talks about what they
No,
saw
but what
beyond the
he's
wall, how
asking
far in
is
they went.
what he's asking is how come nobody has ever explored that ice world? Like, so that's his first.
They have. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he brought a fleet. He had
No,
helicopters,
still,
everything.
like
I mean,
now, why wouldn't somebody in modern times, the way they took Juranism
they
to
filmed it. They filmed part of that. Yeah.
they filmed the ice wall on
Like
Juranism?
him getting there, the fleet going up the ice wall and all that, but from there they took vehicles or whatever it was, planes into
But wouldn't
further in
he
to
have
see.
said this is an ice wall? Like how
Yeah, I
is
mean,
that?
to them, he's not debating whether it's an ice wall or not. To them, I guess they just said, "Well, it's an ice wall. We're not going to debate that. You just find out what's beyond it." And that was the mission, to find out what's beyond it. And he did find vegetation, a piece of land the size of the U.S. beyond the South Pole. So if that's true, then how can there be a South Pole the way they show you on a ball? So there's that. That YouTube TV when they aired that in the 50s came out, and a couple years ago on YouTube recently, actually pretty recently, that aired or not aired, but they got a copy of it and put on YouTube because
Okay.
everyone was asking that where the people said there was a radio show or TV show
Well, I'm
happened,
surprised
and they
there's
finally
not
came
more
up
expeditions. Why aren't there like 10 expeditions? And that's not a lot.
because
Yeah.
they shut it down the second he came back and confirmed that. They shut that down so quickly. Great Treaty. The whole entire world had to sign off
Juranism
and
got
say
to
no
go to
one.
Antarctica. That's kind of
Bro,
odd.
that is in the very front before you can get beyond the ice wall.
I mean,
Okay,
it
so
could be
he only got to
certain
see
parts of
he
Antarctica.
got to go to the kiddie area. That's basically what he got to see. So what I'm saying is, if we are like these things are rocks, like everyone wants to think rock or whatever, we're just here. It just happens to be luck or whatever that we exist. I'm saying now you got to take out the ether, which Einstein did. You take out the ether. You take out the astrology. You take out all these things that require this to be a sacred ground of some sort, that these things are affecting this ground, this universe, this Earth. They want to call it that. I want to call it the universe, where it actually is the universe. You're walking upon it. So all these things that are happening above your head, that big clock above your head, the sun, moon, all these things,
Well,
astrology, and all these things would not exist. Ghosts and spirits and
yeah,
witchcraft
but
would not
then
exist without the Ethernet, without all these things. So they want to take it out, which Einstein did, to say no, this thing called gravity is the thing that makes all this stuff work. So how far they have to reach in and make stuff up is incredible.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
And
there's
that's what I'm saying.
definitely
Why this is
some
so important.
yeah, there's definitely some fuckery with the gravity with the whole gravity situation as much as there is with evolution. But I'm way out of my depth with this topic in particular. I mean, I should just get off of here at this moment to go pray and do some other things. But thank you so much for having me, Max. I greatly appreciate the time. I mean, I'll try to stop by. More often. I was trying to find a time when you were available, so I could hop on here. A good topic and stuff. So I don't mean to, cut into the conversation too much. But yeah, blessings, guys.
Definitely, bro. It's
I
good you
mean,
come
do
on.
you have any alternative machine to gravity, like anything beside it?
I think electromagnetism could be a good alternative. You know, I don't see why ether or electromagnetism couldn't be a sound replacement, especially in terms of the dark matter stuff, right? Um, so yeah, I think it could be a sound replacement. I think we're living in like an ether like thing that's intelligent, So
Okay. What
yeah,
about the theory that they have with the buoyancy and density and stuff? Because they do have specific gravity and specific density, right, on certain materials with orthodox science books. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, it's kind of, I'm wondering because Scribe is, he's saying, okay, if there's no such thing as that, or it's not that there's no such thing as gravity, you're challenging the theory of gravity. They're saying, okay, they're saying that it's a gravitational force that binds everything because it warps space. Matter warps space depending on the weight, which is which which is determined by gravity. The theory. I mean, it is. When you think about it, you start to say, "Wow, we can do these tests." And we do seem that electricity or electromagnetism does affect it in some manner. We see that in
right,
metals, right? We
right. But
see
it's
that.
like, yeah, but it's like, you know, yeah. I mean, it's
Have you
ultimately
ever
just
seen the difference? What copper does to magnets? Like if you take a copper tube or like a copper plate, they have videos. I've done the experiment myself, and you drop uh, a magnet, a strong magnet, through it or over it, it'll slow when it gets to a certain point before it hits the copper. So it's like there's a buffer zone that the magnet will drop at the normal rate, and then once it gets within this part of the copper, it slows down, and then boom, and then it will hit. But it doesn't just drop like if you drop it on a surface that isn't copper. I don't know if
yeah,
you've ever seen those experiments.
yeah, because they've discovered that space is more dense than matter. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it's the case.
I mean, well, the experiments you can watch on YouTube. Scribe, did you had some, or you want to that?
It comes down to they're trying to prove this reality that they created through string theory, whatever, Newtonian physics, Einsteinian physics, whatever they want to claim the standard is today of how these proofs are supposed to be calculated through these string theory theories. Again, keyword theory. Unless it doesn't calculate through their theories, also they created it doesn't conform to reality. So it's like they have to create their own version, like calculus or whatever, to conform to what this reality is. So they're creating algorithm or equations to make you think what they think this reality is, when in reality of what's going on, you cannot scientifically explain something that has a natural presence of life mixed in with supernatural, which is the sun, the moon, and the ethereal, and all these things we can't see that we know exist to this day and been spoken of for thousands of years. So it's a mixture of all these things together. So there is no, hard science way to prove any of that, because it's all mixed together. It's
I
like
mean,
one big
Jamal said he'll be right back, but I was going to ask him about flying over the South Pole. But when you say that somebody can't fly over the North Pole, this map that you showed clearly shows the route flies very close to the North Pole, right?
You can
Going,
go around the edges. You just can't go directly over.
yeah, but like, you know, and that's just based on belief, right? Like we just have to believe that, or is there anybody that filmed
Well, take
trying
a
to go?
flight and, basically deadly force type of thing. That's what I was saying. If you want to go see God, you can, and it's here. It's in the center of the earth. And it's not God like a human being. What you want to see the source of power, that's where it is. But they're going to be blocking that off, and they're also going to block off the outer edge because they don't want you to see what else is out there. So those two reasons why you cannot go to either one of those things.
I mean, there's a lot of faith required in that, right?
Magnetic north, where your compass point?
Hmm. Wow. Machine
Madame
lies.
Maru.
Are you flat round in between or?
I'm more like I just push the mystery further. So I just go to like Hollow Earth. But I'm not, sort of,
Oh, you're more hollow Earth, you think?
yeah, I'm more Hollow Earth just on a scientific basis, like because I'm just saying that they should probably find out what's inside of the Earth before they go figure out what's in space. So that's just my general position. I'm more interested about the Earth than I am about
Like
space.
hollow Earth, like what? Hollow where it's inhabited, or the core, or something like that.
Yeah, I think there might be creatures inside. I mean, right? The Earth that we're not familiar with, that may have contributed to evolution and things like that. You know, um,
So
so
you're a fan. So you're saying you're a fan of evolution?
not specifically, but I am a fan of interventionism. Right, so the standard theory does not match, right? But in terms of interventionism, or panpsychism, right? Those are the two I go with, right?
And what?
Panpsychism.
Can
It
you?
means that nature is intelligent, right? So yeah.
Mm. And now, nature being intelligent, is that what scribe? Is that what you're saying about ether?
Right. So if you're saying that this is just a rock that's in space and it has atmosphere somehow magically and all these things happen, how do you explain the ether, the electromagnetic grid of the earth, the spiritual presence we have
No, he's
here,
saying it's hollow and there's
astrology?
stuff inside.
Oh, definitely there can be. That's definitely. I mean, there's many military bases that go miles deep that have cities. So why not? There's a lot of ancient sites as well that have the harmonics that are created underground that are like no man today can figure out. And you can shout from the top and it goes all the way through and all these things that we don't even have. So definitely, I mean, that's one of the because they call us the surface dwellers. We're the idiots that on a surface. So any cataclysm can easily wipe us out. Whereas you have the guys who engineered these massive, large underground networks and they know about them. So obviously it's going to be kept secret, but yeah, I mean that's definitely the way to survive in this very heavily radiation heavy world we live in. The sun, moon, and all the crazy stuff that comes with it,
Hmm. Wow.
hurricanes and all that. Yeah,
So hollow Earth, but I don't see how hollow Earth is going to be compatible with flat Earth. I don't see that. Like, how is
why
that?
not?
Like, is it that? Because
You can't dig down.
is it machine? Like, are you talking about a flat hollow Earth or a round hollow Earth?
You asking me? You
Um,
asking? Oh,
I think it could be either or. It could possibly be compatible with both, right?
Hmm.
Like it would just be, like whether the Earth is just floating in space, right, with the firmament over it, as the flat earthers propose, right? And there's nothing else there, right?
no, machine. There is no space. We're not saying it's floating in any space. That's the other wrong assumption that they make.
Right. So if that's the case, then yeah, then there'd be less of yeah. So then it would support that that what's inside the Earth or around it would be highly significant, right? But I don't really theorize either way because I'm not really much of a science guy. I'm more like philosophy, history, theology, those type of things.
So, are you more of on the spirituality consciousness type of thought? like how that developed, how like what is it, like what are we, like that type of stuff, or just philosophy of the world around us, like trying to piece it together?
Well, I started out looking at political theories. So it's really political philosophy that I started with, and then I moved into I'm like more metaphysics and theology and stuff. So that led me into a bunch of conspiracy stuff, because indeed is a lot of conspiracies with how philosophy and theology have collaborated, right, throughout the years. They've collaborated on certain occult concepts. Like, for example, Newton was a student of Maimonides, right, the rabbi, right, from the 12th century, and he derived some of his philosophy or his thoughts about science from Maimonides, right, who actually wrote in the 1200s. And one of the ideas that some of the rabbis say that he could have attained is the idea of gravity, because in the Kabbalah there's an idea zimzum, that God retracted his self to make space, right? So God created this space. It's called this drawing back, right? That God drew back in order to make space for creation. So this was sort of the primary concept that they thought um, could have contributed to ideas like gravity.
Wow. Okay, so um wow, that's pretty deep. um yeah, it's like so anything like with the philosophy that you're studying, like what does that tell you about the modern world? Like what are you getting, like how does it help us? Which I'd like to, because any help is needed, I mean, in the world that we're in.
Well, I think it created science, right? So I think like I mean, you could say that sort of religion had a greater part of the conscience of man, and then philosophy sort of handed mankind into the arms of science, right? So we live in a sort of scientific worldview instead of a religious worldview, and that comes from secularism, right? So what caused that was a philosophical interpretation of the religious text, right? Like, for example, right, Peter Thiel is talking about how the fall of man and the birth of the Son of God and all this type of stuff constitutes man conquering nature, right, or going beyond nature, or transcending nature, right? So the basic nub of the ideas of transhumanism came from the philosophical interpretations of religion, right? So I think it's all linked, because if you look at ideas like empiricism, right, empiricism is actually a philosophical idea that was applied to religious theories, right, that then birthed a science, right? So like empiricism, like it came, it comes from lots of different religious and philosophical concepts, such as the tabula rasa, right, such as the universal man, right, such as the notion of correspondence theory, right, that nature is in a state of becoming and the mind is in the state of being, right, so the mind is in a sort of perpetual stasis, whereas nature is perpetually being transformed. So these ideas came from philosophy and looking at religion and how God entered into nature. Through the birth of Jesus, that means that God is actually separate from nature, right? So they had to create philosophical proofs for how God's entrance into history meant that the divine and nature like merged with each other. For example, right? So they had to create. So it led to these ideas, like creation ex nihilo, right? Was an idea, right, that they came up with, right? Because they said, well, the universe can't be eternal because God entered the world, but God is eternal, right? So how could something eternal enter something non-eternal, right? It became a philosophical debate, right?
Wow. So that's is that debating God, like being non-eternal or time? I mean, it's kind of deep. Alexa says, "Scribe, does space actually exist?" So
Not in the way that we're being told. As far as there's all these planets out there, we can do full jets and go out and play golf and go wherever we want. Mars and all that stuff. I mean, again, these are ethereal lights in the sky, bodies, spirit, who knows what they're energies there, and they don't go away. They're there forever, as far as we know. And they play a role for what's going on down here, and that's why there's astrology. That's why there's, people that map out especially when they go in the ocean, they use stars to navigate and all these things. So these things are there for a reason, and also astrology and religion and all these things kind of go off these same algorithms based on these points of light in the sky that can calculate cataclysms every 25,000 years, whatever cycles. Right now, your watch on your arm only calculates, the 24-hour the rotation of the moon going around the sun. That's it. Beyond that, you don't have any more calculations, because there's many more that I've realized that are up there and that go on. Okay, this will happen every 100 years, every 2,000 years, every 5,000 years, and they've mapped all that stuff out. It's a gigantic clock above your head, and people are just completely, unaware of that. And all these things cannot be without this thing being constructed as something like sacred, as what you see, versus what they're saying it's a chunk of rock that just happened to explode and fly into space and happen to be in the right area and all these crazy things. Doesn't explain anything about the ether. Doesn't explain anything about spirits, the spiritual thing. None of that. They only want to focus on the physical, and that's all you get. And so the scientific side. So both sides can never gel, because it's a mixture of both things at the same time, and they're never going to allow that to happen, because we live in this dualist system here, left and right, Republican, Democrat. Everything has to be segregated and divided, and we can never unify, because we can never get to the center of any of these issues. Therefore, we'll stay stupid, and we'll always have these arguments, and this is where we stay. Until we're allowed to combine those things, until it's acceptable, now you can find truth.
Wow. Any other questions in there?
Jamal, did you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I do want to mention that I believe I did hear an earlier question from one of you guys if I had flown over the South Pole, and no, I have not. And from what I know of, I don't believe that there's any flights that actually go through the South Pole, or there's very few, and that's just because we're taught that it's just not it's a route that can't really be taken, because it's a very long route is what we're taught about. We mostly, if we ever go through any type of pole, it'll be the North Pole. We never go through the South Pole.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. And thank you, Machine Lies. Thank you for an excellent combo too, man. I appreciate it. So there is no flights that can fly over the South Pole?
I'm not gonna say that there's no flights, but I've never seen a flight or a route that goes through the South Pole or anything like that. I've never flown.
Uh-huh.
I never went through the South Pole, and
is it do you know if it's possible for a person to charter a flight, to say, okay, or even the North Pole? When I asked Scribe about the map he showed, the flight from Memphis to Japan goes close to the North Pole, but does it go over the North Pole?
No.
Every flight I've seen, every flight that I've seen that goes near it, because typically those flights are, Japan or Australia to South America flights. Uh-huh. They don't go through it; they just go near it, but they don't go through it.
Yeah, and I would think if you go over it, it might mess with the instruments too, right? It could. I mean, I don't know if there's any type of magnetic pull, but could I charter a flight? Because there's flights that go to Antarctica, right? Just not over the South Pole. It'll fly to the continent, right?
Yeah. You can always fly to the South Pole or to Antarctica, but commercial flights normally don't actually go through there. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I heard it's very expensive too. That guy who claimed to be flat Earth that went there, Juranism, and now he's saying, okay, he was mistaken, that he saw the 24-hour sun. So the model that Scribe you believe in doesn't have a 24-hour sun. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying this is one ring, and then there's another ring that has its own sun and moon, and that's what creates the eclipses. from the exact size being able to eclipse each other, versus they're saying, no, it's the sun that's a billion times bigger than the moon and somehow perfectly, all this ridiculous, again, more ridiculousness to fit their model. There's rings, and there's several suns and moons that go beyond that. So it depends how far you go. And that's
But
what the Buddhist map was showing too.
But where's the proof of this? Several suns and moons. I just don't get it, man. Maybe I'm not seeing
Well,
it.
that's the thing. You'd have to go back to much older maps that have been prohibited to be shown.
No, I'm saying like
since,
what's observable. What's observable?
Well, the eclipse is one of the main things that's observable, and at certain times of the year you can see a glimpse of the other sun at certain times. So there's definitely.
Alexa says that flights do not go over the South Pole primarily due to safety regulations and a lack of infrastructure, which makes sense because if something happens, there's nothing there, so you're going to be landing on ice.
Exactly.
Right.
We have something called ETOPS, which is like which it's a regulation that says that we have to be at least at a certain like distance to an airport in case of emergency happens on our routes. And that is another reason why I believe that we don't really go through the South Poles, because it's not really a lot of airports there. While the North Pole, it's it's near like Canada and it's near Alaska, so there's tons of airports around there that we can divert to. But there's no commercial airports in the South Pole, so that's why a lot of times there's no flights there.
That makes sense now for the certain air flights to be going on certain routes, which they said should be a straight line, but sometimes they might not be perfectly straight because they have to be within that certain mileage, right, of airports.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
In case there's an emergency.
Yeah, see, these type of things, I think, lets us see more of why, and this is where I'm saying a lot of the flat earthers aren't bringing this in. This is empirical science, man, that can be observed, it can be repeated, shown to be true.
What exactly shown? We know why it's blocked off. It's ridiculous to think, oh, it's cold, that we can't make airways and we can't make airports, all these things that are needed to be able to traverse the land. Well, they would have done that already if that was the case.
It's about safety, though. If something were to happen, you're not going to be able to get to an airport in case of emergency.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, you're over the ocean. What's the difference? I'm just saying they could go out there and make bases and runways and all these things that you're talking about to do that. So the fact they haven't done that, you should be scratching it. And the fact they have a greater treaty that every country in the world agrees to not to go there. Good.
Well, Squad, there are bases and there are actual runways there, but those runways are not meant to deal with regular like commercial aircraft. They're really meant to deal with like the military cargo craft and with small planes, but they're not built for large like commercial aircraft. And the reason why is because like no one lives in Antarctica, so no one's going to take commercial flights to Antarctica. It's really just say like it's a small base area that just has penguins over there. So like there's no need to build to build an actual airport there. Is the argument that they're saying?
You buy that?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
makes sense.
I would say yes.
See, he's scratching his head. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It does not. If that was a usable content, why does every single country in the world have a created treaty to not go there? Why is, yes, the runways and things are on the edges where you can't go beyond a certain point, and they're there to guard that. And it says, beyond this point, you're going to be met with lethal force, okay? So they're not playing around when they're saying you cannot go beyond this area.
Well, that's the same thing with Area 51, right?
That's a government secret base. This is land, open continent. There's supposedly no special thing unless you go beyond it. Then you find out, oh shit, where this goes beyond further.
You can go to that land. People have landed on Antarctica, right? So it's not that the whole.
No, you can only go to the restrictive area, the non-restrictive areas that they let you go. Beyond that, you're going to be met with lethal force if you try to go beyond
same thing like
a certain point.
But that doesn't prove that there's an ice wall or anything. It just proves that they're guarding something. I'm not saying that.
Well, the ice wall is in the ocean. You see the ice wall when you get there. So when you get there, you have to traverse a 200-foot ice wall. So they have to use helicopters, whatever things, to go up it and get their gear.
But nobody has pictures of the ice wall.
There's tons and hundreds of pictures of the ice wall. There is no picture from Antarctica from space. That's interesting, isn't it? So I can find you hundreds of thousands of pictures of the ice wall, but I can't. You cannot show me one picture from NASA that shows Antarctica.
Couldn't that just be a picture of a glacier?
No, but
Like you
that's
can get a
well.
picture of a glacier from Alaska that looks like a wall.
No, just type in Antarctica and you'll see tons and tons of pictures of just the wall, just a big ice wall
Well, a
containing all the
big
water inside.
glacier. That's what I'm saying. I'm seeing a picture of a big glacier. So
Well, if you want to
why
call it a
should I believe that
glacier,
that's a wall?
you want to call it a glacier. I'm saying you can't go. The water is being contained in that so-called glacier.
It kind of it has like a belief ring to it, man.
The thing is, since we haven't gotten east or west, we don't know because they're not telling you what east or west goes to.
Mm-hmm.
But
we only think about South Antarctica,
but Scribe, so like you're saying that penguins live throughout this entire ice wall, right? Because penguins are only found in the South Pole, right? That's the only like location, like the emperor penguins. So are they just found throughout this entire big ice wall?
I mean, they're hanging out in their habitat there, but if you keep going and going beyond and just keep going in a plane, for example, just keep flying, it'll eventually turn into, lush, whatever, plants, forests and all that. And that's what Amelberg basically said what happened. He took a plane over, he saw a very large area full of natural resources, not seen by man. And next thing you know, Greater Treaty, and all of a sudden they cut all this funding and that's it. That's the last you heard of him. So
Yeah,
pretty
but
interesting.
again, we're just supposed to believe that. That's the crazy thing. I don't know. It's like I don't want to believe. I want to look and be able to test it. Kind of like somebody said in the chat. Greek
go
science.
there and try to go in the restrictive zone and see what happens to you.
Yeah, but all right. Let's say I can't. That doesn't prove that it's an ice wall. That's what I'm saying. Logically thinking, saying, okay, we don't know what's there, right? But
okay, so the easy way would be to traverse that ice wall and just see if it keeps going. Captain Cook did. He traversed, I don't know, it was like several thousand miles and just kept going and going and going and going.
Was just traversing the coast of Antarctica. Could it be that?
He's not that stupid. He could have seen the navigation where he's going. They're going by the stars. They're not going by just some small area. They know how to, map that stuff out.
Well, the stars, see, and this is the thing too. Then what the flat earth thing will say, stars don't exist. Well, then what are you talking about following the stars?
No, stars exist, but they're not what they're saying they are. Like
well, what are they?
Planets, they want to say, which is a plane under a net.
I've looked through telescopes. You can see the difference between planets and a star.
Right. You have the star like the sun, whatever. So you have the energetic, but they're all energy. That's the thing. They want to call them separate. They call them the wandering stars or whatever, but they're all energy.
All right. Why is it that, all right, we see the sun. They're saying the sun is a star. These stars we see at night, they're saying those are suns that are very far away. A star, basically, that's far away. That's why they look small, but that's why they shine so bright. And then when you look at a planet, it'll look bright like a star with the eye. Then when you look through a telescope, you see it looks the light is like kind of flattened. It's kind of paled out where you see it's like, oh, it looks like something like a lit surface. Like when you look at Jupiter, you can even see the lines and the ring, the eye of Jupiter, and then four little small dots around it that are the 4 Galilean moons, right? So they're saying they're big enough. I've even seen Titan, which what they say the biggest moon of Saturn, with Saturn that looks like a little hump around it, the ring, with a telescope that was like a little over 100 times magnification. A very good telescope, but a telescope, a reflector telescope. So I'm just asking.
I would say they're probably beings. I mean, honestly, that's why the whole Greek thing with Zeus and all that.
Now?
They could be ancient beings of some. They're light. Everything that's living has a source of energy. The aura, whatever.
Yeah.
We're all energy based. So the sun itself, they want to use that as a religion thing. Jesus and Ra and Mithra and Buddha and Krishna and everyone else. They rose from the dead. The same story over and over and over. That's a sun-based religion. And then you have the Jews that believe in Saturn, the Sabbath, and all that. So it's a completely different form of worshiping. But again, it's like they're worshiping some entity or whatever, that light, whatever that thing is in the sky. The sun. How do you explain the sun? Beyond supernatural, what it does, what it's doing there. and how it affects us. So just that alone should tell you, okay, science cannot explain that. I
Well,
don't care
if
how long
you
they try
look
to do
through it
that.
like with a telescope, right? Don't they have filters with the telescope that show you the sun? You see the sunspots, the fire. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but what is it though? What is it? Does that look natural to you?
Well, the whole environment seems to have been created, and that's where evolutionists, when they try to say, "Oh, it just happened from a big bang" and all of that, well, they are still creationists because they're saying that's the way it was created. Each of us is
I'm
saying
saying, I'm saying, I'm saying that we can scientifically take a sample from Earth, a soil, an animal, a cell, a plant, whatever, and scientifically do manipulate it. But can you take a soil sample of the sun to find out how that works out and how that's created, and can we replicate that?
yeah, it is speculative. There is maybe they sent probes, we'd have to look into that. But as we know, they do lie. They definitely, with the whole NASA thing, there are a lot of untruths that surround that. I honestly
And
think
how do you scientifically prove spirits or demonic beings or ghosts? How do you scientifically explain that?
well, you'd have to have better equipment to detect them, first of all. So it's like, how do we scientifically explain radio waves, something you can't see? We create equipment that detects them. Now, the way radio
We can
waves
detect
work,
and measure it, but how do you explain another world that's coming into this world somehow, but you can't
well, what
see
if
it,
it's
but then
the
you can
same
see it?
world? What if it's different facets of the same world? So there's
Yeah.
reality, period, right? One reality, I guess. Anything that says alternate realities is part of reality. So it's just saying that reality has different facets. So yeah, and
That
how
cannot
do you
that
imagine?
cannot be tangibly explained scientifically, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Scientific method would
scientifically,
never
again,
work in that realm.
instruments, right? Instruments or repeatable and demonstratable ways of showing it to say, okay, see this is demonstratable, repeatable. So each time, if they have something that could detect certain, maybe not just radio waves but something audibles or something, and then also different spectrums of light, spectrums that we can't see, x-ray spectrums, gamma ray, stuff like that, and now go to areas where they say, okay, now we're going to try to show if there's any spirits or anything that would be classified as a spirit with this device, with this meter. And then it would have to be improved more to say, okay, the meter is giving us a reading,
And
but we
then there
can't.
was such an instance, and it's called Skinwalker Ranch. This guy Bigelow, Bob Bigelow, whatever his name is, billionaire guy, super interested in UFO stuff. He bought this ranch because there was a family there that was complaining about all this crazy stuff going on,
Yeah.
supernatural stuff going on, and he sent some guys to investigate. Like, yeah, some crazy stuff. Like, okay, I'm going to buy that. I'm going to send 30 scientists, my own scientists called NIDS, and he set up the camp. He set up the radar, everything. Went in there, spent millions of dollars. Uh, for like 10, 15 years, they studied that place. And the stories that came out of there are insane. I mean, they say they saw portals open up and they saw entities come through it. They saw little tiny UFO things come through it, scanning the area, cattle mutilations, like every single thing happening there, like demonic entity, everything that you hear about UFOs and Bigfoot and dog, all that stuff, all happened in that one area for some reason. And they're saying that there's some type of high energy thing from the Navajo, or it was a curse or something that they were able to manipulate on that land when the Navajo was there to allow these energies to come through and to experience it and open portals and whatever it is and all these crazy things. So, and there's still, and another guy bought it after Bigelow sold it, and now he's researching it. And there's a show now you can go watch, and they're seeing all kinds of nutty stuff over there. Tons of equipment, professional equipment tests and all that.
Okay, so that's um ESP says, yeah, NASA means deceive, to deceive in Hebrew. Yeah. And yeah, Iraq could have been some type of Stargate, people were saying. Um yeah, yeah, this is there's a lot of stuff. I mean,
Yeah, like
NASA.
there's a lot of questions that we do not know, and that's why it's important that we're always open minded. Every single time we gotta be open minded. Even myself, I'm very open minded about this flat Earth theory and whatnot.
Mhm.
And it's just important that we always like question things, because everything that they tell us, man, we can't trust. And it really started opening my eyes during the whole planned the like pandemic thing, man. Like when that whole event started, I was like, yeah, something like this one really opened my eyes about what's going on, man. Because it's just it is crazy how blatant it is, but how brainwashed people are to oppose it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely. The fact if they can't even entertain it, like they'll start, like you look at the channels, Fight the Flat Earth, Professor Dave, who's a fake professor, um, zombies. They're very zombies, like just saying, hey, you know what? We believe anything the state tells us 100%. And we're against these guys. It's the us them mentality. Once again, black, white, yes, no, Burger King, McDonald's, Pepsi, Coca-Cola battle. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, you think about that. It's like,
But here's some food for thought as well as exactly food for thought is this. Think about, okay, we can all agree that this UFO phenomenon thing, these this been around for a long time, and we've had many testimonies from since Roman times, beyond that, whatever. Okay, so we agree on that. And just so happens that 500 years ago with Copernicus and who was it? Um, What's his name? I'll refer his name. It'll come out. But during that time when they had to decide, okay, now the world needs to be a globe. 500 years ago, let's say the UFOs and all these guys, if that's them, they already know what this world is. So they had to hit us with that before man could fly, which was a few hundred years after that. So they planned all this perfectly leading up till now to make sure that your mind was already known that this is a globe, can't go beyond this point. If you go beyond that point, you just come back here, or you die because the reality is you're not going to make it back because you're not going to come out at the same point. So just see how they're doing this. They plan this stuff for hundreds of years, knowing when we're going to hit certain technology, and when we hit that technology, okay, the barriers have to be up. We have to make sure they can't go here, they can't go North Pole, they can't go South Pole, they can't. It's a round ball, and bring in the Big Bang with the all the what do you call it what do you call it, not adaptation, but
mhm.
what do you the
Well, I think this guy had a question. I'll be right back. But if you want to read off his, I don't know if it's a question or what, but yeah.
Swiss rumor. Okay, Ragamuffin says Teresa rumor that the supernatural activity in the Area 51 was from a ritual that Jack Parsons, possibly Aleister Crowley, performed opening the portal. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that too when Jack Parsons and what's his name came from the NASA group originally when they brought over what's his name Winter von Braun, all these guys from the Nazis, and Jack Parsons was messing with the Aleister Crowley stuff, and apparently he did something, and that's so crazy how that's all mixed in together. The space thing, along with the Hollywood and with this occult stuff, all mixed together, you know, is insane. I mean, so there's
I mean,
definitely,
yeah,
yeah, but
like the UFO originally was just it meant it meant an alien aircraft, right? That was like the original definition, but like something like some type of alien thing that's in the sky, right? Then the government came in and they renamed the UFO to just unidentified flying object, right? To try to make it some like this is just something that wasn't identified. But originally it always meant aliens. You can look at the old 1950s shows and movies, they all say, oh, look, it's a UFO, and it's a flying alien, like saucer. But in like I think it was at the 60s or 70s, the government started calling it an unidentified flying object. It's the changing definitions to try to make you not think that it's aliens, which makes you think more so that we're definitely having alien activity in our planet, something that's not human. So
yeah,
it's
and then
just like,
there's so many new acronyms now. I can't even keep track of it. It's like as far as what a UFO is, yeah.
yeah, and the government inscribed, like I remember we did a stream on this earlier, I think like a year ago by now, but like the government openly admitted that there are UFOs in the sky, and like the news just went over everyone's head. I think this happened like what, like a year ago. Like it was like a Senate meeting where like an Air Force official was like, yeah, there are UFOs. Here's a document showcasing it, and it just went through everyone's head.
You remember last year in October, it was like several months, it was just nothing but UFOs everywhere in Jersey, and all of a sudden it went global, and I'm like, dude, realize what's going on here? It's like It's like this is like the first time they've done it like on a global scale like that. And then, oh, just don't worry about it, just whatever. And then you see the film of people film this stuff, and it's like you're looking at that. It's like that's like an orb. That's like that has nothing to do with like a physical, mechanical drone. And they go, oh no, that's just a drone. Don't worry about it. And then there was one of them that went to like a nuclear base and shut down all their stuff, and they said they could not do a thing about it, and they were just helpless. And luckily it just went away. But the fact that went over there and did that, a drone like that, and made
Well,
a
mhm.
facility like that helpless is pretty scary.
Scott, but the reason why no one cares is because all people are thinking about us is, damn, these taxes are high. Damn, like damn, like the economy is trash. I'm paycheck to like paycheck, or they care about politics. Like no one, no one. If it's outside of politics, no one cares. Like there's like open evidence of UFOs. There's Kamala Harris literally made she had a whole interview talking about how like you know she only wears wired headphones because all the like Bluetooth ones, the government can just crack in and just hear. Openly admits that. Everyone just laughs about it and moves on, and they go back to talking politics. It's just like people are. Politics is the reason. I think it's the primary reason nowadays that people just don't care about this blatant stuff because they're just too involved into this really stupid mind game of caring about politics and who you vote for.
Just like the science and religion part, they can never come together to find the truth. Therefore, politics, the same thing. Democrat, Republican, they can never come together to actually agree on anything. So as long as you keep the factions split, then there can never be world peace. Nothing,
Yeah,
everything's
it's just
going to continue on its way. Yeah, but nobody wants to talk
my
about that
bad.
because yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. Like it's and like the Republicans and the Democrats' job, right? Like so voting, and I think we agree on this. All voting is it's just it's a stat that the government uses to see how much of the population actually believes in the government, right? It's to see how many people are fooled by the government to still have trust in the government to think that that their votes matter. That's all votes are. That's all voting is. It's a stat that the government uses to see how many brainwashed people are still in the country, right? And because we know voting doesn't do anything. We know voting is useless. It does nothing. They choose who they want to get up there, and even if voting did something, both of the candidates are always the same because they're always controlled by the same type of elite. So that's all voting is, and it's been getting just like it's gotten so bad, the politics. I'm not political at all. I don't Google anything about politics, but in my YouTube feed, I'm constantly getting garbage, garbage just pop like politics pushed out, like saying like Trump is taking an anti stance against trans people and all this stuff. I'm like, I don't even watch this stuff. This stuff is never something I click on, but
You
it's
see, that
constantly
that's
being
why it's
pushed in my
so
feed.
that's why it's so messed up because each voting round it goes for each party that they're cool, everything's for them now. Now they can bring in all their judges, all their buddies, all their guys that they can hire and bring in, and everything's cool for them for those 4 8 years, whatever it goes on for. That is the complete opposite of what it should. This whole voting thing should be. If we're actually one nation state under one, supposed United States of America, then any kind of voting should be for the people to vote whether certain things happen. Has nothing to do with letting some guy decide what he thinks should happen, and he just does whatever he
Mhm.
wants. Even though he claims he promises he's going to do this, but he does the opposite, like every president does. All those things, if we should add a new mall or whatever, or if the military should be able to reach so far, or if the Patriot Act should still be there, or if it comes, all these things should be addressed by the people as one, and we get to vote on that. And that's it. There is no Republican, Democrat. There is no opposition. None of that. Everyone. This is one place, supposedly one United States. If that's the case, then it should only be the people that are allowed to vote on when certain bills or certain things are passed, not some politician because he paid off some guy and now he's not voting. Now he can't use that vote. Now it's not going to pass through because of whatever reason. It hasn't should be nothing to do with the politician whatsoever. It should be on the
Yeah.
people themselves that just use common sense. Okay, what do we need? Should we continue sending money to other countries? Should we go to war? I mean, just basic stuff that we should have a weigh in on, but they don't want us to have that power. They want you to pick a side and just agree with that side, and you shut up, and that's it. And you listen to the bullshit.
this is, I mean, like, just this topic is insane, right? Like, all, like, you are, what voting is, right? If we just break it down, even though we don't vote, but if you break it down like the line, all voting is you're just choosing who your boss is. It's you're choosing who your overlord is, the guy who's gonna like dictate how to run the country that you're in, and how to pretty much like how to own you, pretty much. The guy who's your boss and whatnot. Like, this guy can decide who the attorney like general is. He can decide who can be put into the like Supreme Court, all this stuff. Like, think about it. You're voting for some guy who's gonna have control over your life. Like, it's just it's disgusting, right? He can decide if we go to war. He can decide how low taxes can be or how high it is. As you subscribe, this should be stuff that we can like decide, not this guy. Why are we electing a boss of us? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what type of freedom is this that we're electing a guy who's just going to be our boss? It's just it's a delusion. People don't care about this though. They get brainwashed and think that that Trump is going to fix the economy. I mean, Trump hasn't fixed shit about the economy. All he's talking about is just trans people and taking them out of sports and woke crap. It's just like I don't give a shit about this stuff.
And how would you expect one guy? I don't care how smart the guy is, and we know he's not that smart. He's a businessman, but how do you expect one dude to fix all these problems, right? It's just, you would think, wait a second, why don't we have the experts looking at that, and then we decide which experts to listen to, and we vote on what happens instead of just expecting one poor guy to figure all this shit out. There's just no way. There's no way one guy is going to figure all this stuff out. So, again, it's just totally non-productive, totally idiotic, totally almost seems very monarchish, where he's the king and whatever he says goes type of thing. It's like they're keeping that same monarchy thing, but they're putting it into a business format to where now it's a business, but very hierarchical, like a pyramid. That's why the pyramid's on your dollar bill. They want one source of power, to where they got one guy. They don't care who's in. That one guy that can manipulate him. Just do this, do this, do this, and that gives the illusion that you got what you wanted because you voted for that guy. And it's so sick. It's so sad. And it's being played on us every single 4 years. And when American people are just sitting there playing into it like it's normal. And it's just,
Yeah.
it's really sad. And it really goes back to your birth certificate, because we allowed the birth certificate to enslave us to say that they pretty much own us. That's why you can't own property. That's why they have statutory law. You can't get to wear a seatbelt, can't smoke weed, can't do this, can't do that, because you're their property. So now it's to the point where we've allowed them to take away our being, flesh and blood being that we're known here for. They've taken that too. So it's like we're left with what? Just a voice? Oh no, we're gonna take that too.
Which
So
which
here
which Scribe, like, if you don't answer, you don't have to. But were you born in the U.S. and whatnot? Like, were you a like U.S. like citizen?
I was born in Panama. My
Mhm.
father was Air Force, so he was stationed here when I was born. So I got both. So, but I left immediately. Like, when I was barely 1 year old, I had to go back to the States. My family go back.
I
So
see.
went to
But I
DC
mean,
and then Texas and back
mhm.
to Panama. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like I believe that even like if you're as long as you're a like U.S. like citizen, if even if you don't reside in U.S., you live outside U.S. and you want to live in outside the U.S. permanently, you still have to pay money like to the U.S. for the taxes, something like that, right?
Yes. Yeah. They still have a hold on you on that. And
Yeah,
that's basically if
that's them
yeah.
owning you.
Mhm.
Like, wow,
Yeah.
that's just. I mean, you don't
Yeah.
even live like even if you want out of the system, you say I want to be here. Even when you leave there and you permanently reside somewhere else, you still have to send them money.
Yep.
You still have to send them that
Yep.
damn tax.
Yeah, unfortunately, they got you by you already know. I mean, the problem is I still have banks. My banks have some, I have both in both countries, but if I want to keep my bank in the States, I have to, continue to pay obviously taxes to stay resident, so have a residence there, whatever. So yeah, that's the thing. So nowhere it doesn't matter where you go, you're always tied to them.
Crazy. And people say that we have freedoms, but no, like all taxes are is the government showing that they own you. That's all it is. Because like you know I wish I could stop paying these damn taxes, but I know if I don't, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get jailed for the rest of my life and whatnot. Like people get jailed for life for evading taxes, while people can murder others and get, it's just simple like parole after like 20 years. It's just like, taxes is just, that's all it is. It's just a showcase that the government's showing to its people that you will listen to us and that we do own you. You know, I mean, there's
It's
even the
true.
goddamn, like property tax. Like just you living here, you have to pay us
No,
money.
but that's how you know, Jamal. That's how you know that that you're owned because you're renting that, whereas the king and queen of England own their property because they're sovereign. So, but back in the day,
Mhm.
before the 1900 birth certificate, you were sovereign. You didn't have to pay property tax, cowboy days, whatever. There was no property tax like that because you own that property for generations, whatever. You own that property. So the government never had a say in who paid what for what land. But now, since they pretty much own everything, United States Corporation of America owns everything. Now you're renting. You're simply renting that and also your car. If you don't pay the insurance, whatever in the car, same thing. So yeah, you literally don't own anything. No more.
Exactly. You are
So
renting private property. That's not your property. Then if it's your property, why are you still paying the U.S. government to actually live on the property? That's not your property. That's just the government property. And we know that they can always just get a BS warrant out of nowhere to come on your property whenever they want. It's, I mean, they own you. Income tax. You can't even work in the U.S. without having to pay income tax. That's the government once again owning you, showcasing that you will work for us, you will continue to work for us, and you will continue to pay us money, even like, and
do you
you
know
don't
where
even have
that
a
where that
decision.
came from, Jamal? Do you know where that came from?
No.
Same thing as Patriot Act. So basically, after World War One, when they're going into World War Two, they said we need some form of massive taxation to be able to afford this next World War. So they came out with the income tax, and it was only supposed to last until after the Second World War, and it was supposed to be gone after that. So just like the Patriot Act, just like all these things they put in, it never goes away, never goes away. So they'll make an excuse for a temporary fix, and then yeah, we'll get rid of it in a few years. This is only for the war, temporary. Next thing you know, now it's in forever. So it's just they dupe us every time, and it's just we just keep going and going. We never bring it up. It's crazy. I don't know if MD's back yet, but
Yeah, I had to make something to eat. Yeah, I didn't know. It's been a long stream.
yeah, we can go ahead and just we're at the
Yeah,
end of it
might
pretty much.
stream tonight. I don't know. Probably if I do late, it'll be late. Yeah, you guys having a good conversation. I mean, the whole politics situation and everything. It's just this is. I see why Plague Doctor names his channel "The 21st Century is a Dystopia," and for a young guy to name that, it just shows that we should take notice of that because right now he's in his prime. This is his world basically that he's growing up in. We're a little bit past that middle point, well, that beginning point, definitely past. Um, yeah, yeah. Now I told him. He said from 2020 to 2025, he saw where he could actually put the cell phone down back then, and now it's much harder. So the addiction to this phone, Drake had seen, and he's 25. I think Plague Doctor's 23. So I say, we listen to what they're saying. They're trying to tell us something. Um, yeah.
All right, my bad. I gotta go for a little bit, but yeah, but I mean, MD, like me and Scribe, like we're just talking about how taxes are it's just the government showing you that they do own you, that you are gonna pay them no matter what, and
Mhm.
this is why I say that all money it's a tool to control people, and taxes is the enforcement of that tool. But money is just it's really just it's a piece of paper, right? But the government puts value into it to, like, they puts artificial value into it to control us. The only type of money we should have is what we did back then, which is just us trading goods. But they got rid of that. They made money, and then Now we have people that are, completely controlled by it and will do anything they can to get as much as they can so they can act like they get influence in the world because people think that the more money you have, the more influence you get. But that's not true though, right? Because the more money you have, sure, you might get, your life might be a bit easier, but then the government comes knocking and says, "Oh, we need these like taxes and whatnot." Then they take more taxes out of you. They start inspecting you more, and I truly believe that there's no way for you to make beyond a couple $1,000,000 without you being compromised by the government in some way. Like
Yeah.
they're gonna come in and,
I mean, you
and
might be
get a
able to make a
backdoor.
few million, maybe a few, but Scribe sent me something the other day. If you were living in New York and you make $1,000,000 in a year, you don't even get to keep half. You get to keep 747,000. The thing said it's
No,
according
1.5, 1.5.
after 1.5 million, you get $3,000 less than half. So instead of 750,000, which is ridiculous enough to say you're making 1.5 million and you're only getting half of that money, that's crazy. That is crazy on a salary basis, right? So if you make it as a business, of course, it's going to be less tax, about 20% less. But still, it's like, man, this is like, and then when they tell you what they're spending your tax dollars for, oh, we're going to give it to other countries, even though we need infrastructure. It's like, wait, that's taxation without representation, basically. What
You
goes
know, you know, Israel gets free healthcare for its citizens because the U.S. gives them
many countries.
trillions of dollars a year. They
This
get
is
free health,
crazy.
but we can't afford free healthcare for our own goddamn, like citizens.
Well, if you look up the healthcare in
Well,
America, the
it's not
reason,
free. My bad.
if you look up the 1900s, right, the early 1900s, they say that,
Mhm.
and I would say it's more than just this, because if they want to give you free healthcare, they can, but they try to blame it again to keep people separated. They said they didn't want black people to get free healthcare, so the poor people that were white said, okay, no, we'll wait this out. This is what they're telling us now. And now that was the main reason back then. So now we know that if the government, they don't care what the poor thinks. If they want to give free health care to black people and all people in America, they could do it. But they
You know
use
what's crazy, MD? I'm
Mhm.
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just have to say this, MD. I'm sorry. Nowadays, they're saying that they won't give free healthcare because they don't want illegal immigrants to like receive it. That's what this whole government shutdown was about because they were trying because the Democrats or whatever and some of the other Republicans, we know both of them are the same. But the whole shutdown happened because they were like, oh, like let's at least give let's try to give more healthcare benefits to poor people and whatnot. And the reason why they didn't the Republicans didn't agree to is because they didn't want the illegal immigrants to receive the free healthcare as well and whatnot. So that's also another excuse that they're going to keep using now is that now they don't want illegal immigrants to get free healthcare, so we can't let them all get free healthcare.
Well, I'm thinking that's what they're telling us. When they shut the government down for a month, they did it because of what they wanted to shut it down for. I don't think we'll ever get the real answer.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but they will blame, okay, we got to keep people separated. If you just look at the money that they've given to Argentina, $40 billion, right? Two installments of 20 billion each. That right there covers a very large portion of the problems we have here. The other 200 billion or more than 200 billion to Ukraine. You're looking at over $1 trillion in the last few years that was given away. That if we had that, nobody could even plan. Now, of course, yeah, the lawmakers are the one to blame, not the immigrants that are they're allowing in.
Mm-hmm.
But if we look at it as, okay, the almost $1 trillion, they give money to countries that are opposing each other. You have Egypt and Pakistan and Israel and other countries, Afghanistan and stuff like that they give small amounts of aid to. And these countries are fighting it. Like, I really wonder about that. I say to myself,
It's
like,
the same
wow.
thing. That's why they call it the grand chessboard. Just like when Hitler, got money from Granddaddy Bush and all these people, the supposed enemies and all this. It's like they're simply paying off both sides and getting the result they want. It's very simple. It's a problem reaction solution. Like David likes to say, they'll create a problem, and you think it's a real problem. Oh, we get these people over here, and they'll demonize them, and then all of a sudden we're going to war with them for no reason, killing all these people. Like, what the hell. So
It's BS.
it's just yeah. And on top of it, they own you, so it's like they'll just laugh in your face. Yeah, we gave $1 trillion to these guys, and you're still homeless. Ha ha ha. Why? Because we own you. So you
Mhm.
have no rights. You can't say nothing. We can
and
treat you
and
how we want.
and Scribe, and they keep telling us that China is our biggest enemy. China is a new like our biggest rival. We don't like them. They're the enemy, and they're going to invade Taiwan and whatnot. Yet we're trading over 80% of our goods with them, China, and we are
That's what I mean. It's
we are buying from
counterintuitive. It's
China.
like, wait a second. It's like, wait a second. We're the consumer. They're the builder. So we need each other. How are they supposed to? Yeah, it's just so ridiculous.
It's
And
just it's
we've
BS.
sold all the major ports in the U.S. to China. Oh, but they're our enemy. Okay, does that make sense?
And then Russia, right? Russia and Europe are apparently enemies. Like, Europe is literally funding the Ukraine war to try to like defeat Russia. Yet Europe is still buying majority of the gas from Russia. It's just like, I mean, like, what the hell is going on here? Like, you guys are
It's
supposed to be
all one
enemies.
big party, man. It's all one big party, and they're all in on it, and it's just hilarious. And the fact we get to sit back and watch it, we're like,
Exactly.
what's going on, man? I don't even get it. It's like, bro, they've been doing this for eons. They've been doing this forever. You're just now catching on, bro.
It's
You
the
know what I'm
same
saying?
thing.
These
It's the
people,
same thing with the goddamn Afghanistan wars and whatnot. Yet we found out that we were over there supplying the Afghanis. Man, the CIA was out there supplying the Afghanis. It's like people are blind to this stuff. They're blind to all these wars we keep having. Yet it's just like it's a one world like government. That's really the best explanation. It's a one world government, and all these wars are it's just a way for them to money launder this money.
I mean, it's not even really
Like
money because when you come down to it, they can inflate the hell out of it. They can print whatever they want. It's really to get people to conform. Like they couldn't get the American Indian to conform to bow down. Okay, we got to wipe them out, unfortunately, and come in and take over. So it was like an avatar situation. So there are certain people that are just not going to put up with it. You have to wipe them out and the whole thing. And that's basically what this is. It's like a rebooting, a rebalancing of the scales of the ancient with the new and trying to conform everything down to the new way. That's why we have the EU. Now they want to bring the WU over to this side of the world and combine us with, the same way and have one currency and all this. Again, yeah, it's obviously one world government, one world, everything, religion, the whole thing, easier to control. Now with AI, and now forget about it. Now we're really in it. I mean, it's like we're supposed to get out of this before AI, but now, yeah.
oh no, it's completely done, man. And then there's a whole, I mean, Scribe, I do want to get your thoughts on this whole immigration invasion stuff that people keep on talking about. How Europe is being invaded by Arab immigrants and US is being invaded by Arab immigrants, and they're gonna come over and take over the country. It's like this is all just a bunch of fear mongering crap, right? It's more like distractions, right?
All of it is, and the fact that I can't even go back there myself because I'm part Latino and they'll throw me in the ice thing or whatever. It's like, what in the hell? It's like I can't even go back and visit my family. That's how insane this shit is. I mean, it's just beyond, reality at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's the world is this. I have so many questions, but we're never gonna get the answers from. And MD explained it best. Like for the whole government shutdown, we're never gonna get we're never gonna get a real answer of why that actually happened, right? Same thing with the planned pandemic. We're never gonna get a real answer of why all that happened, other than the fact that we know it's some type of experiment that they did on us. The ones can show us that we do own you. I mean, like these guys, we couldn't even walk outside the house. You guys seen those videos of like of North America and in Canada where like you couldn't even walk outside the house without being arrested because there's a whole, a 24-hour freaking like curfew or whatnot doing that whole
Yeah, in Australia,
scandal.
they give them trackers and stuff. If you walk beyond this point, it's like, what, again, all these tie back to who? The monarchs, the kings and queens. So Canada, U.S., Australia, New Zealand, you know, all these countries, even now, India, China, Hong Kong, all of them are being pulled from the crown. And then the crown creates contracts. I call them the holy contracts or birth certificates on it. And then they create the currencies and the banks and I get the Rothschilds, everyone else mixed in there. So, it's you look at that, and it's really through a form of monarchy ruling that's no better than any type of you know like when they they have to call what do you call it, the tyrants or whatever, like the guy from Cuba, even the guy here in Panama, whatever. Um, but they even those guys had to learn from what's called the School of Americas, which is in the States. So did Saddam, so did Gaddafi, so did all these guys. Noriega, Osama bin Laden. His original CIA name was Tim Osborne. So all these guys went to School of Americas. We let them out, and we hit them in 20 years later when we need them for some reason. It's just some weird, sick. I don't know. We train them, and then we take out their country later on, and that's been going on forever. And that's where the Economic Hitman came out with a book that says that's what he does. He goes out to countries and offers money they can't pay back. They go back, take it over, or they go to war, and that's just justification, to take over third world countries or whatever. So it's just really sick.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just it's insane. It's just insane, man. But this is why I'm happy that we can have these conversations on here, man. And political zombie is just the biggest zombie right now, MD. Which so I can't wait to read that book of yours and to go in depth about it. So I say they are the biggest zombies in the modern day for sure, man.
Yeah,
Because now
very
everything
cool.
is considered politics.
Yeah,
Everything is considered politics.
Mr. X pointed out a good point. He said a lot of evolution zombies are very political. So
Yes,
they're
yes.
evolution
Everything is
political. Yeah,
That's the thing. Everything is considered political nowadays. I mean, just
very.
you saying a man is a man is political nowadays.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's how bad the political zombie has gotten. That
yeah.
just you saying a woman is a woman is a political statement. Just you saying that the earth is maybe it's not round or maybe it is flat. You are called a far right extremist. How the hell is me saying that the earth is flat or not making me far right? How the hell is me saying that maybe like COVID is maybe that was a planned event makes me
Well,
far right? They say far right's conspiracy theorists for
yeah,
every single one of these theories.
yeah, I don't think the flat part is really the problem that they have. I think the big thing of why they censor that is because the questioning of NASA. That's where, because I said to myself, if people want to say that and other people look at them as crazy, whatever, I don't really see them caring. But once they start touching on the NASA thing and they're saying, okay, they didn't go on this mission and stuff, and then we see the censorship, the fact that once you can't talk about something, that brings up the red
Well,
flag. Like,
there
okay,
wasn't much censorship on NASA. Flat Earth was the most ridiculous we've ever seen
well,
in
that was the
history.
core.
Is that?
That was the core of
But
it.
it wasn't really about NASA. It was like it was putting everything on its head. If that was true, that explains all this other stuff, and everything
NASA
lines up. That's why.
and archaeology.
That's why they don't want you to know. That's why they don't want you because the flat Earth thing compiles everything together into one understanding. Whereas everything, all the science breaks it apart and segregates everything into pieces. So now we have to fit this in there and gravity and all this other stuff that they created out of thin air.
Yeah.
Now you're dealing with that. But I'm saying once you learn the flat Earth side as far as the realm and how these things fit into one piece, that's what they're really scared of because that goes through religion, politics, that's everything. I mean, it pretty much explains a lot. And why they don't want you to know about it is because there's more land and there's more to life than what they're telling us. And they're scared of us finding out. Why? Because we could probably get together and do something about it. I mean, that's why.
Well, no, I don't think people are going to get together. That's like, for some reason, I think that's like chickens or sheep getting together to overthrow the farm. It ain't going to
Not
happen.
really overthrow. It could be a disconnected class of people that don't tell anybody. They just do it on their own. Who knows? I mean,
Well, Animal Farm, the book and movie by George Orwell, which was amazing, and the animated cartoon movie, he showed how the farm animals rebelled against the farmer, and they ended up taking over the farm. And they would do trade with other farms, I think, even if I remember it correctly. But the pigs and how he represented it as the pigs, eventually the mother of the dogs died during the rebellion against the farmer. I think she got shot. And the pups were raised by the pig in particular the pig called Napoleon, to be his sort of Praetorian guard. And then he used it to change the laws where animals were equal, all of this stuff, and animals don't sleep in beds. Then they, the pigs were allowed to sleep in the beds. They changed the law. So it showed that within the rebellion of the animals itself, you're going to have people in there that are going to turn on you. Just like the zombie movie. We get survivors. We know that there are going to be some survivors that are going to turn. It's not a matter of if they will turn. It's a matter of when, basically. And Alexis says, Google flat earthers, and the result says this: flat earthers are considered far-right conspiracy theorists. They believe in far-right ideologies with a lack of science testing theories. Wow.
Like what part? Like what flat earthers are considered far right conspiracy theories, and they believe in far right ideologies? What?
Yeah.
You see, like
It's
everything is political.
Let's just make shit up. I mean, they have to label it. They have to label. They have to put a label on it, right? So they're gonna make up the most ridiculous, idiotic, moronic stuff out there possible. I mean, it's just
Red Blur.
Everything is political. I mean, like just like now, just questioning any type of government theory makes you a far right conspiracy theorist. Which I mean, what even is a far right? Like what does that even mean?
Yeah, and that's weird. Have you ever? I haven't ever heard them call somebody a far left. I know it exists, but it's always the far right conspiracy theorist. And when I think about it, it's just it's ridiculous. It's more censorship. It just
It's just, I mean, like what I was told is like far right means that you're like a racist and that you believe that the country is like you're part of the like KKK and all that stuff. It's like, what does that have to do with any of these theories? It's just a label that just they put on it so they could just discredit you and not have you question like the narrative. But that's why I'm saying the political zombies are the biggest ones, because they take this in. They make every single thing political.
yeah. The political zombies are just they're on a level of zombie, and it's not just a pure political. It's usually a triple spectrum zombie. It's usually political, religious, and schoolhouse zombie, which is evolution. So you have a triple spectrum zombie, three parts of the main categories, of the main 8 categories that I had showed in one of the videos. And this is clearly political
but
zombie.
you see how they want you to be one thing. And when Chris Rock said that one thing, he's like, why is it they always want to be one thing or another? Why can't I be, conservative about crime but liberal about prostitution? Why do I gotta be one? Why gotta think one way, right? It's so stupid.
No, it's true. Tasha, good to see you. She says, yep, some do a lot of discredited, not a lot of discrediting. Yeah, they'll try to discredit people, but they don't explain. That's exactly drowning free thinkers with shaming words is all. Yes, absolutely.
And you're either right or you're left. There's no center or whatever.
Mhm.
Either of those two sides.
That's what he's saying. He's like, I'm conservative about some things, I'm liberal about other things. What about that? It's like, no, you don't have free choice. You have to be that one thing.
Exactly. And ESP is right. They want biblical fundamentalism. And you look at some of the things, the religious fundamentalism on the whole, you see it with a lot of all religions, basically, almost. It's just it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous that we this is some Twilight Zone type of stuff that we're in. Definitely Twilight.
Oh yeah, I mean like 100%. This is just like the political streams as well, or they were interesting because of this. Like when we actually talk about politics right now. I know this is an evolution stream, but the Black Pill always has you like diverge into like the topics. But even evolution is a political thing nowadays. It's just like this stuff is just it's either one side or the other, as Scribe has mentioned. And a thing about it is that like both sides are just idiotic, but people believe that they are fighting for the common man. I mean, why is every single politician a millionaire? Why are we electing millionaires to billionaires to be in charge of the middle class? Why can't we elect just a middle class person, to maybe fix the issues we're living with, the common person? It's never that. They only put up the richest people out there to be in charge of majority of the nation, which is majority middle class to lower class people. It's like, of course, of course we can only live paycheck to paycheck. Of course, the economy is dark crap, because we're putting people that don't live in our shoes, that don't that don't live like us, to be in charge of us.
Yeah. This is Animal Farm on steroids. When you have the middle class, like George Carlin said, the poor are just there to scare the shit out the middle class, to keep them from saying, hey, you know what? Keep doing your job because look over here. And it's really sad. It's real. Like when I say with the immigration thing that you asked Scribe, I'm like, anything but looking at the people in politics. Again, they're pointing, oh, what about him? Just like the healthcare in America. Oh, well, we're saying that we're not giving it to you because these people said that black people shouldn't have free healthcare in a time of blatant racism back in the early 1900s. So like one guy said, he goes, America summed up is, he goes, you got people that will live under a bridge and not complain, cooking a sparrow on a curtain rod over a fire, and they're not complaining because as long as you don't even have a curtain rod to cook your sparrow on. I mean, it's and this is what we see. It's sort of like that's the healthcare. Okay, we don't want these people to have it, so none of us are going to get it, and it's ridiculous because yeah, okay, all you got to do is change the laws. Like if we go to Canada, I think we get free healthcare. The nation is free healthcare. So if you get hurt in Canada, they're going to pay for it. Like I've heard of people going to Canada for surgeries so they don't have to pay for it, for childbirth too, to where they don't have to pay for the childbirth. I think childbirth years ago, like it could run as high as like $4,000 in the hospital. And again, they take us away from the midwife thing. You need the midwife thing. The child is in a dark environment for 9 months. The most foreign, frightening, and traumatizing thing for that child is to come out into a room with bright lights and strangers. The child knows who is close to the mother when the child is in the mother's belly. The child kicks, it can feel, the mother reads to the child, which has shown, much better childbirths, much better growing up. One big thing is not letting the child see you argue with your mate or your family members, because that influences the child's personality, how the child will respond as it grows up. It'll be afraid. It'll hear these things, and this is serious, man. This is a serious thing in childbirth because that's so important. I mean, when you have a child and everybody's there and it's scaring the child, and what's the first thing they do? They slap it. They cut the placenta when the placenta should be, in some instances, they say, connected to the child for at least 15, 20 minutes, sometimes a half an hour, because it's still pulling nutrients from the placenta. Mm-hmm. They say those children usually have healthier immune systems, but they want to cut that off so quick and then act like they're going to throw it away. Meanwhile, I heard a placenta can yield up to $20,000. So it's a business. I mean, they use these things for regenerative type of medicine, stem cells and stuff like that. It's really, to be home for birth is the safest thing. The child, imagine just thinking about it, feels comfortable to say, okay, the pregnant woman is at home, she's relaxing, and when childbirth is occurring, the midwife and everybody gathers to the house or the home that the childbirth is at. So there's no taking her in a vehicle, risking her life. What if there's an accident on the way to the hospital? It's so backwards. And then, the hospital has other things. You got people in there from injuries and stuff. It's the last place you want to have a child born, because a lot of people that go in the hospital end up getting secondary infections. So when exactly. We look at, right, and people just don't care. It would be like, wait a minute, why don't I formulate something to where she can stay at home and that's the importance of parents and grandparents. The parents especially, because they're more closer to the grandchild. Just the way we have it, the grandparents, like that, that generation skip. So the woman's grandparents might not be as, excited because they've been through it with their own kids. But her parent, now she's getting her grandkid. Now that, she's there, okay, you're going into labor. learning about the types of childbirth. That's so important, man. So important to say, hey, what if there's a breached birth and the child has to be turned around where the head comes first? You know, this is serious. Yeah, well, Tuesday, good to see you. He says, to be honest, they quarantine off the birthing wing from the rest of the hospital very effectively. They do. In some instances, that quarantine, I wouldn't say it's all the same. Some places might have better quarantine than others. It still doesn't remediate the bright lights, the travel to the hospital, it's cumbersome. The child feels all of this. The child, there's a book, I forgot the name. It talks about the child hears everything that's going on while it's in the womb. We think that the child's hearing everything. The feelings that the mother get directly, like a vibratory system going right to the child. And maybe this is why the Greeks, the Spartans, said that, they wanted to create strong soldiers by making the woman's entire pregnancy and birth as easy as possible. So all the nutrients, everything can go into making a very strong child for their warriors. And if that is, one philosophy, well, then what about doing that for scholars and for other people? Imagine how amazing the children would be. And that's the beginning of having them grow up to create a better world for us all to live in. But
Yep.
yeah, man, it's
But
been a long
that's not gonna
stream.
happen though. That's not gonna happen, MD, because they're gonna immediately, even once the child starts to gain consciousness, they immediately put him into school. They put him into like pre-K, which I think starts at age 4. And most kids start gaining their consciousness around age 3 to 4, and that's when they immediately start putting him into a mandatory government funded school, pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, second grade. That way they can start brainwashing them immediately, and that way they're away from the moms and dads more, and they purposely try to make you so that you put your kid at a daycare, because nowadays you need 2 working members in the house in order to even afford the house and the bills and the car and the insurance, all this stuff.
Yeah.
So nowadays you have to have 2 working members. It's no longer one, right? Because back then it was primarily the man that was working, and the woman stays home, takes care of the kids. But nowadays, with the amount of how much money it costs even own a home nowadays, you have to have 2 different. You have to have the mom and the dad working. So the kid has to go to some type of daycare or whatever, away like from the parents, and then once they gain consciousness, they put them into a school. It's just it's a brainwashing pipeline.
It is. And what's scary too is that, in response to Tuesday's thing about quarantine in the hospital, there was a nurse that I think ended over 30 babies. They found her according to computer records and stuff, because they were wondering how these kids, every time it's on her shift, So not only that, you're at risk when you go to the hospital to have your childbirth from psychopaths that work there, not just somebody that might come in off of the random, but this is a known fact. The people who want to come and jab the child up. So right there, it's just it's scary actually when you think about it. That and like you said, people are put into a position where they can't be there. They have to work to maintain for the house and everything. So you wonder and you say, wow, man, this is families that work together is like the beginning of the solution. That's the first thing. I mean, the breaking of the families, the people that are brothers and sisters that are angry and all of this. When you look at these restaurants or businesses that are family owned and they work together, man, I look at that and I say, this is great. People are working together. And even some of those people don't want to do the family business. Eventually they're like, whatever. And that's how it gets broken. There was a guy who owned a business. It was a factory that sold chemicals for pools. So pools, people are going to have extra money if they have a pool. So he just sells the people that run the pool cleaning businesses, the chemicals, and then they go out and they, make money off of their services. I think it was the son and the daughter of the guy that started the business, built, the factory and everything. So now they got the factory. When he passed, right? They ended up selling the factory and then going back to it to work. Because I have a friend that used to do pool business stuff, and he was showing me. He was like, "Yeah, man, their father used to own this factory, so maybe they got a big, or something, a big amount from selling it, but they went back to work there. They went back instead of saying, you know what, we own the business, we can work here as the business owners. No, they preferred just saying, you know what, I'd rather just do this, and it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Tuesday said, this is very true. Mrs. Tuesday and I made sure the hospital our daughter was born in was very on the level. Our little girl was never taken out of sight. Yeah, the entire time, man. And ESP, you're right. Dancing nurses, man. The fact that they had nurses dancing to try to get people to take the jab is beyond some. I mean, this circus on another level, man. Timbo, good to see you, man. He said, just recently there was a woman, a nurse, caught breaking the limb. What? Holy smokes.
Jesus, man.
Oh, my goodness, man. Just another reason. It's like, holy smokes, man. That is like, that, man, that's frightening, man. That is really, yeah, that's really tough, man. The childbirth is an extremely important thing that I know for young kids, yeah, it's hard to go over that. But if they were to teach young kids about anything, about the concept of earning money and paying taxes, those kids would know that that's wrong. They would say, wait a second, you're so we make this money and you're telling me we got to give back this amount. Why? Because kids, they want to know why. And that would be the beginning of creating something better, to say children that are born in better facilities or homes, better yet, that are taught more at home, that understand life with growing food and stuff like that, chemicals and what stuff to avoid. And a child will ask, well, if that's bad, why are they using it? And this is what a lot of us have forgotten, maybe being beaten down by the system, like Jamal is saying, to where we're just got the invisible noose around us. And we see that if you want certain things or you want to live a certain life, the white picket fence, just a basic family home, white picket fence, slavery. But I'd like to thank everybody, man, in the chat for coming to Jamal, man. Thank you, man, for being here.
Of course. Thank you, MD.
Yeah, man.
Amazing
and we'll do
stream.
it again. I might stream late tonight. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking 11, maybe even last night we went live at 12. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
I'll be there.
Take care, man. Everybody have a great day. Take care.